Most active centers of solidarity exists. 4. In a criticism late in the war, a conservative Wall Street Journal editorial page attacked Iowa Democratic Senator Tom Harkin for appearing ready to oblige to the FMLN's 1989 peace plan. The editorial called Harkin's plan to place 50% of U.S. military aid in escrow until human rights and peace negotiations progress a full-blown propaganda offensive against El Salvador. 43. The article emphasized the role of CISPs in having up the volume to help the FMLN win in Congress what it can't win on the battlefield. The guerrillas may prefer Capitol Hill because back in El Salvador democracy is proceeding without them. 44. A former American ambassador's milder estimation was that the majority of the people in the solidarity movement against U.S. policy in El Salvador were sincere and well-meaning people ignorant of any of the movement's ties to the FMLN guerrillas and, at most, have only a vague sympathy to the FMLN. 45. 24. Troop cap and certifying human rights. The militarizing of that region is warmongering, it's provocative and it's the wrong way to go. Reverend Jesse Jackson, civil rights leader and Democratic candidate in the 1984 presidential campaign. You can't fight Congress and public opinion and an enemy at the same time. That's why Vietnam was the crime of the century. Caspar Weinberger, Secretary of Defense, 1984. For 3.5 years an army of 22,000 has been outfought by a force of about 7,000 guerrillas. The advisor's mission is to transform that army into a winning team, and to do it quickly. New York Times article on El Salvador, July 19,833. While he was ready and willing to assist the Duarte government and denounce the leftist guerrillas who sought to overthrow it, President Reagan downplayed the significance of the American commitment to El Salvador. In an interview with The Washington Post on March 27, 1981, he called the Salvadoran rebels terrorists who were part of a revolution being exported to the Americas, to Central America and further south, and in response to this threat the United States would be of help to this government. Yet Reagan added that the trainers were in garrison, simply training recruits. Once again this balance between hardline ideology and practice implementation entailed both a promise of U.S. commitment and restricted troop engagement. A few weeks earlier he had responded at length to explain why this troop deployment was so limited. Now, you use the term military advisors. You know, there's sort of technicality there. You could say they are advisors in that they're training, but when it's used as advisor, that means military men who go in and accompany the forces into combat, advise on strategy and tactics. We have no one of that kind. We're sending and have sent teams down there to train. They do not accompany them into combat. And as a matter of fact, we have such training teams in more than 30 countries today, and we've always done that. The officers of the military in friendly countries and in our neighboring countries have come to our service schools, West Point, Annapolis, and so forth. So, I don't see any parallel at all. During a press conference in early 1982, Reagan responded to a question concerning the conditions he would consider for sending U.S. combat troops to El Salvador. Well, maybe if they dropped a bomb on the White House, I might get mad. 7. The unofficial strict cap. Amid the growing controversy about the Reagan administration's response to El Salvador, the issue of American combat troops being deployed took on a special significance. Given the plethora of Vietnam War comparisons and the administration's immediate move to double the advisory mission to 54 soldiers, this was not surprising. In response, Virginia Senator Robert Byrd introduced an amendment to the War Powers Resolution on March 8, 1982, that would require congressional concurrence before U.S. combat troops could be sent to El Salvador. The administration countered such congressional efforts by contending that, as White House Press Secretary Larry Speakes phrased it, there was no plan to send combat troops to El Salvador or anywhere else. Policymakers in the Reagan administration and members of Congress also knew full well that the notion of expanded direct military involvement in El Salvador was deeply unpopular. In turn, this sober realization also made officials pursue policies that were less likely to end up with American boots on the ground. As one senior Reagan official recalled, there was sort of a Vietnam line in terms of what could be attempted in El Salvador. In this sense, the morass of Vietnam helped prevent a similar morass in El Salvador. Millions of Americans and many members of Congress were worried about another Vietnam in El Salvador. They listened to the Reagan administration's announcement about sending military trainers and making sizable increases in military assistance and assumed the worst. Less understood at the time was that, as we saw with the circumspect Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger when considering Alexander Haig's plan to target Cuba, U.S. policymakers and military leaders had also been seared by Vietnam and were eager to not repeat the experience. Thus, El Salvador policy continued to be developed in ways to avoid another Vietnam, such as eventually embracing a troop cap on the number of military advisors deployed in El Salvador. In March 1983 both the House and Senate had moved to establish a maximum number of personnel. That same August, though, the Reagan administration responded to the looming legislative mandated cap by telling Capitol Hill that it would not raise the number of American military advisors above 55. So an unofficial cap of 55 was born, even if the Reagan administration had adhered to that level since its initial increase in advisors in early 1981. The U.S. soldiers in El Salvador operated under conservative rules of engagement dictated by the U.S. military group at the U.S. Embassy and U.S. Southern Command in the Panama Canal Zone. The strict rules were put in place to lessen the chance that soldiers would be caught in actual fighting and classified as combat troops, which would have violated the War Powers Resolution, the 1973 law intended to check the executive branch's ability to wage war without congressional approval. They were stationed in San Salvador and a few regional garrisons with authorized day trips no farther than 5 kilometers from the garrisons to conduct training. The soldiers were also prohibited from accompanying the units they trained into combat. The no combat rule, for one, helps explain why there were no American advisors present when the U.S. trained at Les Satel Battalion unleashed its killing force around the town of El Mozote in early December 1981. The cap applied only to the number of military advisors in El Salvador, meaning officials involved in other capacities, such as the military group at the U.S. Embassy or as medical advisors in phase hospitals did not count against the cap. In addition, numerous 12-man Special Forces A-teams conducted 6-week-long training clinics throughout El Salvador and immediately departed the country so as not to count against the cap 3. The U.S. military would also train Salvadoran soldiers outside the country, mainly in Honduras, as another way to avoid being counted for in February 1985. For instance, the U.S. government acknowledged that it often had up to 120 soldiers in El Salvador but claimed that it was not in violation of the 55-person congressional limit since the surplus soldiers were handling other duties or were in the country for less than 2 weeks of temporary duty. 5 critics claimed these were simply schemes that, while perhaps technically correct, violated the spirit of the informal cap. And at times, the actual number of soldiers was considerably over the limit, for example, exceeding 150 in 1987. The United States also relied on other Latin American governments democratic and military ruled to provide phase training. One State Department eyes-only cable to Washington reported Argentina's ruling military junta had indicated, "All we have to do is tell them what to do." 7. The troop cap was one more way that Congress could indirectly influence the implementation of Reagan's Salvador military strategy. One Special Forces officer summed up the troop cap when he quipped that it was the most watched figure in the war. Registered. This might also be an example of policies being carried out in El Salvador that were suboptimal at best and counterproductive at worst. Many proponents of the cap assumed that it prevented the U.S. military from doing what it would otherwise do, insert combat troops that would only lead to calls for even more troops. Not surprisingly, many military planners and operatives on the ground were not happy with the limit, believing that it hampered their critically important mission of professionalizing their Salvadoran counterparts. Yet there were also many in the U.S. military who thought that while the troop cap was entirely arbitrary, it forced them to maintain a light footprint, thereby forcing the Salvadoran military to assume responsibility for the war's success or failure. Degree 1 Former American military trainer recalled that he and his colleagues would bang heads against the wall on that limit, but it kept a very low profile, and probably kept the advisory effort alive. There were enough pressure groups to get the advisor groups out of the country, that it could have soured very quickly on us. Another advisor commented to the author, "At the time I felt somewhat constrained, but in retrospect it was probably a good thing. The political objectives have to override what the military guys on the ground want to do." While the troop cap and war powers resolution restrained military action abroad, the danger soldiers faced would serve to challenge the confines of these rules. A U.S. military communications technician was injured by guerrilla gunfire during a helicopter mission in early 1983, which made him the first American soldier wounded while on duty in El Salvador. As the years of the war progressed and no slippery slope appeared, new relaxed rules meant that American advisors were allowed to carry automatic weapons while in combat zones. Yet the informal troop cap endured until the end of the decade, even though at that point the number of advisors had dropped well below the 55-man limit. One salient historical counterfactual is how many troops would have been deployed to El Salvador had the 5-person cap not been in place. A U.S. military planner based at the U.S. Southern Command in Panama had been developing a plan for 250 advisors that would have entailed training down to the company level, but with memories of Vietnam still fresh, he was told by his superiors that this plan was politically untenable. 3 Ironically, the administration's ambivalent embrace of the troop cap in the short term only served to increase the worries about deepening U.S. military involvement in El Salvador. Another irony was that one of the initial architects of the engagement strategy, the by then retired and former ambassador to El Salvador Robert White, was now vociferously denouncing the U.S. advisory effort. For example, addressing the House Appropriations Committee on Foreign Operations on February 2.5, 1981, the outgoing ambassador placed particular emphasis on the consequences of U.S. military operations, from which he had sought to dissociate himself. As the civilian responsible for the implementation of United States foreign policy in El Salvador over the past year, I would be at a loss as to how to define the mission of military advisors in El Salvador. You know, the security forces in El Salvador have been responsible for the deaths of thousands and thousands of young people, and they have executed them just on the mere suspicion that they are leftists or sympathize with leftists. Are we really going to send military advisors in there to be part of that kind of machinery? 4. El Salvador would be undergoing a social revolution. With its control of the purse strings necessary to fund the executive branch's foreign policy operations, Congress is often tempted to apply conditions to the provision of these funds. And El Salvador in the 1980s was no exception to this tendency. 5 Senator Christopher Dodd, Representative Stephen Solars, and Representative Jonathan Bingham worked together to provide a mechanism that skeptical liberals in the U.S. Congress would use to ensure that they could at least nip around the edges of a Reagan strategy that they saw as woefully obtuse to the dire human rights situation. The approved legislation required President Reagan to certify that the Salvadoran government was making a concerted and significant effort to comply with internationally recognized human rights and achieving substantial control over all elements of its armed forces, so as to bring to an end the indiscriminate torture and murder of Salvadoran citizens by these forces. 7 The administration provided its first report to Congress in late January 1982. It contended that the Duarte junta had made a concerted and significant effort to respect human rights. As a result, $25 million in military aid and $40 million in economic assistance was disbursed. The certification language was also an attempt to pressure the Reagan administration to focus reform on El Salvador's internal ills, not just external Soviet bloc subversion. According to one congressional supporter, although I do not deny that there is an international dimension to the conflict, its roots are internal. Even without the flow of arms aid from communist nations to the guerrilla insurgents, El Salvador would be undergoing a social revolution. While the Reagan administration would come to bristle at the biannual certification that lasted until 1983, some congressional liberals were attempting to abolish military aid to El Salvador altogether. According to Liberal Representative Gary Studds, the time has come to stop the killing and start the talking. Degree in a snarky editorial titled "The Communist Victory," the conservative Wall Street Journal wrote, "Communist forces are not winning the war in El Salvador, despite a continued flow of arms from Cuba and a capacity to shoot up the American embassy now and then for sport. They are, however, having a modicum of success in the U.S. Congress." 37 The State Department's first certification report in late January 1982 came at an inopportune time for the Reagan administration, given that there had been a rash of reporting on political violence and human rights abuses occurring in El Salvador. On January 26, the American Civil Liberties Union and America's Watch, two activist organizations, released a report alleging that the Salvadoran government was involved with some 200 politically motivated murders a week, and the widespread use of torture by all branches of the nation's security forces. Most critically, on January 27 and 28, the Washington Post and New York Times published articles describing the El Mozote massacre, further highlighting the need to curb the excesses of the Salvadoran military units. Certainly, these congressional adherents believed, there was simply no way that the Reagan administration would be able to credibly certify that progress was being made in the Central American cauldron. The Reagan administration justified the certification by citing the challenges of balancing the administration's desire to show progress with the inescapable reality that the human rights situation remained dire. The Salvadoran government, since the overthrow of General Romero, has taken explicit actions to end human rights abuses. The paramilitary organization ORDEN has been outlawed, although some of its former members may still be active. 33 While conservatives praised the report, 55 House liberals sent a letter to Reagan claiming that the certification was contrary to the documented facts and requested that he revoke it. 34 Gary Studds even declared Reagan's certification null and void and attempted to suspend military aid. Despite their efforts, however, there were simply not enough votes to defund or otherwise block the White House's approach to El Salvador, emphasizing the fear of abandoning El Salvador at this trying time. This condition forced the administration to positively certify El Salvador's progress every 6 months, and it ended only after Reagan vetoed the legislation in late 1983.35. According to Reagan official Elliott Abrams, Congress demanded the time-consuming reports even though it was never prepared to actually stop the aid. But Congress 258 didn't cut off aid, because it didn't want to risk being blamed, if the guerrillas won as a result, for losing El Salvador. Instead, they required certification, which is to say, they agreed to fund the war while reserving the right to call us fascists. 3 degrees The now departed U.S. ambassador to El Salvador Dean Hinton was even more critical when he suggested that Congress didn't want to take the responsibility to deny the resources to the government of El Salvador, and on the other hand they didn't want to endorse it, so they created a certification procedure and made the rest of us jump through the hoop, and the president had to certify it. The certification process, for Hinton, was a political cop-out by a lot of congressmen. 37 Jeane Kirkpatrick objected that certification was undermining the confidence of vulnerable allies. 3 A State Department official took a more moderate reflection. Certification was time-consuming, frustrating, but a net good as it forced us to keep at the human rights issue. 3 Administration critics, however, argued that executive branch certification held the administration's feet to the fire on the deplorable human rights situation in El Salvador. The most perplexing issue in this debate that repeated itself every 6 months was not so much the level of violence in the country, rather, the disagreement focused on whether the agreed-upon horrible situation was improving or worsening. Congressman Jonathan Bingham called the certification fraud, pure and simple, adding that we should not allow the Reagan administration to swear a duck is an eagle in order to support repression in the name of anti-communism in El Salvador. 4 The vocal Christopher Dodd returned from one visit to El Salvador and declared, "Certification is a farce, it's irrelevant. We've spent $748 million there in 3 years, and what do we have to show for it? 4 other more strident critics contended that the Reagan administration was using certification to cover up America's involvement in a dirty war. The director of America's Watch argued, what the Reagan administration did was embrace the principle of human rights and then conduct warfare over the facts. The fight over El Mozote exemplified this. 4 New York Congressman Stephen Solarz went a step further, decrying the Orwellian tones of this certification 43 rather than a serious component of El Salvador policy. Certification became a beltway football of accusations that the Reagan administration's supporters and critics tossed back and forth. Nonetheless, the administration soon realized that the routine certifications gave it some leverage over the Salvadoran security forces, which were becoming quite accustomed to the sizable U.S. aid and training packages. Elliott Abrams admitted that the good cop, bad cop routine with Congress was very effective as it created a credible threat of a cessation in aid. 44 Indeed, Washington's leverage over the Salvadoran government and military continued to increase over the course of the 1980s until the Salvadorans were entirely dependent on U.S. largesse to fund its war and economy. This was an unexpected yet welcome development as U.S. policymakers continued the Carter-era grit-your-teeth policy of supporting reforms despite the weakness and abuses present in their Salvadoran counterparts. Inclination of the United States to intervene in endless wars. As the Cold War between the United States and Soviet Union hardened in the 1980s, the idea of low-intensity conflict began to take hold within U.S. policy and military circles. 45 Low-intensity conflict was guided by the belief that the Soviet and Cuban wars of national liberation needed to be confronted in a way that produced outcomes favorable to U.S. security and avoided wasteful quagmires. 4 In the words of Reagan's second Secretary of State, George Shultz, in a 1983 speech, we must be prepared to commit our political, economic, and if necessary, military power when the threat is still manageable and shown its prudent use can prevent the threat from growing. 47 Reagan's hawkish foreign policy posited that, contrary to Carter's ambivalence about using military force to check leftist revolution, Washington should unabashedly but sparingly offer assistance and deploy forces to promote U.S. interests. Not surprisingly, many critics believed that low-intensity conflict was a new term for the inclination of the United States to intervene in endless wars. 48 One worrisome development for the United States' unfolding effort to bolster the Salvadoran state and military was that despite the embarrassing failure of its final offensive, the FMLN was quickly becoming an extremely powerful fighting force in a conflict where Reagan had pledged there would be no U.S. combat presence. In late January 1982, a guerrilla commando raid on the Ilopango Air Base outside San Salvador destroyed 6 U.S. supplied helicopters and 11 other 260 aircraft. Well-armed guerrilla forces were now camped out around the Guazapa volcano, also situated unnervingly close to the capital, which reinforced the sense that the guerrillas were now operating with much greater impunity and confidence. One FMLN commander subsequently bragged, "If the United States withdrew its support, we could topple the junta in just a few months." Junta President Duarte lamented, "We are losing the fight with the guerrillas in the countryside." 5 The Reagan administration now realized that its significant increase in aid during its first year in office had not produced a quick turnaround. 5 Reagan gambles on elections, 1982. With a fascist dictatorship, the only way to get them to understand anything is with force. Sadly, the Reagan administration sustains this dictatorship. Fermin Cienfuegos, FMLN commander. There is no mistaking that the decisive battle for Central America is underway in El Salvador. Thomas O. Enders, Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs *. In late February 1981, soon after the White House had announced its expanded military and economic aid to the embattled Salvadoran government, the FMLN/FDR invited the Reagan administration to engage in direct negotiations to end the war. This guerrilla overture might have been a result of the failure of the January 1981 final offensive to seize power, but also the FMLN might have decided to support negotiations as a tactic, allowing them to gain time and diplomatic advantage. Whatever the motivations, the FMLN pursued negotiations as a strategy. The State Department quickly rejected the rebels' invitation, countering that if the insurgents want to talk, they should address themselves to the government of El Salvador, and it was not only the guerrillas who were pushing negotiations. In the wake of a massacre of 30 civilians, orchestrated by the infamous Treasury Police, in the town of Soyapango in March, Democratic Senators Paul Tzongas and 261. 262. Edward Kennedy, both of Massachusetts, contended that talks were essential to end the military escalation and pursue a political solution to this conflict. Little over a year later, the House of Representatives voted to urge the Reagan administration to press for unconditional discussions between the guerrillas and the Salvadoran government. Degree Assistant Secretary of State Thomas Enders's much-discussed speech on July 16, 1981, at the World Affairs Council in Washington appeared to provide the possibility of negotiations that the administration had theretofore resisted. Enders, scion of a patrician Republican family from New England, epitomized the best and brightest of his generation. In the 1960s, the towering 6'8" Enders had supported civil rights at home and the Vietnam War overseas. Enders's height meant he towered over CIA Director William Casey and President Reagan. His intellect was equally imposing, Reagan's biographer Lou Cannon wrote, and might have intimidated other policymakers. Enders attributed the conflict to deeply rooted domestic Salvadoran political and socio-economic problems. Yet, in rhetoric that could have been written by Haig or Kirkpatrick, Enders contended, Cuba helped Marxist groups to unify and has been backing them with military training, arms, and propaganda. Had the United States not responded to El Salvador's appeal for help, no country in the area could have considered itself safe from Cuban-backed violence. Based on information from captured FMLN documents, Enders also added that the FMLN was considering using negotiations as a delaying tactic while the insurgents attempted to regroup militarily. He believed that U.S. assistance was needed because a political solution could only be achieved if the guerrillas realized they could not win by the force of arms. Enders's carefully worded address appeared to indicate that the administration had at least opened the door to a political solution while resoundingly rejecting the rebels' call for power sharing. And by political solution, the administration increasingly came to mean elections. In short, the battle came down to the FMLN's insistence on power sharing through negotiations versus the Salvadoran and U.S. government's view that gaining power could only come through the ballot box. According to Enders, a key architect of the unfolding engagement strategy, we should recognize that El Salvador's leaders 263 will not and should not grant the insurgents through negotiations the share of power the rebels have not been able to win on the battlefield. But they should be, and are willing to compete with the guerrillas at the polls. 1 *. Mediation of two belligerent forces. In contrast to Washington's approach as articulated by Enders, the FMLN and its political wing active in Western Europe and the United States, the FDR, made a different public argument. According to Commander Fermin Cienfuegos in a 1981 interview, what we have proposed is mediation given the reality in the country of two belligerent forces, the FARC and the guerrillas. Cienfuegos made it clear to the Reagan administration and the Duarte junta that the appropriate conditions would have to be in place before any talks of mediation, the condition or the political climate that would guarantee the negotiation process between the belligerent forces must exist because there are fascist sectors that must first be ousted and punished. In fact, on October 7, 1981, about 6 months before the key elections, Sandinista leader Daniel Ortega presented an FMLN/FDR peace proposal before the UN General Assembly in which the Salvadoran guerrillas reiterated their stance that the peace talks had to include the fundamental aspects of the conflict. The statement also described the reasons behind the revolution with which many observers around the world increasingly sympathized. If today our people are waging an armed struggle under the leadership of its organizations, the FMLN and FDR, This is because oppressive and repressive regimes have closed all peaceful avenues for change, thus leaving our people with only armed struggle as the sole and legitimate means to attain their liberation, thereby exercising the universal and constitutional right to revolt against illegal and repressive authorities. To the FMLN and FDR, the key components of any talks had to be ending the war and establishing a new political and economic order that will guarantee the Salvadoran people the full exercise of their rights as citizens and a life worthy of human beings. For a few months later, on January 18, 1982, the FMLN even sent a letter to President Reagan. 264. Condemning American involvement and once again calling for negotiations and an understanding of the domestic roots of the war. Your administration has not only sent war materiel and military advisors to the junta, but is also participating in designing and implementing the military strategy of exterminating our people. By means of this scorched earth strategy, the civilian population has become a military target, especially those civilians living near the war fronts, without regard for their sex, creed, or condition as non-combatants. Trying to define the Salvadorian conflict in terms of the confrontation between your government and the Soviet Union seems to us totally detached from reality. It is misery and the repression imposed by the oligarchy and the military which makes thousands of Salvadorians involve themselves in the struggle. Not surprisingly, administration hawks were not convinced by the guerrilla overtures on negotiations. Alexander Haig told Reagan in 1982 that among other deceptions, the Cubans were simply trying to buy time for the Salvadoran guerrillas. By March 1982, the CIA was reporting that Havana's growing interest in negotiations on El Salvador reflected Castro's chagrin over the failure to win a military victory, and a belief that maintenance of the status quo there is not to the guerrillas' advantage. Negotiations, the secret report contended, provide time for the rebels to regroup and rebuild. It concluded with this gloomy assessment: neither the guerrillas nor Cuba and its allies have altered their fundamental assessment that power ultimately can only be won through military strength. 7. On reflection, it remains an open question as to how sincere both sides were in the desire for negotiations. Moreover, as is often the case in such talks, both sides had entirely different understandings of what negotiations entailed. Further complicating matters is that our perception of these policies is largely derived from the public pronouncements at the time. Vote in the morning, die in the afternoon. In March 1981, Junta President José Napoleón Duarte appointed an independent election council to prepare for the following year's national election to select a constituent assembly tasked with appointing an interim government, drafting a new constitution, and setting a date for future presidential elections. The government used slogans 265, such as "Your vote, your solution," and "Because El Salvador has changed, your vote will be respected," in order to convince the skeptical Salvadoran population that this would indeed be the first free election in 50 years. 8. U.S. agencies active in El Salvador, like the U.S. Agency for International Development and the labor organization American Institute for Free Labor Development, spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to bolster government efforts intended to help ensure an orderly process. On the covert side, the CIA helped fund the production of campaign materials and radio and television commercials in order to boost the fortunes of the centrist Christian Democrats at the expense of the guerrillas and the right-wing arena. In one CIA psychological operation intended to create support for the Christian Democrats, flyers were distributed that showed on one side an oligarch with money spilling out of his pockets and on the other side, a guerrilla wearing a red bandana and carrying a rifle. Remarkably, contrary to, say, the CIA's involvement in overthrowing Guatemala's Democratic President Jacobo Arbenz in 1954, in El Salvador the CIA was working secretly to bolster democracy, however fledgling. Heading up to the 1982 elections, the junta government declared that the FMLN could participate in the vote if they first laid down their arms. This was an especially bold demand given that 1982 had started out very similar to 1981, a powerful guerrilla offensive that sent the phase reeling. The guerrillas quickly dismissed the offer to participate in the vote, positing that power sharing must precede any elections. The guerrillas also promised that they would disrupt the illegitimate election and warned Salvadorans not to partake or risk the consequences. Guerrilla commander Fermin Cienfuegos explained the FMLN's view that this supposed electoral solution would little by little fall apart because no one can believe that free elections could be held with the same genocidal men of 72 and 77 in power. He added, with such precedent, these elections cannot be held, given that the genocidal men are not in favor of any political solution. At the same time, we believe that their scheme of pacification and then elections does not have any possibility of succeeding. Cienfuegos also told a Washington Post correspondent in Managua that the FMLN would call for a 266 popular uprising in which there will be no public transport. In addition, there will certainly be no electricity in the country, business will have to come to a stop, there will be no traffic on the highways, and we will have encircled several of the nation's cities. Another FMLN commander advised on guerrilla radio that the people are to build barricades in the countryside to prevent free movement, the people must remain at home. Media reports mentioned the appearance of guerrilla graffiti across the country that warned residents, vote in the morning, die in the afternoon. Skeptics dismissed this line as convenient hyperbole by election opponents and sensationalist journalists both in Washington and San Salvador. In a fit of saber-rattling intended to provide a preview of what Election Day would be like, a few weeks before the elections the guerrillas conducted raids across the country, including one in the capital. *3 After massive new shipments of arms for the insurgents began arriving in December, the U.S. Embassy began secretly notifying Washington that the FMLN was mounting a major attempt to block elections in El Salvador for March 28. The embassy indicated that the guerrilla operations were being planned at the same time that the FMLN civilian wing, the FDR, was telling American audiences that the guerrillas would not disrupt the vote. 5. Reagan is not letting El Salvador be El Salvador. Given the almost complete absence of true democracy in El Salvador's recent history, critics in the United States remain dubious about the election's merits. One particular point of controversy was the planned role of the FAS in helping to protect voters and polling stations. Peace activist Coleman McCarthy wrote in the Washington Post, "It's an odd way for the government of El Salvador to prepare for next month's election, by turning the army loose to massacre the voters. In the annals of voter registration drives, the West has seen nothing quite like it. Presumably there will be no ballot initiative on whether citizens suspected of disloyalty prefer to be decapitated, shot behind the ear, or slain by strafing from American-supplied helicopters. All three methods have been perfected by the American-advised Salvadoran Army *degree. The FDR's Ruben Zamora published an editorial piece in the Washington Post a week before the election criticizing President Reagan's 267 support of a fraudulent democracy. He began his piece by pointing out that the president sanctioned the communist Polish government's declaration of a state of siege and the cessation of labor strikes while launching a campaign with the slogan "Let Poland be Poland," with the clear message that the Warsaw government was the guilty party. Zamora insisted that Reagan was not letting El Salvador be El Salvador. Zamora also distilled for the American public the central critique of U.S. policy toward the upcoming elections. Reagan and his Secretary of State are trying to make the U.S. public believe that the dilemma is either supporting the Salvadoran junta or letting El Salvador fall into Soviet hands. In this perspective, it does not matter how undesirable it is to provide military aid to a brutal and repressive regime such as the junta of El Salvador. This is thought to be a lesser evil than an FMLN-FDR victory. As Presidents Johnson and Nixon did during the Vietnam years, Reagan is now attempting to conceal the repressive character of the Salvadoran junta by means of elections in order to be able to affirm that he supports a democratically elected regime *registered. Zamora contended that the Salvadoran government was in fact illegitimate and that press censorship and human rights abuses were rampant. What would Reagan have done, Zamora wondered, had the conditions of the 1980 American presidential elections been like El Salvador's? By contrast, and in an indication of how differently the various ideologies and actors viewed the elections, the Salvadoran ambassador to the United States published an article titled "Birth of a New Democracy," extolling the unprecedented democratic strides unfolding. 3 challenging Zamora's assertions about a sham election. A month earlier, El Salvador's Catholic bishops published an open letter tacitly endorsing the upcoming vote. For the Church, the basis of guidance and inspiration is the integral well-being of the people. The majority of the people of El Salvador reject violence, whether it be from the left, the right, or abuses by elements of the armed forces and security guard. 3. In a separate letter, the bishops took an even more forceful stance. We seek in the elections for a constituent assembly, a hope, a possible beginning of a solution to the current crisis. Because of the special circumstances we are facing, we wish to remind all Catholics of their moral obligation to go to the polls. In this way, we can know the will of the Salvadorans. 3 * 268. Leading up to the vote, the small right-wing National Conciliation Party, the military-dominated political party participating in the elections, purchased newspaper advertisements in the conservative press. One publication depicted the Christian Democrat candidate, Duarte, as a vulture, waddling across a map of a country laying skull-shaped eggs. 33 Another ad depicted Duarte as pathetic, terrifying, apocalyptic, offensive, emotional, dramatic, melodramatic, exhausting, comical, waggish, festive, foolish, grotesque, ridiculous, laughable, hilarious, ribald, and satirical. 34 As one journalist observed, it was rather a lot. 5. Exceeded our most optimistic expectations. In late March 1982, just 3 days before the election in El Salvador, Senator Christopher Dodd addressed the Senate, observing that no one could predict with any certainty the outcome. He termed the effort something of a high-stakes role, a real diplomatic crapshoot. 3 He was right. This was a gamble for both the Salvadoran junta and the Reagan administration, which initially had not embraced elections as a key solution to the conflict. When the voting finally took place on March 28, international and domestic electoral observers were stunned by what they witnessed. Defying the guerrilla calls to stay away, over 1.5 million Salvadorans went to the polls, which represented roughly 80% of the electorate. Despite their chilling predictions, the FMLN did not significantly disrupt the voting process. Bipartisan congressional delegations also witnessed the election. Republican Senator Nancy Kassebaum led an observer delegation that included fellow congressmen, church officials, and election experts. In a post-election news conference, the delegation declared that after having personally visited a number of polling areas around the country, they believed that the elections had been free and fair. 37 An ecstatic Ambassador Dean Hinton cabled back to Washington that the results of this election have exceeded our most optimistic expectations. Thousands of Salvadorans walked overnight through guerrilla strongholds, waited hours in line to vote, and are now walking back home through the same strongholds. 3 Secretary of State Haig called it a military defeat for the guerrillas quite as much as a political repudiation. 39. 269. The hundreds of foreign correspondents who had traveled to El Salvador to cover the election were particularly surprised at the events, given that coverage of the war to date had been so negative. Dan Rather of CBS declared on national news, "It's a triumph. 1 million people at the polls." NBC's Tom Brokaw said it was one of the most remarkable election days anywhere. 4 The Washington Post editorialized, "The United States gambled on elections and won." President Reagan apparently loved receiving reports of Salvadoran farmers standing for hours in the baking sun, telling anecdotes about it months and years after the election. 4 When the votes were tallied, the Christian Democrats garnered 35% of the vote, assuring them 24 of the 60 deputies in the assembly. The rightist arena did surprisingly well, though, taking second place with 26%. This shocked the U.S. Embassy and other proponents of engagement who hoped the vote would have marginalized the rightist party. Some Reagan hardliners, on the other hand, were not as surprised by this rightist achievement. A good part of Arena's strong showing could be attributed to the fact that the economy was in tatters and the Christian Democrats were blamed since the incumbent Duarte headed the junta. Tasked with electing a new provisional president, the Christian Democrats balked when it appeared that Arena's Roberto Dogwison would be elected due to support from smaller rightist parties that constituted a majority. Help us to help you. According to CIA internal reporting, Arena was a political movement that cooperate with and directs some terrorist groups. The CIA concluded that the party's extremist perspectives contributed substantially to the widespread illegal violence. Behind Arena's legitimate exterior lay a terrorist network, led by Dogwison henchmen and funded by wealthy Salvadoran expatriates residing in Guatemala and the United States. *3 It is at this point that U.S. diplomats began to apply significant pressure on selected Salvadoran politicians to ensure that Dogwison did not win the vote. With severe arm twisting from the U.S. Embassy that lasted for a month, the military high command imposed a more acceptable solution in the form of independent businessman. 270. Alvaro Magallía to assume the interim slot. 44 Despite intense pressure in America led by Ambassador Hinton, Arena would not acquiesce, arguing, not without technical merit, that they had played the Washington-imposed game of democracy and won. On 3 occasions, Arena scheduled constituent assembly meetings to elect Dogwison as provisional president. 45 The impasse finally broke when on April 20 the American envoy, General Vernon Walters, delivered a letter from Secretary of State Haig warning that the political standoff was jeopardizing U.S. assistance. Help us to help you, Walters told his phase high command counterparts. 4 Ambassador Hinton allegedly provided the phase with a list of 9 possible presidential candidates that the United States could support. Fearful of losing its now indispensable lifeline of military aid, the high command subsequently made it clear that its horse in this election was Alvaro Magallía, the apolitical mortgage banker known to be close to the military. 47 On the day of the vote for the provisional president, Arena supporters in the legislative gallery passed out leaflets denouncing Magallía as a little Jew. Yet, their marching orders from the phase leadership were clear, and despite accurate Arena protestations that the military was putting a gun to our head, the legislature elected him as provisional president. 4 Registered it appeared that the America diplomats had stopped Dogwison on the 1-yard line, as Hinton colorfully phrased it. 4 Or as one State Department official put it, Hinton jammed Magana down Dogwison's throat. 5 Amazingly, the Salvadoran military was intervening to produce an outcome that antagonized the right and bolstered the U.S.-backed political center. Inferring that more than just diplomatic pressure was used to secure the deal, one U.S. diplomat remarked, "That's not intervention. That's money talking." 5. Denied the presidency, Dogwison still ended up as president of the National Assembly, a sharp setback to Washington's approach predicated on both reforms and reformers, not on pathological killers winning elections and running the country. Dogwison and Arena's newfound electoral influence was made abundantly clear when one of the rightist-controlled assembly's first acts was to repeal parts of the controversial U.S.-supported land reform program, something that infuriated Christopher Dodd and other liberals on Capitol Hill. 271. One could get the idea that we're in the business of supporting dictators. The stunning success of the March 1982 elections galvanized President Reagan and his administration. In fact, the event was likely a key catalyst in the development of the anti-communist and pro-democracy platform known as the Reagan Doctrine. In June, Reagan spoke to the British Parliament, citing the struggle of the Solidarity movement in Poland and the rot of the Soviet Union. Since the exodus from Egypt, historians have written of those who sacrificed and struggled for freedom: the stand at Thermopylae, the revolt of Spartacus, the storming of the Bastille, the Warsaw Uprising in World War II. More recently, we've seen evidence of this same human impulse in one of the developing nations of Central America. Day after day we were treated to stories and films slanted toward the brave freedom fighters battling oppressive government forces on behalf of the silent suffering people of that tortured country. And then one day those silent, suffering people were offered a chance to vote. Suddenly the freedom fighters on the hills were exposed for what they really are: Cuban-backed guerrillas who want power for themselves, and their backers, not democracy for the people degree? Indeed, the Salvadoran election greatly influenced Reagan's global foreign policy outlook. It helped frame the fiery debate back in Washington over El Salvador policy. Liberal Democrats might have argued that El Salvador was not democratic enough, but few politicians wanted to go on record suggesting that an FMLN victory was preferable to an imperfect democracy. Degree 3 At the same time, the stunning 1982 election results, tangible evidence of democratic yearning in El Salvador, might have helped sway some Reagan administration officials to embrace engagement. In other words, the Reagan team pushed elections as a core element of its approach to El Salvador, even though key advisors had been dubious of this idealistic Carter-like tactic. Even the once skeptical Jeane Kirkpatrick came to embrace the elections, although she saw them as more evidence of the administration's moral clarity. The character of El Salvador's struggle is no more ambiguous than that of Nicaragua's government. Since the elections of March 1982, nobody even pretends that the FMLN enjoys popular support, is really a bunch of agrarian reformers, or a coalition that would, if victorious, usher in a more perfect 272. Democracy. The fictions with which communist insurgents have conventionally clothed their conquest of power are not available to the partisans of the FMLN. The pretense that the FMLN is an indigenous guerrilla movement without significant foreign support has also largely been abandoned. Too many truckloads, plane loads, boatloads of arms from Cuba, Nicaragua, and the Eastern Bloc have been found, too many documents have been captured, too many pictures taken, too many bold announcements made from Managua. Is a professional guerrilla operation directed from command and control centers in Nicaragua, armed with Soviet bloc arms delivered through Cuba and Nicaragua, bent on establishing in El Salvador the kind of one-party dictatorship linked to the Soviet Union that already exists in Nicaragua. *4. At the same time that Kirkpatrick saw the March vote in such categorical terms, critics of Reagan's policy contended that the elections could not paper over the abusive and illegitimate regime in San Salvador. In a letter published in the Washington Post, a reader argued that the first elections revealed their truly undemocratic character, and with the new right-wing government there is only increased violence and continuing injustice. With human rights abuses increasing since the vote, the reader claimed, the Reagan administration committed an error that has proven fatal for countless Salvadoran civilians. 55 other critics denounced the vote as simply window dressing or demonstration elections to bolster the Reagan administration's existing policies in El Salvador. That is, the Salvadoran election was not an exercise in democracy, but its opposite, a means to deny Salvadoran self-determination and to justify U.S. intervention. According to this critic, for most Salvadorans the election ritual is meaningless and participation is compulsory. Voting is a means of keeping alive for another day. It is for us, the citizens of the United States, that this election is conceived, written, staged, and interpreted. It is for us that the fine words of democracy and self-determination are scripted. It is for us, not the Salvadorans, that this election is called free 5 cent. The guerrillas are not embattled peasants armed with muskets. They are professionals. While there were many vocal critics who thought otherwise, the seemingly pacific elections themselves and the even more important positive international press coverage of these elections undermined the 273. D. Figure 25.1. FMLN fighters associated with the regional propaganda and media center in the town of Perkin in Morazan province. The guerrillas are looking at photographs of themselves that the foreign photographer just took. For most of the war, foreign correspondents had ready access to the guerrillas, a reality that frustrated Salvadoran and U.S. officials. Image and permission by Linda Hess Miller. Liberal Democratic view that the guerrillas maintained widespread popular support and should thus be involved in negotiations. The vote also allowed the Reagan team to more easily make the case that it was supporting self-determination in El Salvador. Assistant Secretary of State Thomas Enders told Congress in April 1982, the massive turnout in El Salvador irrefutably repudiated the claim of the violent left that it has the people behind it. 57. A few months later he told an audience in San Francisco that the FMLN's overconfidence in their appeal led to the militarization of its revolutionary strategy as seen by the January 1981 final offensive that failed disastrously. And then following their failed effort to disrupt the 1982 elections, the guerrillas were revealed as a destructive minority rejected by Salvadoran society. Enders contrasted this illegitimate force with the country's nascent democratic institutions that at long last provided an alternative to violence as a means of political expression. 5° President Reagan himself also continued to highlight the elections as an unequivocal sign of El Salvador's nascent democracy. A little more. 274. Then a year after the Salvadoran elections, on April 27, 1983, Reagan reminded both houses of Congress of the consequences of this historical vote in El Salvador, which proved that the Salvadoran people's desire for democracy will not be defeated. The guerrillas are not embattled peasants armed with muskets. They are professionals. Reagan's public rhetoric on the elections occurred 12 months after the CIA was privately reporting that the successful election dealt a major psychological blow to the insurgent cause, even if this might prove temporary. The CIA wrote in a special intelligence estimate in June 1982 that Moscow seemed to have been impressed by the Reagan administration's reaction to the situation in El Salvador and appeared concerned that the March 1982 election outcome may have significantly lessened the immediate prospects of the revolutionary left. The report added that the Soviets hoped that abuses taken by the political right in El Salvador would undermine the U.S.-backed Salvadoran government. However, the Soviets took comfort in Western Europe's reluctance to endorse the elections. The Soviets also hoped that actions by the political right in El Salvador would further complicate Washington's efforts to mobilize congressional support for additional military and economic support. The report's conclusion was pessimistic. Although the Soviets appear less sanguine about the insurgents' short-term military prospects, they probably still believe that the insurgents can seize power through a prolonged armed struggle. **26. The Schultz Doctrine. If you're going to have the ballot box free and open, there must be a shield behind which the people can participate. George Shultz, Secretary of State, citing Senator Henry Jackson, 1983. El Salvador, my small country, is an example of a newborn democracy defending its blood, against a totalitarian communist regime. Alvaro Magafia, Salvadoran President, to President Reagan, Washington, D.C., 19837. While not very apparent at the time, a significant shift in President Reagan's El Salvador policy came when George Shultz replaced Alexander Haig as Secretary of State in July 1982. Asserting that American foreign policy no longer reflected consistency, clarity, and steadiness of purpose, Haig had serious differences of opinion with NSC advisor William Clark and Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger over Israel's 1982 incursion into Lebanon. It is also likely that White House Chief of Staff James A. Baker urged Haig to resign. Schultz served in the top diplomatic posting for 6.5 years, the longest tenure since Dean Rusk in the 1960s. Like his predecessor, Schultz saw the Central America issue as a clear case of global communist aggression, reflecting in his memoir. The old forces of dictatorship had taken a new form, that of a command economy, a self-appointed elitist vanguard, and guerrilla warfare. Nicaragua had become its base, all of Central America its. 275. 276. Target. El Salvador was first on the list. Unlike Haig, though, Schultz believed that there were deep structural forces at play in the conflict. He told a House subcommittee in March 1983 that there were legitimate social, economic, and political grievances fueling the conflict. Yet, given the continued external assistance to the FMLN from Cuba and the Soviet bloc, the United States could not simply focus on the underlying inequalities. Rather, the United States had to help alleviate suffering through political and economic reform as well as counter a communist strategy which seeks to aggravate and exploit these problems and so to seize power by force of arms. It appeared that Schultz had become the engagement strategy's proponent par excellence, developing a grin-and-bear-it attitude in balancing the contradictions in American foreign policy in Central America. In his memoir, he recalls this challenge. The governments of El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala contained and tolerated many unsavory characters. Still, serious people in those governments were engaged in a stalwart effort to move toward democracy and the rule of law. The American left would have us leave those governments to struggle on their own and not worry whether communism came to prevail. The American right would have us support the anti-communists no matter how outrageous their behavior. Despite his clear-eyed view of the divided perspectives in Washington, this Secretary of State had his own strong convictions. While he advocated a moderate approach, Schultz was still inclined to take the occasional jab at critics of Salvadoran policy, in one instance critiquing churchmen who want to see Soviet influence in El Salvador improved. As has been made clear throughout this book, foreign policy in Central America stirred great passions in Washington and across the country. Like many of his colleagues, Schultz occasionally adopted a defensive stance on El Salvador policy. Framing engagement. As Secretary of State, Schultz began to shape U.S. ties with El Salvador to reflect his moderate stance toward the region. In November, he sent Reagan a scene-setter memo to help the president prepare for his first 277 meeting with interim Salvadoran President Alvaro Magallanes slated for early December. He told Reagan that over the past 18 months Salvadorans with our help have made considerable progress militarily and have put into place a democratic government. Schultz indicated that as a result of U.S.-backed reform, the momentum shifted away from the foreign-supported guerrillas. The memo continued that human rights abuses remained serious but had subsided somewhat. It warned ominously that politicians and military officers of the far right were obstructing the government's efforts in implementing land reform and in bringing to justice those implicated in the murder of U.S. citizens. Schultz described the meeting as an opportunity for Reagan to praise Magallanes' moderate approach, acknowledge El Salvador's needs, and emphasize U.S. expectations. Your expressions of concern for further progress on human rights and in the administration of justice for the slain U.S. citizens will give Magafia the opportunity to re-emphasize our policy to other key leaders. You can reassure Magallanes that as long as El Salvador continues its counterinsurgency effort, maintains its support for domestic reforms, and improves human rights conduct of its military forces, the U.S. will maintain its support for El Salvador. Schultz suggested talking points for Reagan: you have our complete support in our effort to defeat the guerrillas and keep the reform and reconciliation process moving forward. Another one was that Magafia's military effort should be complemented by an amnesty to all guerrillas willing to lay down their weapons. Last, addressing the touchy issue of negotiations, we are hopeful that the Peace Commission will soon begin its work. Given Schultz's apparent, strong support of engagement, it is important to consider whether his ascension at Foggy Bottom indicated that the balance of power on El Salvador policy within the administration had shifted in that direction. It is also worth asking whether the State Department's bureaucracy, that is, the often more ideologically flexible career Foreign Service officers, influenced Schultz's evolving views on El Salvador. 278. Figure 26.1. Assistant Secretary of State Elliott Abrams briefs Secretary of State George Shultz at the Organization of American States in 1988. The young, brilliant, and polarizing Abrams was an unabashed member of the neoconservative wing inside the Reagan administration. A circumspect Schultz recalled in his memoir that Abrams was someone always preoccupied with the Contras. Standing between Abrams and Schultz is Richard McCormick, the U.S. ambassador to the OAS in Reagan's second term. Image and permission by Jeremy Bigwood. Two-track approach. The year 1983 began with more surprises on the negotiations front. In March, in what was a deft move that placed the onus on the White House, the guerrilla-aligned FDR urged the Reagan administration to take part in negotiations not as a mediator but as an active participant. Because of its role in providing economic, political, and military support to the Salvadoran regime, we consider the Reagan administration as a belligerent party directly confronting. While it once again and predictably refused to take up this offer, the Reagan team nonetheless continued to pursue the two-track approach to Salvador, would embrace negotiations with the Salvadoran left, while the other would continued funding and reinforcing the forces fighting against it. 3. Reagan hardliners were not happy with this decision, more or less a deeper commitment to what Enders had laid out in his July 1981 World Affairs Council speech, but congressional pressure for the administration to get behind negotiations was growing. In April, hardliners at the White House attempted to torpedo Enders' strategy by leaking it to the Washington Post, which described the internal divide as a lively policy battle. Trademark for administration hardliners were not the only ones displeased with the two-track strategy. One leftist critic suggested that the policy's motivation was more cynical. Goal of this two-track approach was less to move toward the bargaining table at that moment than to get the money from Congress needed to move at all. 15. A plan to create a communist Central America. The Reagan team's schizophrenia on U.S. policy in El Salvador deepened in the spring of 1983 when Union Ambassador Kirkpatrick returned after a two-day tour of Central America. Her findings, the Washington Post reported, reinforced her opinions about the misdirection of policy under Enders. Considered by White House insiders to be the most militant figure in the administration on Central America, Kirkpatrick quickly conveyed her misgivings to Reagan. 7. In Kirkpatrick's view, progress for the Salvadoran government and military, weak to begin with, was hindered by the uncertainty of U.S. aid and training commitments. To top it off, the White House requests to Congress for aid, both economic and military, were woefully inadequate. Kirkpatrick also told the president that his Central America policy was lacking in vigor and that Enders was pursuing a stalemate rather than a victory. She added that the region's leaders were personally suspicious and resentful of Enders. Registered. As the Washington Post reported at the time, this picture of Enders spawning resentment in Latin America struck a sympathetic chord in a White House already suspicious of an ambitious patrician seen as patronizing and arrogant. Enders rapidly lost what had been almost a monopoly over Central America policy, and by May he lost his job. Asterisk. With Enders gone in an ouster backed by NSC advisor William Clark, was engagement dead? If Kirkpatrick's April 3, 1983, article 280 in the Washington Post was any indication, a hawkish strategy was on the rise. It's almost unbearably unfashionable to say so, but there is a plan to create a communist Central America which, if successful, will have momentous consequences for our security, and for the unfortunate people of Central America. The short-term plan of the Nicaraguan, Cuban, and Soviet leaders, Kirkpatrick posited, was to bring to power in El Salvador the type of Moscow-aligned dictatorship that she saw next door in Nicaragua. She would even later claim that there are people in the U.S. Congress, who would actually like to see the Marxist forces take power in El Salvador. In an action that seemed to be approval of what might be called the Kirkpatrick Doctrine for El Salvador, on April 27 Reagan announced before a joint session of Congress his intent to secure a doubling of annual military aid, which amounted to over $136 million yet. Contrary to what the doubling of aid implied to some skeptical observers, Reagan refined but did not jettison the two-track approach crafted, ironically, by an Assistant Secretary of State who was on his way out. Reagan reminded Congress that American support for El Salvador started with his predecessor. President Carter did not hesitate. He authorized arms and munitions to El Salvador. The guerrilla offensive failed, but not America's will. 3 He called for increased economic and military assistance to bolster human democratic systems and responded to the military challenge from Cuba and Nicaragua, to their deliberate use of force to spread tyranny. Reagan said that land reform is making thousands of farm tenants, farm owners. In a little over 3 years, 20% of the arable land in El Salvador has been redistributed to more than 450,000 people. That's 1 in 10 Salvadorans who have benefited directly from this program. 4 Most significantly, Reagan at least rhetorically endorsed negotiations, although the term meant something entirely different to the guerrillas, we will support dialogue and negotiations both among the countries of the region and within each country. 5. Reagan's embrace of the Schultz/Enders line did not mean that he would abandon his sense of the broader ideological and even existential issues at stake in El Salvador and Central America. Thus, Reagan used his inimitable rhetorical flair to raise the specter of Nazi U-boats torpedoing Allied ships in the Caribbean in World War II, the threat. 281. Of the Soviet combat brigades still in Cuba, and the menace of Libyan arms shipments to Nicaragua. Yet, the president posited, the greatest threat of all was that, having put America's prestige and credibility on the line, there would be a serious setback if America did not contain communist aggression. If Central America were to fall, what would the consequences be for our position in Asia, Europe, and for alliances such as NATO? If the United States cannot respond to a threat near our own border, why should Europeans or Asians believe that we're seriously concerned about threats to them? If the Soviets can assume that nothing short of an actual attack on the United States will provoke an American response, which ally, which friend will trust us then? Registered. Raise hell about human rights. The White House tapped a Republican Party fundraiser, Langhorne Tony Motley, to replace Enders as chief diplomat for Latin American affairs. 7. In an ouster that was made public on May 27, 1983, Enders was reassigned as ambassador to Spain. One White House official indicated that Reagan's decision to remove Enders was based more on process than policy. Asterisk registered. The next day the White House also removed career ambassador Dean Hinton. At the announcement of Hinton's replacement, career diplomat Thomas Pickering, Schultz indicated that the reassignments of the two key postings did not presage any policy shift. In fact, he lavished praise on Mr. Enders, who had been a principal architect of the administration's Latin American policies. Interestingly, in Enders's final public address in his Latin America position, he told the Council of the Americas Business Group that there will not be peace without negotiations, even if talks could not entirely substitute for military and diplomatic pressures on opponents. 3 Schultz then instructed Pickering in private to raise hell about Salvadoran human rights abuses. 3. As we will see, Pickering carried out his boss's orders with alacrity. Observers then and now have logically concluded that the removal of Enders and Hinton represented the influence of the hardliners' emphasis on the military campaign. In this reading, Enders's public support for negotiations between San Salvador and the FMLN forced him out of his job. 3 The potential irony, though, is that Enders and Hinton were not really moderates, but instead simply less hawkish. 282. Than their hardline colleagues. That is, while they supported elections and negotiations, they were also unyielding in believing in Cuban and Nicaraguan subversion in El Salvador. What's more, the hardliners' ousting of Enders and Hinton was not alone persuasive evidence that the overall policy toward El Salvador had become more hawkish, even if that is how it looked to most observers at the time. Another key factor to consider is the extent to which Reagan himself endorsed the Schultz/Enders doctrine or the Kirkpatrick doctrine for El Salvador. Given the administration's colorful and polarizing public rhetoric on El Salvador, it is not surprising that observers sometimes concluded that the true thrust of the strategy was hawkish. A single quote by hardliner Kirkpatrick or moderate Schultz might sound stern and determined, but one comment does not, in itself, indicate decided policy. After all, El Salvador's situation differed from year to year, meaning perspectives also shifted, thus making it challenging to pinpoint an official's overall view. In the face of the developing situation in El Salvador, skeptical hardliners continued to question the benefits of negotiation. In a speech on September 12, 1983, Under-Secretary of Defense Fred Ickel suggested that a military solution was the only legitimate response. We can no more negotiate an acceptable political solution with these people than the Social Democrats in revolutionary Russia could have talked Lenin into giving up totalitarian Bolshevism. You have to defeat these rule or ruin forces militarily. 33 Yet if, say, the continued adherence to the restrictive troop cap was any indication, engagement was alive and even deepening despite Kirkpatrick's alarmist warnings to Reagan. In short, where was Fred Ickle's hardline policy? Along these lines, given an increase in the assistance package, the opportunity for a more hawkish strategy was present, yet it is not fully clear what the hardliners had in mind. That is, with little appetite for U.S. combat troops from any corner of the administration, and especially following the stunning 1982 Salvadoran elections, hardliners might have been more on board with engagement than their rhetoric suggested. Before NSC advisor Frank Carlucci made sweeping changes after the Iran-Contra scandal broke in late 1986, key White House foreign policy positions were often occupied by what Reagan biographer Lou Cannon has called self-important advocates of covert action who 283 were contemptuous of congressional opposition and American public opinion. 34 According to Cannon, these aides, along with CIA Director William Casey, believed that the resources of the West should be mobilized to fight communists with their own methods. One of the most dogged of these hardliners was Constantine Menges, who served for 2 years as one of Casey's national intelligence officers for Latin America until the old boy CIA professionals tired of his lectures and sent him to the White House. In October 1983, Menges became a special assistant to Reagan for Latin American affairs. White House and State Department critics dubbed him a constant menace. Yet Cannon, who covered the White House at the time, wrote that he was in fact a principled conservative who believed that Washington should suppress right-wing death squads and promote land reform in Central America as vigorously as it fought the Salvadoran rebels and Sandinistas. 35 While the rough outlines of Salvador policy appeared to be working or at least not failing, Menges and his fellow hardliners had turned their attention to Nicaragua in what was becoming a much more controversial and polarizing strategy of using the proxy Contra-insurgency to overthrow the Sandinistas. That is, albeit for very different ideological reasons, the hardliners were attempting to accomplish with the Contras in Nicaragua what the FMLN sought in El Salvador: regime change. This my government would never commit. Presidents Reagan and Magania spoke to the press after their June 17, 1983, meeting in Washington. Reagan commended the courageous Magafia for making admirable progress in the tough task of moving El Salvador toward democracy while coordinating a defense against the Marxist-led guerrillas who would turn his country into a Cuban-style dictatorship. Reagan stated that Magafia was deeply involved in preparations for the presidential elections and was attempting through the Salvadoran government's Peace Commission to encourage the participation in the electoral process of all Salvadorans, including the extreme left. This is the true path of peace for that country. And in moderate rhetoric, that could have been uttered by Jimmy Carter, Reagan added, "We discussed the military situation." 284. In El Salvador, President Magui also detailed his government's reform efforts, including the land reform program and the recently announced plan for judicial reform. He reaffirmed his government's commitment to human rights. 37 Given the success of the March 1982 vote that brought Magui into the presidency, it is not surprising that the Salvadoran leader told reporters that elections were an indispensable part of his country's growing democracy. Echoing Reagan, Magui stated that his peace program rests fundamentally upon the electoral process. "I reaffirm that the solution to the problem of violence should be essentially democratic. Accordingly, elections with participation by all Salvadorans without distinction, constitute the only means to obtain a definitive and permanent peace in order to establish a pluralist system that ensures democracy." Responding to the guerrillas' calls that a negotiated settlement must come through power sharing, not elections, the Salvadoran president was unequivocal: just as the essence of democracy consists of the right of the citizens to elect their leaders and to confer political power on their representatives, negotiating away a portion of this political power would be a divestment and betrayal of the electorate. This my government would never commit. 3 degrees from these two presidents' public comments, it appeared that the White House and the fledgling government in El Salvador had agreed on a way forward. Yes to negotiations, but negotiations had to be an outcome of democratic elections. Had the 1982 vote turned into the disaster that many expected or hoped for, would the Reagan administration have embraced the ballot box as a pillar of its Salvador option? In fact, at the same time as the Reagan-MAGAFIA meeting, press reports noted that administration officials were continuing to publicly oppose talks that would allow for negotiations without preconditions as the FMLN had insisted upon in late 1982, but were privately moving quietly toward talks with the insurgents aimed at inducing them to stop fighting and take part in planned elections. 39. Elections are not a solution to the war. With the congressional pressure for negotiations mounting, in early May 1983 Reagan appointed former Florida Senator Richard Stone as 285. A special Central America envoy to, among other tasks, seek a negotiated settlement to the Salvadoran Civil War. 4° scholar William Leo Grande has argued that NSC hardliners appointed ideologically conservative Stone to the envoy post as an antidote to Ender's pacifism. 4*. This might have been the motivation, but it did not appear to result in Stone's adopting a hawkish stance in his deliberations in El Salvador. What's more, whether the hardliners realized it or not, Enders was not a pacifist. In early February 1983, for example, he warned that in El Salvador, if we allow a government that is reforming itself, to be knocked off by guerrillas who don't have the people with them, then no government in the Isthmus will be safe. 4*. Trying to scare Capitol Hill into providing continued military aid, a month later he told Congress that the Salvadoran army had reached a point where there are no bullets available. 43. The White House had already sent Stone, a Democrat with close ties to his state's Cuban community and considered an ideological conservative, to El Salvador on a special mission to encourage MAGAFA to move up the presidential elections preferably no later than October or November of 1983 instead of the scheduled March 1984 date. 4. Contrary to what one might have expected from an envoy sent by hawkish NSC advisor William Clark, Stone urged MAGAFIA to move up the elections rather than suspend them and have the military take over. Even some of the hawks, it appeared, were singing the praises of elections. In June 1983, the FMLN/FDR simultaneously released a communiqué in Mexico and Washington indicating that it had sent a letter to Stone requesting a direct dialogue, to discuss the ways to achieve a political solution to the conflict in El Salvador. 45. Amazingly, the letter suggested that the talks be held in the United States in the presence of witnesses from the U.S. Congress. Once again the guerrillas stated that Stone would not be seen as a mediator but instead as a representative of a belligerent party. 4°. Early the following month Stone abruptly cancelled his Central America trip after failing to meet in San Jose, Costa Rica, with FDR leader Guillermo Ungo. 47. According to Costa Rican leftists close to the rebel negotiators, Ungo and his delegation were upset by Stone's position that he would participate in the meeting only to pass along Salvadoran government proposals and foster discussions between 286. The guerrillas and the government's peace commission to facilitate rebel participation in elections. 4*. Guerrilla military chief Joaquin Villalobos explained on Radio Vence Ramos why negotiations with Stone failed to take place earlier that July. We have made it very clear that elections are not a solution to the war. The solution lies in the recognition of the political military forces of the FMLN in the establishment of a new government, the formation of an army in which the FMLN is incorporated and the end of U.S. intervention. 4. Over the course of August and September 1983, Stone met with various actors on the Salvadoran left on an open agenda, including 2 meetings in Costa Rica. 5°. Stone's overture proved somewhat of a public relations dilemma for the White House, which had maintained that it would not engage in direct talks with the rebels but instead only facilitate their conversations with the Salvadoran government. 5. While these discussions did not lead to any concrete commitments or declarations, it was still an unexpected development, and the motivations were unclear for having Stone talk to the guerrillas or vice versa. Afterward, Stone would only say that the meetings had broken the ice. 5*. A guerrilla spokesman, however, was less positive. Richard Stone's talks with the diplomatic commission are aimed at a military solution. We don't believe the United States is interested in a political solution. 53. Back in the United States, Some critics believed that Stone's diplomatic shuttling was more related to Capitol Hill imperatives, namely, to earning goodwill on the negotiations front to ensure that Congress would continue to cut checks for the Salvador endeavor. Rather than searching for opportunities to bring the two sides together, one scholar has argued, the talks demonstrated that the guerrillas did not want to participate in the presidential elections, foreshadowing continued years of conflict and bloodshed. 54. Human rights. It is clear that the United States won't permit the left to take power in El Salvador. I don't think there is any way to manage this war without a direct confrontation. FMLN spokesman, April 19,847. The Mosses are the same as the guerrillas. They are not innocent. Captain Luis Mario Aguilar Alfaro, Phase Chiefs of Staff spokesperson, March 1984. Journalists, tell the truth. Pro Arena bumper stickers in San Salvador, 1982 to 19,833. As President Reagan's first term in office wore on, the United States' effort to bolster El Salvador's precarious democracy and abusive and inept military did not appear to be succeeding. The bad news out of El Salvador just kept coming. For example, on September 23, 1983, the Salvadoran Air Force indiscriminately bombed the small town of Tenancingo, leaving 50 civilians dead, a grisly episode that deeply frustrated U.S. military trainers. Of critical concern to the robust and still bitter debate in Washington over U.S. policy, El Salvador continued to be a disaster zone for human rights, although the numbers of reported disappearances and massacres had ebbed from the height of a few years earlier. 287. 288. Key Reagan officials' comments and actions periodically revealed ambivalence, if not outright hostility to human rights. This often occurred when Reagan officials claimed that the death squads were shadowy forces and thus very difficult to control. For example, Reagan's top diplomat for human rights, Elliot Abrams, in August 1983 stated, "We don't know who is behind the death squads 5 even more than security force abuses or embarrassments, such as the Tenancingo bombing. The wanton killings by the death squads were a public relations nightmare for the Reagan administration, which had decided to embrace the grin and bear it approach and focus on reform and elections to save El Salvador from communism." Registered a difficult question, though, is whether the increased rhetoric on human rights that began in late 1982 and early 1983 was in fact genuine or just more appetite suppressant for a Congress obsessed with human rights, when in fact officials' key concern was checking the Marxist guerrilla advance. The guerrillas of this mafia. On October 29, 1982, Dean Hinton, the U.S. ambassador in El Salvador who had replaced Robert White the previous year, gave a speech to the deeply conservative Salvadoran American Chamber of Commerce in San Salvador. Up until this point, Hinton had been privately outspoken and publicly cautious on the issue of human rights. But on this day, the crusty career diplomat told his stunned hosts, in the first 2 weeks of this month, at least 68 human beings were murdered in El Salvador under circumstances which are familiar to everyone here. He added that the mafia must be stopped. Your survival depends on it. The guerrillas of this mafia, every bit as the guerrillas in Morazan and Quetzaltenango, are destroying El Salvador. Registered while many Salvadoran conservatives predictably slammed Hinton's patronizing language and tone, some moderate business people expressed support. According to one, the ambassador's message needed to get through to the oligarchy. The U.S. Embassy told reporters that it believed the speech had given at least a psychological boost to reform groups like the Christian Democrats and progressive senior military officials. Some of the foreign press focused not on Hinton's 289 remarks but instead on the outsized viceroy-like role he played in Salvadoran wartime society. For example, Marl Simons wrote in the New York Times in November 1982. In San Salvador, Mr. Hinton's every appearance, move or remark are widely analyzed, repeated, and commented. The discussion includes a lighter side, his cigar smoking, poker playing and fiancée, a woman nearly half his age from a prominent Salvadoran family. The importance of the United States ambassador has become crystallized in the use of the language. He is referred to only as the ambassador, just as the Salvadoran taxi drivers refer to the embassy. As news of Hinton's unprecedented remarks began to circulate in El Salvador and Washington, a small controversy erupted over whether the Reagan administration had approved the remarks. The U.S. Embassy claimed that the administration had signed off on the speech. While two unnamed White House sources rebuked Hinton's comments, he was not removed from his post, unlike his predecessor Robert White, who was ousted after aggravating Secretary of State Haig in early 1981. Hinton later explained his reasoning for the speech: "They thought it was not in keeping with a quiet diplomatic approach. They thought it was a little loud, public diplomacy. I thought the basic policy is quiet diplomacy, but there is provision for exception. I decided the time had come to go public, and I went public." For the Reagan officials' split reaction to the speech in late 1982 occurred because there were still deep divisions between moderates like Hinton and his bosses Thomas Enders and George Shultz in Washington, who were actively promoting Carter-era engagement, and the more hardline anti-communist Reagan appointees. Around the time of Hinton's stunning comments, far-right groups in El Salvador became increasingly critical of the United States' deep involvement in the country. It is also likely not a coincidence that the comments came immediately after rightist political circles suffered a bitter loss when the U.S. orchestrated election fix in March 1982 kept Roberto Dubuisson from the presidency. In one instance, in early 1982, a full-page advertisement in the rightist newspaper Diario de Hoy, placed by the arena-linked Women's Crusade for Peace and 290 work, accused the United States and Hinton more specifically of blackmailing us with your miserable aid, which only keeps us subjugated in underdevelopment so that powerful countries like yours can continue exploiting our few riches and having us under your boot. Sent by October of that year, advertisements appeared in San Salvador dailies alleging a betrayal of the fatherland by the military, who were now seen as lackeys of the United States. *7. The right wing will be blamed for it. The following year, in July 1983, Hinton was relocated to a post in Pakistan. One interpretation of Hinton's reassignment in 1983 was that his unvarnished remarks to the Chamber of Commerce conflicted with a hardline Reagan policy that wanted either not to acknowledge the death squad issue or at least to address it privately. In an indication of the heat Hinton might have received for his comments to the businessmen, he said to a reporter, "I thought 6 months ago that I might be changed." One registered at the same time, Secretary of State George Shultz told Hinton's replacement, Thomas Pickering, to raise hell on human rights. While this might mean that Hinton was not dismissed from his post for his public outcry on human rights, it also demonstrates the mixed messages that came from Washington, perhaps in an attempt by the Reagan administration to maintain a delicate balancing act in U.S. engagement. Whatever the motivation for his removal was, Hinton's successor, Pickering, wasted no time in picking up where his predecessor had left off. By late September of that year, Pickering was sending cables to the State Department that there appeared to be a resurgence of rightist terrorism. In late November 1983, Pickering, not coincidentally, reserved some of his most caustic admonitions for the Chamber of Commerce. The essential stumbling block to democracy in El Salvador remains extremist terror. No one wants to live in a country where no efforts are made to find who dumps bodies in gas stations and parking lots. Murderers, torturers, and kidnappers who merited nothing less from society than open and honest punishment for such crimes. Pickering singled out the business community for their self-deluding belief that nothing is really known about 291. The shadowy world of these individuals. Most critically, Pickering stated that congressional aid cuts were at stake if the squads were not reined in. Yet some observers were contending that such threats were useless, since in its embrace of both land reform and the 1982 elections, Washington had zilch in terms of leverage on Dubuisson and the Salvadoran right. *3 In fact, the observer wondered, did exasperated remarks like Pickering's reveal that after spending $311 million in military and economic aid this year to thwart a leftist takeover, the United States found itself in the unexpected position of doing everything to prevent a Rightist takeover? In what received far less media attention than his comments on death squads, the incoming Pickering also told the businessmen something with which they almost certainly strongly disagreed: agrarian reform remains a cornerstone of U.S. policy since we believe it is essential to social and economic progress. *4 In language that could have been used by, say, the FDR's Ruben Zamora or FMLN's Joaquin Villalobos, Pickering subsequently revealed his understanding of the roots of the Civil War. The aristocratic dominance was in fact a marriage between the military and the aristocracy, so that the military arranged to provide the president and the aristocracy the direction and money. So you had an insurgency and a reform movement coming out of a tremendous thirst for change. *5 Pickering's very undiplomatic remarks demonstrated the Reagan administration's new, apparently sterner line on human rights, at times undermined by public comments that indicated otherwise. One example of the latter is the answer President Reagan gave to a high school student from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, which for human rights advocates was a disturbing revelation. "We're doing everything we can, not only to help that government deal with these right-wing death squads, but I'm going to voice suspicion now that I've never said aloud before. I wonder if all of this is right-wing, or if those guerrilla forces have not realized that by infiltrating into the city of San Salvador and places like that, that they can get away with these violent acts, helping to try and bring down the government, and the right wing will be blamed for it. Now, I'm not absolving the right wing. We know there are right-wing assassins and murder squads and so forth, but we're doing everything we can to control that." Degree 292. A. RM. 5. Figure 27.1. Jeane Kirkpatrick and Thomas Pickering. In this April 12, 1985, picture, former UN Ambassador Jeane Kirkpatrick inspects a bombed-out cottage in Santa Cruz Loma, El Salvador. She is accompanied by a guard and U.S. Ambassador to El Salvador Thomas Pickering. Guerrillas had recently attacked the town Monday night, killing 20 people, mostly civilians. Kirkpatrick was a one-time Democrat who switched to the Republican Party and embodied Reagan-era foreign policy conservatism. Image and permission by AP Images. In another instance, when this burgeoning human rights line lost its credibility, Reagan used a pocket veto on November 30, 1983, to allow the biannual certification legislation to expire. Language in the bill required advancement in human rights for additional U.S. military aid to be forthcoming. Speaker of the House Tip O'Neill labeled the move a tragic error. *7 Defending his actions, Reagan said the bill had the inverse effect of increasing human rights abuses. "If we have this thing of having to certify every few months to the Congress in order to get this aid, there are people, both on the left and right, who know that if they step up the violation of human rights, the murders and so forth, so that we can't certify, they, from whichever side, are helping to win their battle against the Democratic government." Schultz supported Reagan's move, claiming that the certification process created a situation where individuals manipulated numbers to make them reflect an improvement on human rights without an intent to really carry through on the underlying method. In any case, the human rights implications of the pocket veto stirred great controversy in Congress. 3 A House member deemed the veto a direct contradiction of what the administration has been saying recently in complaining about the Salvadoran government's refusal to take action against right-wing death squads. 3. The Riot Act. By late 1983, even some Reagan officials had come around to the view that the death squad issue needed to be confronted head-on. Senior Pentagon official Fred Ickel traveled to El Salvador that November and denounced these rightist extremists and fascists whose brutality was serving the guerrillas' violent interests. 3 At the same time, and in what revealed the Reagan team's delicate balance, Ickel reserved the brunt of his criticisms for Congress for providing too little assistance for El Salvador with too many human rights conditions. 33 With Pickering advocating a greater focus on human rights, senior officials opposed to berating the Salvadoran military and oligarchy were now unable to prevent the administration from moving forward more visibly with the new approach. Also, Some of the Central America hawks like NSC advisor William Clark had left the administration by the end of 1983, and thus there was less resistance to the Schultz-Enders-Pickering doctrine. For the most visible manifestation that the moderates' long-standing concern on rightist violence had been embraced came when Vice President George H.W. Bush visited El Salvador in December 1983. As Bush was arriving in El Salvador, the New York Times was reporting that the FMLN had extended its control in the eastern part of the country and seized a strategic area surrounding the Cacahuatique volcano in Morazan. 35 Sobered by such guerrilla advances despite the hundreds of millions of dollars that America had pumped into El Salvador in the past 3 years, Bush delivered the message that reform had to begin immediately. 3 He provided a list to interim President Alvaro Magafia, identifying members of the security forces known to be active in death squads who needed to be removed from command by early January. Bush's message to the Salvadoran government also included reforms. 294. That needed to be enacted if U.S. assistance was going to continue. Bush also stated that Washington would take action against Salvadorans abroad who were financing the death squads. At a dinner hosted by President Magafia on December 11, and, ironically, echoing Ambassador Hinton's very remarks that had ruffled the feathers of at least some White House officials a year earlier, Bush toasted his hosts with these undiplomatic words: "I am not talking about a cowardly group of common criminals and murderers, the death squads. These cowards are the best friends the Soviets, the Cubans, and the commandantes and the Salvadoran guerrillas have. Like the communist terrorists, the members of the death squads are impotent when it comes to the many acts of defending and building. They can only kill and destroy. I wish to convey to all Salvadorans what all of us have already discussed in private. That is, the grave risk the death squads pose to our continued cooperation in the defense of El Salvador from outside aggression." After the momentous speech, Christian Democratic leader Duarte commented, "The signals are that the United States doesn't want death squads, and I think it's been a very good message." 3 days after the toast, and what likely was not a coincidence, the FASE's General Vides Casanova issued a general order requiring security force members to be in uniform virtually at all times, to identify themselves while making arrests, and to notify the government and International Red Cross of such arrests. 3. Bush's comments were intended to warn the Salvadoran right and the FASE that there would be no more tolerance for abuses. A senior U.S. military officer recalled his reaction to the speech: "It was the riot act, and I think at that point the political and military leadership in the government recognized that we were serious and that they were going to have to really tighten up their act." 4. But it also reflected the Reagan administration's belated realization that it not only needed to isolate the shadowy rightist forces responsible for so much bloodshed, but also to cajole and even threaten its putative allies, lest it see its still bipartisan endorsed Salvador option unravel in Washington. By 1984, the United States was fully vested in El Salvador, and it seemed unwilling to see its engagement crumble through its association with undeniably heinous death squad behavior. Yet Reagan's embrace of human rights did not mean the far-right American politicians and activists, such as Senator Jesse Helms and various conservative political organizations, came around to this view. Instead, they saw Washington's human rights conditionality as a shameful betrayal of its allies fighting a heroic anti-communist war in El Salvador. Virtually all, including rebel supporters, confirm the sharply downward trend. 6 weeks after his trip to El Salvador, Bush asked the CIA to determine the extent to which the Salvadoran authorities were indeed cracking down on death squads. Titled El Salvador, Dealing with Death Squads, the classified report concluded that these efforts to crack down on right-wing violence had made little progress and were aimed almost exclusively at placating Washington. 41 Roughly a year later, in February 1985, however, the U.S. intelligence community was reporting that right-wing violence had declined significantly in recent months, only a fraction of the peak years of 1980 and 1981. By 1985, after 5 years of insurgent war and transition toward democracy, according to U.S. government evidence, an astounding 40,000 Salvadorans were estimated to have been killed in the wanton violence. 4 *. The intelligence community added that while statistics differed among observers, virtually all, including rebel supporters, confirm the sharply downward trend. 43 Perhaps self-servingly, a key February 1985 CIA report attributed the sharp declines to warnings from Washington, highlighted by the visit of Vice President Bush. 44 This U.S. pressure attributed to disciplinary measures by the military high command resulted in the ouster by the Salvadoran military of abusive officers. The report cited actions taken by the Salvadoran government on judicial reform to make extremists more accountable for their activities. Interestingly, the classified document also attributed the reduction in killings to self-imposed constraints by rightists themselves, who perceived the tactical and political trends undermining support for the insurgents. 45 The report noted that even though resurgent rightist violence might not again match levels of 1983, a potential rise in the political 296 death rate would work against U.S. policy interests in El Salvador. That was because such an increase would be used by leftists in El Salvador and their propagandists abroad to discredit the Salvadoran government and generate public and official pressure in the United States to reduce its assistance to the country. 4 The report also cautioned that rightist violence was more likely to increase in light of Washington's support for the government's peace initiative that began in 1984. It concluded that extremists have publicly charged U.S. agencies and the embassy with imposing a harmful reform process and rigging Duarte's election in May 1984. We believe, therefore, that some right-wing fanatics may now be more willing to try to intimidate Washington directly by attacks against U.S. personnel in order to weaken Christian democratic policies. 47 While the number of death squad killings did drop, the death squads themselves did not disappear. Nor did the reporting of them by the international media, which complicated the Reagan administration's contention that the situation had improved due to its policies. Here is James Lemoyne of the New York Times writing in October 1985. Right-wing death squad killings have fallen dramatically, but they are more frequent than the government cares to admit. A teenager was found beheaded this week, a university lecturer was shot dead, and 3 other men were found tied and shot through the head. Government security forces have largely stopped killing prisoners, but the police arrests of hundreds of suspects each month, and detainees frequently say they are beaten or threatened with death. More than 300,000 Salvadorans are refugees from the war. Army troops have forced hundreds of rebel supporters to leave their homes, burning their fields and ordering them to enter refugee camps. Registered. A strategic leap on human rights. Despite these negative press stories showing clearly that the death squads were far from finished, State Department officials continued to press the human rights angle. One cable indicated that the indiscriminate killings by Salvadoran security forces continue and were eroding public and congressional support of the administration's policies in El Salvador. It added that if the administration is to shore up congressional support for the present policy, initiatives must be undertaken to end such killings. It urged. 297. Sending a senior administration official to El Salvador who could speak with the authority of the president on this sensitive topic. In another example of how the U.S. government was handling the human rights question internally, Ambassador Edwin Corr warned Secretary of State George Shultz through a cable in June 1988 that his most sensitive meeting during his visit to the country would be with the military brass. It added, "The ESAF accomplished a great deal since 1979 in terms of its capabilities as a war-fighting force, in human rights, and in its support for the democratic progress." Yet Corr was particularly concerned that the human rights improvements may have leveled off and that we may even be slipping backwards. Corr told Shultz that it was important that he not give the impression that you have called the military leaders together to chew them out. This meeting is not meant to be a repeat of the 1983 visit by Vice President Bush. We do not wish to threaten, but as partners to describe why abuses are wrong and counterproductive. 5 degrees below is one of the talking points that the embassy prepared for Shultz's meeting with phase commanders. I am concerned by reports that the ESAF and the security forces are committing an increasing number of human rights violations. I do not presume that these charges are necessarily correct. The problem is that without genuine investigations of these charges, the international community and many in the U.S. Congress will assume that the charges are true. And that worries me profoundly. We must find some way to make a strategic leap on human rights. I assume it is obvious why such activities are morally wrong. Experience has taught us that mistreating civilians or captured combatants creates more guerrilla sympathizers than it eliminates. You might need to kill 5 or 6 a month. As we have seen before, the death squads had succeeded in decimating the ranks of moderate political parties and mass organizations, making the need for continued repression less pressing. A foreign correspondent's essay described this trend. The reformists were silenced and the guerrilla sympathizers moved to the countryside to take up arms. 5 or as one Western European diplomat observed in 1989, when there are 120,000 people demonstrating in the streets of San Salvador, as there were in 1980, you might find you need to kill 500 a month. When there 298 are only 5,000 to 6,000 demonstrators, you might find you need to kill 5 or 6 a month. 53 Roberto D'Aguisone revealed some of the death squad's calculus at the time of El Salvador's 1989 presidential elections. There was a time when we had to be hard, against a tremendous leftist aggression. Now we're just adjusting to circumstances. Such statements by visible and polarizing figures led many observers to conclude that, while decidedly better than the dark days of the early war years, there are definite limits to what political developments the military will tolerate. 54 While this interpretation might be correct, it is also the case that external pressures, such as the cancellation or delay of U.S. military assistance and the haranguing by U.S. officials, might have had an impact in decreasing repression. For instance, during Bush's visit to El Salvador in December 1983, he warned President Magana and Defense Minister Vides Casanova, "If these murders continue, you will lose the support of the American people, and that would be a tragedy." 55 A few days after Bush's visit, Magafia and Casanova began to take several steps to curb the death squads, including retiring and exiling officers involved in death squad violence. After issuing a set of new reforms, Casanova warned members of the armed forces that all violations will be considered an attack on the military institution, as well as damaging to the country. 5 A related issue is the extent to which the death squads were autonomous actors funded directly by rightist politicians and oligarchs versus simply thinly veiled extensions of the government security forces. Again, the truth is probably somewhere in between. For one, it merits clarification that the 57,000 troop-strong Salvadoran armed forces comprised the Army, Navy, Air Force, and the 3 security branches, the National Police, Treasury Police, and National Guard. Yet the line between military branch and security forces was vague or non-existent. Nor were there clear mission or jurisdictional mandates. The Salvadoran Army and Air Force operated against urban guerrilla cells while the Treasury Police had its own combat unit. 57 At times death squad activity entailed paying security force troops to do some gruesome overtime work. Other times the violence stemmed from organized groups, such as the Orden network out in the countryside, which operated under orders from, say, local officials or a disgruntled 299 landowner. 5 Registered. There is no question that at times military officials conveniently denounced the killings as the work of lone death squads in order to deflect scrutiny from their own involvement or explicit or tacit awareness. This ambiguity added to the difficulty of cleaning up the armed forces, which at this point had become a vital pillar of the U.S. engagement. 28. If the reaction to the Kissinger report on Central America quickly bogs down into the Washington political community arguing over things like El Salvador's willingness to hand in human rights reports to its headmasters in Congress, you might as well take that $8 billion aid package the Commission is proposing and drop it from a plane over the Caribbean Sea. Wall Street Journal, January 12, 1984. Kissinger is not a consensus builder, he's a lightning rod. Anonymous White House aide, January 15, 19847. Strong and legitimate social and political order. U.S. engagement in El Salvador was predicated on the awareness that Salvadoran society was one of the sickest and most repressive in the region. As a retrospective study noted, U.S. military advisors, diplomats, and policymakers needed to both professionalize the Salvadoran armed forces to wear down the guerrillas and strengthen democracy so as to weaken the rebels' claim to political legitimacy. The approach got a big political boost on January 10, 1984, with the publication of the report of the National Bipartisan Commission on Central America, soon called the Kissinger Report because former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger was chairman. For pleasing to critics of U.S. policies, the report recognized that poverty, injustice, and a closed political system were key factors that had led 301 Salvadorans to take up arms. It added, though, that these domestic causes had been taken advantage of by external forces. Thus, what was at stake was not simply El Salvador's future, but in an echo of American presidents throughout the Cold War, our credibility worldwide. The triumph of hostile forces in what the Soviets call the strategic rear of the United States would be read as a sign of impotence. 5. What was necessary, therefore, was for the United States to see the effort through, even though progress to date had been disappointing and government abuses were still prevalent. The Commission described the war as presently stalemated, a condition that favored the FMLN. To remedy the situation, the Commission recommended sizable levels of military aid as quickly as possible for better training, mobility, and firepower. The hook, however, was that this greater assistance be made contingent upon San Salvador's demonstrated progress toward free elections, freedom of association, the establishment of the rule of law and an effective judicial system, and the termination of the so-called death squads, as well as vigorous action against those guilty of crimes and the prosecution to the extent possible of past offenders. One of the Kissinger Report's insights was that winning the war against the FMLN rested on a strong and legitimate social and political order, especially considering that a weak and illegitimate social and political order had motivated many Salvadorans to pick up arms and join the Marxist guerrillas. On human rights, it claimed to be seeking to promote justice, deeming it repugnant to support forces that violate or tolerate the violation of fundamental U.S. values. Registered echoing what Presidents Reagan and Magania had agreed upon earlier, the Kissinger Report also claimed that a political solution must result from the free choice of the Salvadoran people expressed through elections. At the same time, the report addressed the fact that the rebels did not view elections as a viable solution and instead believed that the Salvadoran people need a negotiated settlement between the government and the FMLN/FDR, to bring about peace. They do not need elections. The Commission contended that this refusal revealed that the insurgents did not view power sharing as merely an interim measure needed in order to hold elections in which the left could participate. 302. With security. Rather, the FMLN's power sharing was really a means of scrapping the existing elected governmental structure and armed forces and creating a provisional civil and military authority in their place in which the rebel leadership would have a major role, and in which they would eventually gain a dominant position well before the electoral mechanisms were in place. Not surprisingly, it was for these very reasons that power sharing as proposed by the insurgents was not considered a feasible alternative to elections. To install a mixed provisional government by fiat would scarcely be consistent with the notion that the popular will is the foundation of true government. It would tend to inflate the true strength of insurgent factions that have gained attention thus far through violence and their ability to disrupt the functioning of government. The Commission did not point out the numerous episodes in the recent past, like Guatemala in 1954, when Washington had helped insurgent movements overthrow existing, legitimate governments. While the Kissinger Report encouraged a deeper, yet conditional involvement in El Salvador, it argued that Washington should not impose its own administration even for such laudable objectives as implementing social and economic reforms. The United States also cannot place its own experts in each village and town to gather political intelligence, and it cannot supervise the conduct of each soldier and policeman in all dealings with the population. For all these goals, the U.S. government must rely on the abilities and good faith of the government under attack. The Salvadoran left assailed the Kissinger report, calling it a prescription for disaster that would require the assistance of U.S. combat troops within months to bolster the faltering Salvadoran military. 3 The FDR's Ruben Zamora added that the Commission had embraced the mistaken vision of El Salvador as an East-West conflict, an error he attributed to the influence of Kissinger's zero-sum, realpolitik worldview. Over the ensuing months and years, Reagan repeatedly referred to the Kissinger Commission to justify increases in aid to El Salvador. During a May 1984 televised address to the nation, he said, "As the National Bipartisan Commission on Central America, chaired by Henry Kissinger, agree, if we do nothing or if we continue to provide too little help." 303. Our choice will be a communist Central America with additional communist military bases on the mainland of this hemisphere and communist subversion spreading southward and northward. This communist subversion poses the threat that 100 million people from Panama to the open border on our south could come under the control of pro-Soviet regimes. It is unclear to what extent the Kissinger report simply repeated what the Reagan administration had decided upon, or vice versa. In a memo to his boss, Schultz told Reagan that the Commission's soft and hard recommendations were a breakthrough for El Salvador policy. Almost as soon as the Commission issued its report, developments in Central America began to confirm the accuracy of its analysis and the soundness of its judgment. In early 1984, many in the United States, in Western Europe, and even in Latin America believed that El Salvador was caught in an endless war between the guerrillas of the left and death squads of the right. But the Commission saw a different tune. It saw electoral democracy, reform, and political dialogue as realistic alternatives to the anti-democratic violence of the extreme left and right, provided El Salvador's Democrats got the support they needed. Registered. What Schultz did not tell Reagan, however, was that the core of the Commission's report was the very engagement approach started in the late Carter years and subsequently embraced, most visibly by Enders and Hinton, the very figures who had been antithetical to the Kirkpatrick hardliners. But now, in 1984, the Carter approach that had been denigrated by the incoming Reagan hardliners and reformed into a bipartisan consensus was endorsed by a paragon of America's foreign policy establishment, Henry Kissinger. As we will see, the ascension of José Napoleon Duarte to the presidency later this same year would give the Kissinger Commission-endorsed engagement its reformist poster child. In a touch of irony, the chameleonic Kissinger was one of several Commission members who signed a dissent appendix. In it, they contended that, as the survival of the Salvadoran government was critical to U.S. interests, Congress and the administration should not interpret conditionality on military aid in a way that leads to a Marxist-Leninist victory in El Salvador, an argument that Jeane Kirkpatrick certainly would have applauded. During final deliberations, Kissinger supported the last-minute inclusion of language that would tie massive 304 increases in military aid to improvements in human rights, but he was wary of applying such terms too tightly in the present precarious military situation. 7. The White House responded that it was inclined not to follow the Commission's recommendations on explicit conditionality, seeing this as counterproductive since it would limit the administration's flexibility. Registered. Will simply reproduce all the conditions that drove peasants and the middle class to revolution. Critics of the Kissinger Commission's findings questioned how the Salvadoran armed forces and far right would balance the U.S. government's pressure to draw the line against communism as well as reform or otherwise suffer a cut in aid. Arthur Schlesinger Jr., a historian and former aide to President John F. Kennedy, argued in a New York Times opinion piece that the Commission's program was bathed in political unreality. How could Washington promote a reform agenda when it also supported militarism that entrenched the people most opposed to social change? He continued, peace restored by giving military victory to a crowd whose survival depends on the elimination of the democratic alternative and who torture and murder their own Democrats will simply reproduce all the conditions that drove peasants and the middle class to revolution? Schlesinger warned that distrust of Washington ran deep. Thus, why should any Central American believe we have democratic interests at heart? Schlesinger acknowledged that victory for the revolutionaries would be a setback for U.S. interests and it would not lead to Central American regimes of sweetness and light. Rather than a military solution, which in his view would make social change impossible, Schlesinger called for negotiations. What Schlesinger did not acknowledge, however, was that negotiations had already become an extremely politicized concept, with both sides embracing entirely different notions of what they would entail. Liberal members of Congress were not impressed with the report they believed simply reinforced the status quo. Democratic Senator Edward Kennedy commented that the Commission ignores the past lessons of military solution, and that the United States has intervened with too much frequency in the internal affairs of other nations in the 305 Hemisphere. *degree A New York Times editorial pushed the another Vietnam angle. The same fears about impotence and credibility were the stuff of 1,000 speeches justifying American involvement for a generation in the lost war in Indochina too. For more centrist Democrats, the Commission's bipartisan composition and ostensibly moderate recommendations provided political cover to continue to support the Reagan administration's approach. Equally important, though, is that the Kissinger report's strong endorsement of aid conditional on humanitarian progress further institutionalized the moderate strategy at the expense of Reagan's foreign policy hawks. Thus, while it is often associated with a hardline approach to El Salvador, the Reagan administration's policy by early 1984 was decidedly in the moderate camp. This reality is what helped it gain congressional approval to fund new, large economic and military aid packages for El Salvador over the next several years. 29. Contras. So, I guess in a way are counter-revolutionaries, and God bless them for being that way. I guess that makes them Contras and so it makes me a Contra, too. President Ronald Reagan, March 14, 1986. A disorderly mix of policies. The last time we touched on Nicaragua, we left off with the Carter administration whose attempts at influencing the new Sandinista government entailed direct U.S. development assistance amounting to $118 million by January 1998. In spite of these attempts, it became clear via intelligence reports that Nicaragua's goals for a revolution without frontiers had not abated. Now it was Ronald Reagan's turn to check perceived communist expansion in the hemisphere. Reagan's administration watched as Managua began courting the global left. After signing a party-to-party deal with the Soviet Union, Nicaragua began accepting shiploads of weaponry from Cuba, North Korea, Czechoslovakia, and the Soviet Union. But for the Reagan administration and even some Democratic members of Congress, the Sandinistas' continued arms shipments to the FMLN in El Salvador would become the major sore point. In the summer of 1981, Assistant Secretary of State for Latin America Thomas Enders met with Sandinista leader Daniel Ortega in an attempt to reach a deal that would end Nicaragua's military assistance to El Salvador. Ortega became defensive against Enders' seemingly 306 imperialist tone, adding that the Sandinistas had no intention of ceasing arms shipments to El Salvador. Ortega continued to his U.S. counterpart that Managua had decided to defend our revolution by force of arms, and to take the war to the whole of Central America if that is the consequence. Later that year, Reagan approved National Security Decision Directive 17, signaling a robust new attentiveness to the region, including an intent to assist in defeating the insurgency in El Salvador, and to oppose actions by Cuba, Nicaragua, or others to introduce supplies for insurgents for the plan. Continued the Carter-era support of democratic forces in Nicaragua, but it also provided for the military training of indigenous units and leaders both in and out of the country who opposed the Sandinista government. Under NSDD 17, Enders embraced the ongoing covert preparations to arm and train anti-Sandinista fighters, presenting them as a lowball option, a small operation not intended to overthrow. In reality, Enders envisioned support for anti-Sandinista forces as a bargaining chip to pressure the Sandinistas to return to the negotiating table about El Salvador. At the end of the year, Reagan signed a new finding centered on the creation of a proxy force of Nicaraguan exiles reminiscent of those assembled by the CIA for Guatemala in 1954 and for the Bay of Pigs invasion of Cuba in 1961. The CIA would play a low-profile role in supporting anti-Sandinista forces, opting instead to have Argentina's military conduct the training. This rightist military was in power in Buenos Aires and was conducting its own campaign of torture and disappearances against suspected leftists and communists. A July 1982 scope paper submitted to the National Security Council outlined the specific activities undertaken by the CIA pursuant to the seminal December 1981 presidential finding. Among these activities were financial and material support to democratic Nicaraguan leaders and, more significantly, efforts to create a paramilitary potential, to effect changes in Nicaraguan government policies. With this paper, the Reagan administration was expressing both a desire to get tough with communism in Central America and a post-Vietnam reluctance surrounding direct U.S. military or covert actions in these sorts of proxy wars registered with new, post-Watergate and post-Vietnam reforms of the intelligence oversight process. The CIA now had to inform select committees. 308. On Capitol Hill about its actions, including those in Nicaragua. Thus, the Reagan administration's unfolding secret war against Nicaragua was not as secret as many people now assume. Nor was it consistent in its objectives. As former Reagan official Robert Kagan reflected, the mix of new intelligence oversight, late Cold War dynamics, and historical involvement in Nicaragua made U.S. Nicaraguan relations during the Contra War a disorderly mix of policies. A House Intelligence Committee report in 1982 concluded that Managua was helping train insurgents and transferring arms and financial support from and through Nicaragua to the insurgents in El Salvador. The Sandinistas also provided the insurgents bases of operation in Nicaragua, and Cuban involvement especially in providing arms was also evident. Amazingly, the Sandinistas were not denying these claims. Tomás Borga, now the head of the Sandinistas' intelligence service, contended that it was their nation's moral duty to support their revolutionary comrades in Central America. How can we keep our arms folded in the face of the crimes that are being committed in El Salvador and Guatemala? He asked. If we are accused of expressing solidarity, if we are forced to sit in the dock because of this, we say, we have shown our solidarity with all Latin American peoples in the past, we are doing so at present and will continue to do so in the future. Despite pressure to ease its support for the FMLN in return for a softer U.S. stance toward Nicaragua, Daniel Ortega contended that his country was interested in seeing the guerrillas in El Salvador and Guatemala triumph. Our shield, it makes our revolution safer. 3. The scale of the continued arms shipments to the FMLN even provoked Democratic Senator Paul Tsongas to remark after an intelligence briefing, those of us who are opposed to the policy accept the fact that there is indeed Nicaraguan involvement in El Salvador. 4. U.S. officials and politicians were also coming to a related conclusion about the Sandinistas' buildup of their own armed forces. In March 1982, the CIA released aerial reconnaissance photographs that purported to show the location of Managua's new battalion of 25 Soviet-made T-55 tanks, 2 Soviet-made Mi-17 helicopters, and 4 airfields being updated to accommodate fighter aircraft. 5. If Washington was beginning to play hardball in Nicaragua, so were the Soviets. In fact, after a visit to Moscow in November 1998, Minister of Defense Humberto Ortega, with the assistance of Cuban advisors, helped establish an intricate system of arms deliveries to his swelling military, including supplies from Algeria, Bulgaria, and Vietnam as well as from the Soviet Union, East Germany, and Cuba. Registered in a last attempt to salvage the deteriorating bilateral relationship. In August 1981, the Reagan administration sent the State Department's Enders to Managua for talks. Seeking to use the threat of confrontation rather than confrontation itself, Enders engaged the Sandinista leaders in a heated discussion of possible solutions. Enders warned that the United States would be inclined to involve itself militarily if the Sandinistas failed to halt the flow of arms to El Salvador, prompting one of Ortega's advisors to yell, "All right, come on in. We'll meet you man to man." 7. At the end of the meetings, Enders proposed the Reagan administration's bargain. In exchange for halting the export of arms and encouragement of insurrection in El Salvador and a reduction in Nicaragua's armed forces, the United States would provide Nicaragua with continued security arrangements and economic aid. Registered. After a month of consideration, Ortega firmly rejected the offer. In hindsight, given the devastating Contra War that followed, the offer might have benefited the Sandinistas more than they realized at the time. However, Sandinismo in its inception was an ideology of anti-imperialism, a belief that became ingrained in Nicaragua's leadership. By rejecting the U.S. offer, the Sandinistas stayed true to their ideology and, they hoped, solidified domestic support for their rule. After El Salvador's highly publicized and surprisingly pacific national elections in March 1982, when an overwhelming percentage of the population came out to vote despite FMLN threats, the Reagan administration began to emphasize democracy and the rule of law as integral components of Nicaragua policy. This approach proved beneficial over the long run, with conservative Democrats in Congress who were wary of aggressive U.S. meddling in Nicaragua but were also concerned about the country's increasingly hardline Marxist direction. The Contras are born. Shortly after Reagan took office, a disparate group of former National Guardsmen, former and now disgruntled Sandinistas, peasants, and 310 Atlantic Coast Mosquito Indians, collectively known as the Contras, began receiving American assistance in Nicaragua. Degree At first, the CIA's involvement was indirect, as Argentine military officers trained and at times commanded the Contras from camps inside Honduras. The total number of anti-Sandinista troops at the beginning of the U.S. covert program was around 2,000, half of them Mosquito Indians. The most influential Contra group was the Honduras-based Nicaraguan Democratic Force. At this early point, the most visible and appealing Contra was a former Jesuit priest and university rector named Edgar Chamorro, who became the spokesperson for FDN. At their height, the Contras numbered roughly 15,000 soldiers, often pulled from the ranks of the rural campesinos. As the Contras' ambitions increased, so did those of the Reagan administration, which saw these budding freedom fighters as an integral part of its global anti-communist agenda. By 1982 and 1983, the anti-Sandinista guerrilla forces had become the Reagan administration's only serious tool for influencing events in Nicaragua. The Sandinistas had to adapt to the unexpected strength of the Contra threat. Early on, the Sandinista army's strategy had been to use militia to deal with the insurgents while holding the regular troops in reserve to protect key cities and military bases. But after a series of Contra-offensives startled the army leadership, it was forced to send out regular battalions to the front lines in the northern regions near the Honduran border. In an indication of how seriously Managua was taking this new force, a high-ranking Cuban general, Arnaldo Ochoa, arrived in 1983 to take charge of the war. Ochoa's approach was to decimate the enemy using aggressive counterinsurgency tactics, creating a fascinating role reversal for the Cold War Cuban military. They and the Sandinistas were employing the very sort of counterinsurgency strategy that the United States was promoting next door in El Salvador. The Cubans began training a special counter-guerrilla battalion able to remain on patrol for extended periods of time. But the Sandinistas quickly learned that they would need greater mobility if this new strategy was to succeed. Moscow immediately provided fresh weapons and equipment, including 10 Mi-8 helicopter transports, more than 300 new trucks, 24 armored fighting vehicles and tanks, and scores of rocket launchers known as Stalin organs. U.S. intelligence officials estimated that Soviet deliveries to Nicaragua doubled in 1983, from 10,000 tons of materiel to 20,000. Moscow also increased the number of advisors in country from 70 to 100, and the Cuban presence grew from 7,500 to 9,000, of whom more than 2,000 were military and internal security advisors. Interestingly, during the Somoza era there had been no more than a few hundred secret police agents, while under the Sandinistas that number grew to more than 3,000. The not-so-secret war. As news of the U.S. funding for the Contras leaked out in the press over months and years in the early 1980s, Reagan administration officials were forced to defend a policy that was not supposed to be discussed in public. One senior official responded to a Newsweek article by contending, "We are not waging a secret war, or anything approaching that. What we are doing is trying to keep Managua off balance and apply pressure to stop providing military aid to the insurgents in El Salvador." *4 In late 1982, Democratic Congressman Tom Harkin referred to the same Newsweek article and commented that news reports of late clearly indicate that we are becoming ever more mired in the jungles and swamps of Latin America. The real mistake we are making is not only in doing something that is clearly illegal, but in siding with perhaps the most hated group of Nicaraguans that could exist outside of the borders of Nicaragua, and I talk about Somocistas. *5 Another Democrat, Congressman George Miller, asked Congress to go on record in getting control of those agencies who have convinced the White House to substitute covert action for policy, to substitute covert action for diplomacy, and take an action that without the express consent of this Congress is in fact illegal, unethical, and against the best interests of this country. *Degree This opposition yielded a highly ambivalent policy, reflected in U.S. assistance to the Contras that waxed and waned throughout the 1980s, sometimes cut off completely. In April 1982, Democratic Representative and Chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Edward Boland of Massachusetts, added a phrase to the secret annex of an intelligence authorization bill declaring that congressional funding could not be spent for the purpose of overthrowing the government of Nicaragua or provoking an exchange between Nicaragua and Honduras. 27. Contras 313. However, this language focused solely on intent not actions, leaving tremendous wiggle room for the Reagan administration to pursue its covert policies. It also allowed Boland and other congressional Democrats to escape the criticism that they had refused to prevent communist expansion in Central America, without also being accused of supporting covert machinations against a sovereign government. Registered the 1983 congressional session, however, saw a more concerted assault on Reagan's Contra policy. Another Boland amendment struck a deal that cut off aid to the Contras and increased aid to El Salvador and the other pro-American governments in Central America by $80 million. The amendment passed the House 228 to 195 in what Secretary of State George Shultz called the worst legislative defeat of the Reagan administration to that date. Soon after, though, the Senate rescued the covert program as the Boland Amendment restrictions were dropped before the bill went forward. Boots on the ground, low-intensity conflict in action. Meanwhile, operations on the ground in Nicaragua continued with little regard for the funding disputes in Congress. As politicians continued to haggle over legislative language back in Washington, the CIA went ahead with its aid and training to the Contras as well as direct paramilitary operations inside Nicaragua. In early October 1983, men in motorboats attacked piers at the Pacific port of Corinto, igniting fuel storage tanks that contained over 3 million gallons of gasoline. The explosion reportedly left the Nicaraguan government with less than a month's supply of oil reserves. The CIA had supported the operation, which involved not Contra forces, as many would have suspected, but so-called UCLAs or unilaterally controlled Latino assets hired by the agency to carry out such secret missions. In some aspects resembling a mini version of the Bay of Pigs, this operation was the closest that the United States came to a direct action against Nicaragua. The CIA also supported the mining of Nicaragua's harbors to deter merchant captains and to delay or cancel oil shipments, a move that later erupted in controversy when the International Court of Justice voted 15-0 to condemn the mining, with an American judge concurring. The UN Security Council discussed 314. The issue for 4 days before Washington used its veto to prevent a censure. The reaction back in Washington was no warmer. The vice chairman of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, Democratic Senator Patrick Moynihan, resigned his position in protest. Conservative Senator Barry Goldwater sent a blunt Dear Bill letter to CIA Director William Casey. The letter stated, "I'm pissed off. I don't like this. I don't like it one bit from the president or from you. This is an act violating international law. It is an act of war. For the life of me, I don't see how we are going to explain it. 3 degrees. Just when it seemed the situation could not get any worse, in the last weeks of Reagan's second presidential campaign, the Washington Post revealed that the CIA had produced a manual for the Contras that included instructions on how to neutralize local Sandinista officials. Despite official rhetoric in Washington used to justify U.S. policy, anti-Sandinista military action on the ground often had little to do with the arms flow to El Salvador and centered instead on tactics of terror and destruction to coerce the hearts and minds of peasants in Nicaragua's mountainous border regions to give their allegiance to the Contras. On the morning of August 10, 1983, 100 to 200 Contras ambushed a bus carrying 18 civilians near the town of Jinotega, killing 15 of them. 3 The same Contra forces were reported to have later dynamited a key bridge near Jinotega. Vivid reports of the incident surfaced in the following days, distinguished by front-page photos in Sandinista newspapers of a 9-month-old girl who had been shot in the hip during the attack and whose 16-year-old mother had been killed. 3 As State Department memos later reported, the trend of Contra attacks on unarmed civilians, women, and children was well documented and valuable to Sandinista rhetoric. All told, U.S. support allowed the Contras to conduct far more frequent and lethal operations against the Sandinista security forces and their civilian adherents than they had done previously. The Contras conducted the war ferociously, frequently destroying Sandinista-run agricultural cooperatives to undermine the regime's popular support in the countryside. The Contras often went into battle armed with U.S.-made MRES, Belgian FAL automatic rifles, M79 grenade launchers, mortars, and other sophisticated equipment. In one large-scale episode, a Contra strike into the Las Minas area of northern Contras 315. Nicaragua included thousands of combatants and caused considerable damage to local infrastructure. By the end of 1985, the Nicaraguan Ministry of Health estimated that more than 3,600 civilians had been killed, roughly 4,000 wounded, and about 5,200 kidnapped during Contra raids. 33. The Reagan Doctrine for Nicaragua, not El Salvador. Undeterred by growing opposition in Congress, Reagan used his landslide victory in the 1984 presidential election against Democrat Walter Mondale to renew his public campaign for Contra aid. For what was now being dubbed the Reagan Doctrine, the Contras had become both a strategic and a moral issue. The United States, Reagan believed, needed to be on the side of freedom throughout the world. He even compared the Contras to the Founding Fathers, which infuriated critics who pointed out the guerrilla insurgency's repeated violations of both human rights and the laws of war. In fact, the Contras' violent ways became the new rallying cry for human rights, religious, and congressional activists opposed to Reagan's policies toward Nicaragua. What was lost in the acerbic debate in Washington was that the lion's share of the Contra aid was coming from other sources, such as Saudi Arabia, especially after the strict 1984 Boland Amendment restrictions began to kick in. 34 It was also easy for observers to assume that Reagan's hawkish policies and rhetoric on Nicaragua confirmed that he was pushing equally militarized and controversial policies in El Salvador. In 1985, Congress approved 2 policies that underscored its ambivalence about Nicaragua. The first was for humanitarian Contra aid. The second was a trade embargo against Nicaragua, which made the country's desperate economic situation even worse. CIA sabotage efforts, the trade embargo, and the Sandinistas' inept fiscal and monetary policies had turned the country into an economic basket case, undermining the ruling junta's popular support. In 1982, roughly 19% of Nicaragua's national budget went to defense. By 1988 it was closer to 40% and rising. The Sandinistas were also reeling from sustained criticism from the Catholic Church, including Pope John Paul II, as well as the opposition newspaper La Prensa, which went over a year without publishing an issue in 1986.35 after Foreign. 316. Pressure to end the censorship, the newspaper reopened replete with anti-regime venom. As author Stephen Kinzer wrote in 1988, early every afternoon, as the first copies of the opposition newspaper La Prensa roll off the presses, Nicaraguans are treated to a new round of vitriol aimed at the Sandinista government. 3°30. Elections yes, dialogue no. 1984 presidential election. The strong message of this election is that the Salvadoran people have declared their own political solution to the crisis that challenges the country. 3 successful elections in 2 years are a clear repudiation of the insurgency. U.S. Election delegation. These efforts are being made for our benefit and not in the interests of Salvadoran democracy. They should be seen for what they are, the props, script, and stage lighting for a shoddy farce. Author Frank Broadhead, 198-47. If the government and the imperialist power decide to hold the election in the midst of a war, that is their problem. If the war interrupts or molests the election, we are not going to stop it to protect this imperialist project. Joaquin Villalobos, FMLN military commander, 19,843. Over the first half of 1984, El Salvador once again braced for national elections, this time a historic presidential race under the new constitution promulgated a year earlier. The 2 main candidates were strangers to no one, the Christian Democrats José Napoleon Duarte and Arenas Roberto D'Aubuisson. For the Reagan administration, the presidential elections were a critical marker in demonstrating El Salvador's progress as a democracy. On the heels of the stunning vote in 1982, there was much greater confidence that the 1984 vote, 317, 318, would be successful. Yet, as in 1982, U.S. officials were deeply concerned that Arena might win again, and this time winning meant D'Aubuisson taking the presidency, an unacceptable outcome for engagement. U.S. diplomats also missed no opportunity to remind Salvadorans that the United States would only work with Duarte's party. As one official revealed, everyone in the embassy knew that if Duarte didn't win, that was the end of Reagan's policy in El Salvador. But everyone also knew we couldn't say that to the Salvadorans. For despite this poorly kept secret about U.S. intentions, Secretary of State George Shultz told an audience that the United States would maintain a neutral position regarding the results of the elections. Duarte's centrist candidacy was complicated from the onset, given that the country's military brass was deeply skeptical of his commitment to adequately maintain the counterinsurgency effort. On the other hand, as was the case when he joined the military-civilian junta in 1980, the FMLN and FDR ridiculed Duarte for being a lackey of the military and oligarchy registered to help ensure that the election did not implode. The CIA relied on a 1981 presidential authorization to conduct covert efforts to support centrist politicians and parties, most critically the Duarte campaign. The CIA pumped in an estimated $1 to $3 million in covert assistance to cover Duarte's media and campaign materials registered. In addition to the covert aid, Washington dispersed over $1 million in assistance through the various Eiffel-backed labor unions campaigning on Duarte's behalf. The State Department covered the $10 million costs of the election itself, and the embassy went to great lengths to encourage influential Salvadorans to promote a favorable democratic outcome. Duarte also received external funds from Christian Democrat parties in Venezuela and West Germany. In short, as during the 1982 Constituent Assembly elections, Washington was using covert and deeply interventionist means to promote a democratic outcome in El Salvador. Declassified top-secret U.S. government documents recommended that the threats involved in the electoral campaign required increased U.S. military assets in the region, in order to increase intelligence collection and assist in improving security for the Salvadoran elections. Similar to their response to the 1982 vote, the FMLN condemned the elections as a sham intended to legitimize the corrupt regime. Villalobos explained the FMLN's logic: "We are certain that we have the people's support, and this is obvious to everyone. We have no need to prove it on paper. No voting at the polls can be more eloquent or convincing than the facts of war." In towns throughout the country, the FMLN painted the slogan on walls: "Dialogue yes, elections no." The intent was to reinforce its contention that true democracy would come through immediate power sharing, not ballot boxes. The FDR's Guillermo Ungo wrote in the New York Times on March 22, 1984, that the decision to hold this election was made in Washington, by Washington, and for Washington. Villalobos vowed that the rebels would expand the war before, during and after the vote. Trademark for the U.S. Embassy reported to Washington that leading up to the first round of votes in March, the rebels were burning ballots and stopping buses to search for and destroy identification cards necessary for voting. In the area of El Limon, guerrillas distributed leaflets that read, "The peace and land that D'Aubuisson and Duarte want is that of cemeteries." 5-1 rebel communique warned, "Our decision to prohibit all electoral activity in these towns must be respected, or the local political leaders must be ready to face the consequences." Registered an FMLN spokesman disputed these claims, insisting that only 5,000 documents were seized. If this was really a tactic to interfere with the elections, he commented, "we would have taken 500,000 or so." 7. This is a dirty war. In addition to the FMLN threats, another unexpected but deeply significant development in the months and weeks leading up to the election was the electoral support the rightist party Arena was garnering across the country. Understanding this paradox was especially puzzling for the foreign observers flooding into the tiny nation to cover the upcoming vote, who assumed that most Salvadoran civilians would reject the party of the death squads. Arena, however, was well financed by the Salvadoran right, not Washington allowing it to. 320. Spread the message it wanted the people to hear, and its leaders, including D'Aubuisson, were deft at projecting a folksy image. The following excerpt written by a U.S. correspondent depicts an arena hell roaring for the 1984 presidential elections in the sun-baked town of Ilabasco in the country's arid tobacco region. Ancient trucks wheezed down from the rugged hills bearing farm workers to whom landowners had given a bag of tortillas and a pint of the local tanglefoot each, and a very strong suggestion that they attend. The candidate, Roberto D'Aubuisson, a boyish-looking, rakishly handsome man who oozed charm when he wasn't having people killed, stood behind a bunting-draped podium. He was in rare form. He held up a watermelon and a machete. "I call the Christian Democrats the Watermelon Party," he shouted, referring to the opposing green and white party colors, and slammed the machete blade through the melon with a resounding thwack. "Green on the outside. Red on the inside. That's about as gracious as it got in the rough and tumble race." While terror, bullets, and shrapnel laced through El Salvador as the election neared, the word war was almost as nasty. Registered. In another arena rally, this time in San Vicente, where the volcano looking over the town was swarming with guerrillas, a speaker introducing D'Aubuisson shouted to the crowd, "The Christian Democrats are our enemies because they are communists. We have proved that the mayor in Santa Clara meets every night at midnight with the guerrillas." D'Aubuisson also told Peruvian novelist Mario Vargas Llosa, "The Loco Duarte and his party are the political arms of subversion. Christian Democrats and the guerrillas are two different tactics of communism. The first one to get into power will call the other, and together they will give the country to the Soviet Union." D'Aubuisson also defended the military's prosecution of the war. "This is a dirty war. Human rights prohibits the army from winning against the subversives. We are never going to negotiate, we are never going to dialogue, we are never going to surrender. We will only have peace through victory." Not to be outdone by D'Aubuisson, Duarte countered that his polarizing opponent was a fascist and assassin. He called Arena the R-Nazis and made a pun on D'Aubuisson's name to suggest an association with the death squads. Roberto Escuadra 6 and 23-1 AP correspondent recalled how campaign icons often played to the highly illiterate rural voters. On the first round of presidential elections, yes, dialogue no. Z25. Voting, the names of the candidates were not even on the ballots. Instead, there were party symbols, which voters recognized as these had been stenciled and plastered across everything that didn't move and some things that did. Joseph Frazier reported the local flavor of the historic campaign, cars with scratchy loudspeakers prowled the streets telling people to vote the little fish or vote the cross or vote the handshake or vote the little arrow. For the national constitution barred priests from making political statements, but Monsignor Arturo Rivera y Damas, successor to the fallen Oscar Romero, exhorted parishioners to avoid building their houses on sand. The Spanish term for sand is arena, the same as the rightist party's acronym. Questioned later whether the mention was coincidental, the bishop smiled and said, "You heard my words." 5 conservatives contended that Rivera y Damas was, like Romero, a red bishop. Degree. Electoral confusion appeared to be general. Almost 1.4 million Salvadorans, nearly 78% of eligible voters, went to the polls in the first round on March 25. According to Rabin Zamora, voting to choose among the 8 candidates did not take place in 89 of the country's 261 municipalities. 7 Nevertheless, presidential spokesman Larry Speakes reported an extremely strong turnout, which indicated that the Salvadoran people want free elections and an opportunity to vote, which leaves the rebels, the guerrillas, in a distinct minority there. Registered eager to capitalize diplomatically on the event, an upbeat Ambassador Thomas Pickering described the election as a striking display of Salvadoran voter determination and a weapon against the insurrection. Guerrilla representatives countered the sanguine interpretation with their view that the elections constituted the biggest political failure of the Reagan administration in El Salvador. 3 In one startling episode, presidential candidate Duarte said in an appearance on the CBS News program Face the Nation that he had intelligence indicating that some kind of death squad organized in Cuba has just arrived to make a suicide attempt to kill me. 3 Widespread reports of irregularities emerged within hours after the polls closed. 3 Most of the glitches revolved around a new, untried, a 23 electoral system whose layers of complexity were intended to reduce fraud. A U.S. funded voter registry was compiled especially for these elections and was based on the personal identity cards called cédulas that all adult Salvadorans were required to carry. While some U.S. officials believed the registry would be useful against fraud, others urged against using the new system. Ambassador Pickering acknowledged at a press conference that the confusion appeared to be general. 33 Once voting started at 7 a.m. on Election Sunday, however, the registry turned out to be riddled with errors that left thousands of Salvadorans disenfranchised. 34 Another issue was the inescapable fact that more than 50% of the country's citizens were illiterate, a rate that spiked to over 70% in the countryside. Yet polling center locations for the entire nation were published in San Salvador newspapers the previous weeks, information that was almost worthless to those voters unable to read. 35 Whose idea of democracy is that? The many imperfections of the first round of elections did not prevent both the Reagan administration and Congress from using the elections as definitive evidence that the now bipartisan strategy was working. Democratic Senator J. Bennett Johnston from Louisiana visited El Salvador soon after the first round and met with Duarte for more than 6 hours. "We believe he can control the army, the death squads and the guerrillas with our help." 3 An article in the New York Times from that same April, titled "Salvador Runoff Called a Pivot Point for Aid," cited an anonymous U.S. diplomat who predicted, "Reagan will come on very strongly once he is back and the election results are in." 37 Interestingly, the liberal New York Times editorial page, normally a sharp critic of Reagan's Salvador policies, cautiously called the first round a standoff for democracy, but nonetheless proposed a surprisingly interventionist approach for the Reagan White House to follow. Having prescribed the election, the administration should not hesitate to influence the result. 38 Yet others were not convinced. 10 days later, the New York Times published a letter from a reader in response to its editorial, whose "Elections Yes, Dialogue No." 543 idea of democracy is that the game plan seems to be to appease the American public and Congress by electing the moderate Duarte. He cannot control the military or the death squads, but his election will permit the administration to keep on arming them while continuing to do in Nicaragua what it accuses Nicaragua, Cuba, and the Soviet Union of doing in El Salvador. 39. A reader of Canada's Globe and Mail commented in a forum titled Death Squad Democracy that the real lesson from the election was that the United States' power and influence in El Salvador also supports its death squad political process between elections. 4°. A few days after the first round, the State Department's Deputy Coordinator for Latin America published a letter in the New York Times encapsulating the engagement strategy's interpretation of the elections. While acknowledging imperfections, he disagreed with an earlier reader who discounted the elections since voting was mandatory in El Salvador. The fact is that the people of El Salvador voted freely in what hundreds of international observers have described as one of the most open and fair elections in Latin American history. If there was a problem, it was that in the attempt to prevent any form of fraud the process became complicated and slowed the voting. Still, all Salvadoran political parties have acknowledged that the elections were a valid manifestation of the people's will. No one is arguing that El Salvador is a perfect democracy or that the election process did not have its flaws. But to seek to denigrate an event in which 70 to 75% of the eligible voters did cast ballots, displaying a degree of patience few of us could have had, is both unfair and a misreading of a very significant event. 4. While strong opinions on the March 25 elections circulated in the press, a final decision on El Salvador's presidency had yet to be made. The second round of elections was still on schedule for May, which provided 1 month of reflection on the blunders of the first round as well as additional time for Arena and the Christian Democrats to sway the vote. Downright phony policies. Members of Congress who observed the first round of elections met with President Reagan after returning to Washington. Using language 324. That was almost indistinguishable from that of Reagan's team. Majority Leader James Wright stated that election had been valid and impressive and added, "I'm going to do whatever is necessary to provide the means for the people of El Salvador to preserve a democratic society." 4. Reagan reinforced Wright's view, "Those valiant people braved guerrilla violence and sabotage to do what we take for granted, cast their votes for president. While the final vote count is not in, it looks like the turnout is another victory for freedom over tyranny, of liberty and courage over intimidation." 43. Echoing his ideological mentor Kirkpatrick, Reagan also criticized people who express concern for human rights abuses while pursuing policies that lead to the overthrow of less than perfect democracies by Marxist dictatorships. Such people, the president said, were naive and/or downright phony. 44. Plus a high-level State Department official backed up this point in comments to the press, "Our entire effort to prevent the growth of Soviet and Cuban influence in Central America will be undercut if the public and Congress get caught up in a furor over the death squads." 45. Hot on the campaign trail for the Democratic Party's presidential primaries, 3 contesting presidential nominees blasted Reagan's Central America policies, especially his recent move to use emergency measures to once again increase aid to El Salvador. Senator Gary Hart said the president was embarking on a foolhardy course that the American people should reject. Reverend Jesse Jackson said the executive action was part of the administration's state-sponsored terror in Central America. Jackson assailed the aid decision. "It is just not right for our government to cut aid to education in this country and increase aid to El Salvador. The peasants who revolted are fighting for a higher level of democracy and respect." 4°. Walter Mondale, Carter's vice president and eventual 1984 Democratic Party nominee, contended that the continued American military presence in the Isthmus was counterproductive, "Unless we can get some reforms on human rights and justice so we've got a strategy there that moves us toward stability and builds a middle ground. The lesson of the last 2.5 years is that with every escalation of the military we end up further behind." 47. Elections yes, dialogue no. 325. We must stop the tears from coming to the eyes of Salvadoran mothers. Not unlike the first round of elections, the lead-up to the second round was rife with tension. A great divide formed between those who supported the newly incorporated registry and those who wanted to go back to the old voting system, which allowed individuals with an identification card to vote wherever they pleased, marking their fingers with indelible ink. A bill sponsored by Arena to end the use of the nationwide voter registry created a tense environment in the weeks before the May 6 presidential runoff between Duarte and Dogwison. Salvadoran officials and USAID advisor John Kelly received a series of death threats in an apparent effort by far-right groups to force them to vote against the registry. The U.S. Embassy contended that Kelly had been threatened by phone and told to leave the country or be killed. The caller identified himself as a representative of the infamous right-wing Maximiliano Hernandez Martinez Brigade *. Registered days later, the U.S. Embassy official who helped arrange security for Kelly, Joaquim Zapata, was assassinated. In the end, the electoral registry was eliminated and voting took place on May 6 using the old method. In spite of the rightist-led success in changing the electoral system, Duarte won with 54% of the vote compared to Dogwison's 29%. The result was clearly influenced by the rightist PCN party's candidate, Francisco José Guerrero, who declined to throw his support behind Dogwison in the second round. 5 During the runoff campaign, the charismatic Duarte had deftly gone for the emotional connection with voters reeling from so much violence and war. "We must stop the spilling of blood, we must stop the tears from coming to the eyes of Salvadoran mothers," he shouted at a rally. "We must end the days when right-wing death squads break down the doors of houses and take away husbands and sons at night." 5. The right had countered Duarte's appeals by distributing a picture of Duarte with Guillermo Ungo, his 1972 running mate and leader of the FMLN's political arm, the FDR.5*. Radio Vence Ramos quickly denounced the results, claiming that 1.3 million unused or blank ballot votes of those who obeyed the FMLN's 326 instructions belonged to them. The U.S. Embassy reported that such logic should earn the FMLN high marks for sheer chutzpah. The guerrillas were not the only ones disappointed with the results. Arena's Dogwison claimed that he had in fact been the winner. The controversial rightist politician even hinted at improprieties that favored the Christian Democrats, a thinly veiled stab at U.S. involvement that has been corroborated by subsequently released classified information. 4 After the 1984 vote, Reagan would continue to highlight the role that elections were playing in El Salvador's resilient democracy. In an October 7, 1987, address to the Permanent Council of the OAS, he told the story of a woman who was injured by insurgent gunfire on her way to vote. She stood in line at the polls for hours but would not leave to have her wounds treated until after she had voted. And the grandmother who had been warned by the communists that if she voted she would be killed when she returned from the polls. "You can kill me," was her defiant answer. "You can kill my family, kill my neighbors, but you can't kill us all." 55. Leader of the death squads against democracy. Back in Washington, after Duarte's May victory, Jesse Helms fumed that the State Department and CIA had bought Mr. Duarte lock, stock, and barrel. 5 While Helms contended that he backed President Reagan's 1981 authorization to use covert action to support parties being threatened by Marxist-Leninist insurgency, at no time did the president authorize covert action on behalf of one Democratic Party to the detriment of other Democratic parties. Alleging that U.S. operatives provided radio and television studies and gave technical advice, Helms wondered, if the CIA programmed the computers, how can anyone trust the numbers? 5. Helms also accused U.S. Ambassador Thomas Pickering for acting as the death squads against democracy. 5 Registered the despicable comments about Ambassador Pickering aside, Helms had a legitimate claim in his contention that the 1984 election had American fingerprints all over it. This is not to claim, however, that the Christian Democrats would not have won the election without U.S. covert assistance and public cajoling. Yet clearly the U.S. government was meddling deeply in El Salvador's affairs in order to preserve the event that now had so much riding on it. El Salvador went on to have a successful municipal election a year later, marking the fourth national election in as many years. Some on the Salvadoran right might have mistakenly concluded that Helms's condemnation of Pickering meant that the ambassador did not have the backing of Washington. Whatever the case, American intelligence uncovered a plot by associates of Dogwison to assassinate Pickering while he was accompanying President-elect Duarte around Washington, D.C., Because of this discovery, the ambassador and his wife received around-the-clock protection when they arrived in the capital city on May 20.5. Once again, Reagan administration troubleshooter Vernon Walters was tasked with addressing the crisis by confronting the losing presidential candidate, THIRD-WORLDISM, who vehemently denied knowledge of the plot. According to one U.S. diplomat, General Walters read the riot act. The message was that we knew what was going on and it had better not happen again. Walters told THIRD-WORLDISM that the United States would hold him personally accountable if anything happened to Pickering registered degree Senator Helms, however, dismissed THIRD-WORLDISM's involvement in the plot. "I think it's an absolute falsehood. Registered." After a meeting on Capitol Hill with a dozen U.S. senators, THIRD-WORLDISM told the press that there had indeed been a plot but that he had helped avoid such a terrible thing by publicly denouncing it. Degree. Interestingly, and despite the strong language used with THIRD-WORLDISM, in future months the U.S. Embassy shifted to a more conciliatory policy toward the Salvadoran firebrand in an effort to convince him that America was not eternally hostile. One Reagan official explained, it was to try to get him to be a good opposition leader. "We told him, those days are gone, they are gone permanently. You are to be recognized as a politician. And you have the right, as a politician, to go shopping in Miami." Registered. Learning that THIRD-WORLDISM had been granted a visa, administration critics called the action reprehensible. Registered. For in addition to his supporters on Capitol Hill, THIRD-WORLDISM also maintained a strong following in the broader United States despite his infamous reputation. Even after the plot to kill Pickering was 328. Revealed, in June 1984, the Young Americans for Freedom organized THIRD-WORLDISM's press conference in Washington and accompanied his tour of the Capitol wearing arena T-shirts. When he made a subsequent trip that December, more than a dozen conservative organizations sponsored a dinner in his honor. Degree 5. Let us not let that democracy be stillborn. The elections also helped reinforce the Reagan administration's policy of both anti-communism and democracy in El Salvador vis-a-vis its critics and skeptics. Influential House member Jim Wright from Texas personally witnessed the voting and told reporters that he would press his fellow Democrats to defend the freely chosen government in El Salvador. Soon after Duarte's election, Wright led 55 Democrats in approving most of President Reagan's request for economic and military aid, despite Speaker of the House Tip O'Neill's opposition. Registered. This is an agonizing moment for me, Wright told his colleagues. And yet, I feel so very strongly that I am impelled to speak out. We need steady, emphatic commitment to freedom in El Salvador, not a tenuous, tentative, hesitant, or begrudging commitment. I have seen this country of El Salvador go through the travail and the birth pangs of a democracy. Let us not let that democracy be stillborn, nor die in its infancy. Registered. 7. In his post-election visit to Washington, the newly elected Duarte pleaded with Congress to support the continued aid. "I am here to ask that you have faith in me." Degree. Duarte's case was made easier by the revelation that the National Guardsman charged with killing the American churchwomen in 1980 had been convicted after a one-day trial in late May 1984. Moderate Democrats cheered this development, as they believed in building a broad base for a balanced Salvador policy. The politically astute Duarte even sent individual telegrams to members of Congress reminding them of the importance of supporting El Salvador's tenuous democracy. In a speech to Congress he offered a rationale for continued U.S. aid. On 3 occasions now the people of El Salvador have defied threats and freely voted in overwhelming numbers. In order to avoid the disaster that has befallen our neighboring country, which has seen its legitimate aspirations for democracy frustrated by a Marxist-Leninist takeover, we need adequate economic and military assistance. Please help the people of El Salvador and contribute simultaneously to the security and stability of our hemisphere. Degree. The successful presidential election that brought Duarte to power swayed the Democrats in Congress to favor the administration. If cutthroat THIRD-WORLDISM had secured the presidency in 1984, El Salvador might have never received U.S. aid that year. As Speaker Thomas O'Neill put it, we wouldn't even be debating these amendments for aid to El Salvador, we'd be reassessing the whole thing. The Reagan administration reinforced the public line that the path to peace in El Salvador came through greater security and democracy, and with Duarte in power, most Democrats agreed. Only $29 million in 1980, U.S. military aid in the 1984 fiscal year was $196 million. 7 economic aid more than doubled this amount, making El Salvador one of the world's largest recipients of U.S. foreign aid. 7 * Some liberal voices in Congress remained unconvinced that Duarte's election would mitigate the challenge facing U.S. policy in the country. Representative James Shannon stated, when he was president before he did not run the country. It is the army which rules El Salvador. 73. Soft-spoken member of the landed gentry. Elections for the Constituent Assembly on March 31 of the following year resulted in an upset showing by the Duarte-led Christian Democrats, who gained 34 of the 60 assembly seats and swept most of the country's municipal offices. 74 For the Reagan administration, this new election in 1985, unlike the 1984 vote, helped legitimize Duarte's presidency. 75 Once again, the CIA supported the election, a contemporary American source noted, by intensifying its collection of intelligence information about the guerrillas' military plans and operations so as to help the Salvadoran military bloc anticipated efforts to disrupt the voting. 7 Unlike the 1982 and 1984 vote, however, Duarte's Christian Democrats did not require Yankee intervention to achieve a victory. International press coverage was glowing, suggesting a strong mandate for Duarte's government. While it garnered far less international attention than the 1982 and 1984 votes, the 1985 National Assembly election also marked the beginning of increased negative international press for the guerrillas. In one account, a reporter described an increase of insurgent violence. Meanwhile, the guerrillas have blundered their way into political and military reverses unprecedented in the 5-year insurgency. Attacking unarmed peasants in La Paz province, razing municipal halls in nearly 333 villages, executing 2 town mayors and kidnapping several others, the insurgents have handed the government a series of unequivocal propaganda victories. 77 Yet the election's biggest loser was Duarte, the dark prince of the feudal right, as many were concluding that his career as the oligarchy's standard-bearer is finished. 7 Battered by its stinging electoral defeat and loss of the conservative legislative majority in the March balloting, Arena soon voted Duarte out as leader of the party, replacing him with Alfredo Cristiani, whom one writer has aptly described as a soft-spoken member of the landed gentry, a sports-loving family man who grows and processes coffee and cotton. 7. Duarte was named Arena's honorary president for life and kept his seat in the assembly registered degree. Jesse Helms will love it. As Secretary of State, George Shultz was one of Reagan's chief architects on El Salvador policy. It is not surprising that he attended Duarte's inauguration on May 31, 1984, an event that included representatives from 43 countries. In his memoir, Shultz recounted that while waiting for the ceremony to start in a government venue, he encouraged his aides to engage other dignitaries to promote the U.S. engagement. "We have a point of view about Central America that is fundamentally bipartisan," he said. "So why not use this time to talk to the other delegations?" 8 Shultz optimistically considered the inaugural proceedings a genuinely stunning moment for El Salvador's young democracy. "Duarte was magnificent. I had the feeling the country was turning a corner." In the same pages, Shultz joked about his post-inauguration stop in Managua to meet Sandinista leader Daniel Ortega, since he knew conservative Republicans on the Hill and some in the administration were not pleased with his diplomacy. "This is going to be terrific. Jesse Helms will love it." 3 Interestingly, except for a few vocal holdouts like Helms, Washington had come to a bipartisan consensus on Duarte's democratic El Salvador. Yet in this same period the Reagan administration continued to ramp up its controversial and at times illegal policies in Nicaragua, such as the CIA's 1984 mining of Nicaraguan harbors. In El Salvador, in contrast, that same CIA was supporting ballot drives and get-out-the-vote campaigns. 31. La Palma. Whatever crossed their thoughts, leaders on both sides recognized, however briefly, that, as Churchill once expressed it, talk, talk, talk is better than war, war, war. Robert Pastor, Carter Administration Aide for Latin America. We do not seek a military defeat for our friends. We do not seek a military stalemate. We seek victory for the forces of democracy. Fred C. Ickle, Under Secretary of Defense, September 19837. Auxiliary but not strategic factor in our struggle. Both the Salvadoran military and guerrillas believed that they could defeat each other on the battlefield outright without negotiating away core ideals. The FDR's Ruben Zamora told a foreign correspondent in 1984, in 1981, the word negotiations was not in our vocabulary. When you speak of negotiations, you speak of sharing. We thought before that total triumph was possible, but we have come to terms with reality. 3 fundamental disagreements about what constituted negotiations and power sharing hindered any semblance of compromise or progress in these early years of the war. In late 1983, Provisional President Alvaro Magafia's government appointed a peace commission that met secretly with the FMLN and FDR, but this did not result in a breakthrough. In the interim, backed by the swelling funds from Washington, the Salvadoran government bet on continued elections and strengthening the once inept fighting Salvadoran military to carry. 331. 332. The day as opposed to concessions at the negotiating table. U.S. officials also routinely cited ostensibly impartial observers to reinforce the fact that the guerrillas did not want peace. For example, in the summer of 1983, top diplomat Thomas Enders quoted Archbishop Arturo Rivera y Damas reflecting on the negotiations in March of that same year, "The population wants there to be peace. I do not see that the guerrillas, who have progressed militarily and in experience, have popular support. There have been about 4 or 5 offensives and who knows how many more to come. But the people want." For it is not fully apparent what eventually led the guerrillas to the negotiating table, although first in secret by the end of 1983. One likely factor was a change to a guerrilla leadership more amenable to talks. Under Cayetano Carpio's leadership, the FPL resisted not just negotiations with the government but even greater military and political unification of the FMLN. 5 Other factions like Joaquin Villalobos's ERP regarded the FPL's refusal to coordinate its military actions with other groups as the major reason for the failure of the March 1982 offensive to disrupt the national elections. In October 1982, the FPL's second in command, Melida Anaya Montes, supported the decision of the other FMLN factions to submit a negotiations proposal to the Magana government. Carpio resisted but was forced to acquiesce when the other guerrilla groups threatened to proceed without his approval. By January 1983, Carpio was dealt another setback when the FPL accepted negotiations as an auxiliary but not strategic factor in our struggle. Registered according to Facundo Guardado, a member of the FPL Central Command at the time, Ana Maria always attempted to break the rigid Leninist. In turn, Carpio perceived that he was losing control of the organization to his deputy. Almost 3 months later, on April 6, 1983, in Nicaragua, Ana Maria was repeatedly and grotesquely stabbed to death by some of Carpio's closest comrades. An official communiqué by the FPL reveals that Cayetano, resentful of his political and moral defeat in the Central Command meeting, became the principal initiator responsible for the assassination. 7 Unofficial FMLN sources and foreign diplomats in Managua helped spread the rumor that Tomás Borga, a leader of the Sandinistas' National Directorate and Minister of the Interior, went personally to Carpio's house 3 days after Ana Maria's murder. Borga then told La Palma 333. Carpio that he had to choose between suicide and public disclosure of his own and his comrades' involvement in Ana Maria's murder. Suicide would assure that the murder would remain an internal FPL affair, and Carpio selected this fateful option. Borga had originally denounced Ana Maria's assassination as a CIA plot. Whatever the case might have been, One outcome from the shocking murder/suicide episode was the de-radicalization of FPL under the new leadership of Salvador Sanchez Cerén, a guerrillero who, and it is virtually certain that none of his fellow rebels could have imagined this in 1983, would become the Democratic president of El Salvador in 2014. For the Reagan administration, negotiations continued to grow in appeal given that they offered a potential off-ramp for what was turning out to be a sustained and costly proxy commitment. One public opinion poll reported that 3/4 of Americans opposed increasing military aid. Since defeating the rebels outright was a remote possibility, a political settlement was certainly one way to ensure that Washington did not send boots on the ground. Yet negotiations still meant all things to all people. We cannot offer miracles. On October 8, 1984, Salvadoran President José Napoleón Duarte used the occasion of his address at the UN General Assembly in New York to announce his plan to bring peace to his war-ravaged nation. Duarte subsequently explained that several months of working to ameliorate death squad activity had been necessary to get into position for fruitful talks with the guerrillas. The biggest part of Duarte's UN address, what he later called an audacious act, was to counter the FDR/FMLN's repeated claim that it was fighting an illegitimate government. Unfortunately, the FDR does not understand that we are experiencing a new reality, and therefore it is still trying to change things that no longer exist: a medieval agrarian structure, a financial structure at the service of the interests of a minority, an army at the service of a political system dominated by an economic elite. In 1979 a profound process of change began, and it has been consolidated. From this rostrum I ask those who advocate the ideology of armed subversion in El Salvador to change their strategies because of the new reality in my country. The El Salvador that they left in 1978 and 1979 is not 334 the Salvador option. The El Salvador that exists in 1984. Today your country is breathing the air of freedom. Political parties are respected and encouraged. The free people choose their leaders. Abuses of authority and violations of human rights have been reduced to the very minimum, and those who commit them are prosecuted and punished. Degree. Duarte's first session of peace negotiations with the FMLN began on October 15, 1984. By coincidence or not, the 5th anniversary of the reformist coup that ousted General Romero's regime in 1979. Duarte and his defense minister Eugenio Vides Casanova traveled to guerrilla-controlled territory to initiate the talks. Duarte would never have been able to make this bold move without the FARE's leadership behind him. The FARE's generals were not enthusiastic about the negotiations, but they were at least willing to let Duarte proceed with the effort. As Duarte's personal assistant told a foreign correspondent, "We have had to move slowly. The army has changed, and is changing, and is starting to accept Duarte. But some of them have problems with the dialogue, any dialogue." Duarte also made this move without waiting for a public endorsement from the Reagan administration, which served to reinforce the image that this was his and not Washington's initiative. Weary of violence, the public's expectations were high that an agreement could be reached. Witnessed by Archbishop Rivera y Damas and 2 other bishops, the two sides initially met for 5 hours in the modern church in the mountain town of La Palma near the border with Honduras. Thousands gathered around the building to be near what appeared to be a historic moment. There was no military presence by either side in the town, a remote locale often held by the rebels. In fact, unarmed Boy Scouts provided security for the meetings. A foreign journalist described the motley rebel delegation: "A good many we had seen in rebel uniforms there on earlier occasions lounged on sidewalks behind their knock-off Ray-Bans, and there was no reason to assume that the army didn't have its ringers in place as well." It quickly became apparent that the two sides were farther apart than many had believed. Each of the proposals presented was little more than a restatement of positions already advocated publicly. For the guerrillas provided Duarte a list of 29 demands, including pay cuts for the president and military command and raises for junior soldiers. For his part, Duarte handed each of the 5 guerrilla representatives a copy of what he called my Bible, El Salvador's constitution, and invited the rebels to lay down their weapons and compete for power through elections. *5 We cannot offer miracles, the Salvadoran president admitted afterward. Neither can we offer peace from morning to night. It was a first step, acknowledged FDR president and Guillermo Ungo, but there are many steps to take, and for the rebel negotiators this would mean power sharing before elections. 1 Registered at La Palma, the guerrillas once again resoundingly rejected Duarte's call for them to enter into the existing political system. Democracy cannot be achieved with traditional parties, argued Fermin Cienfuegos, commander of the forces of the Armed Forces of National Resistance. He added, parties always represent special interests. Our country needs a single front which represents national interests. *7. 336. One journalist explained that the FMLN's preferred political model was not Duarte's El Salvador but Fidel Castro's Cuba. In the end, there were some minor agreements on the rules of war and evacuation of guerrilla prisoners, but the session didn't get near the issues of the war itself. 9 Given Reagan's initial rhetoric on El Salvador, it's not surprising that the letter he sent to Duarte on October 16 commending him on the peace talks was not something the general public had anticipated. Note that Reagan's understanding of negotiations and peace is predicated on the guerrillas entering the political system, exactly what FMLN negotiators had categorically rejected. On behalf of all Americans, I wish to congratulate you for the bold step you have taken for peace in El Salvador. Despite great personal risk to yourself and your advisors, you went to La Palma armed only with the support of the Salvadoran people and your fervent desire for peace and democracy. Your offer of peace for the armed left to rejoin El Salvador's political process, together with amnesty and an effort to assist those harmed by the war, is both historic and generous. I share your hope that the Salvadoran people will achieve their heartfelt desire for peace, pluralistic democracy, and social justice. You have our hopes and prayers that this courageous initiative is the first step in a process that will bring a lasting peace through democracy to your nation. *degree. The Reagan administration quickly endorsed Duarte's peace moves, although critics claimed it was only to soften Reagan's image in the lead-up to the November 1984 presidential election. Secretary of State George Shultz stated, "We strongly support President Duarte's dialogue with Salvadoran guerrillas." Yet, fearing that hardliner guerrilla elements would hijack any power-sharing agreement, the Reagan administration's support for the negotiations was generally qualified by the contention that any settlement would first need the FMLN to accept the legitimacy of the current political system. Negotiations between equal participants in a civil war. The two sides met again 2 months later in December 1984 in the town of Ayaguelo, just outside San Salvador. During this round of peace talks, though, the FAS, fully armed, kept a vigil on the grounds of the seminary where the negotiations took place. *3 But La Palma 337. Once again deep fissures were hard to overcome. Duarte considered the insurgents outlaws, hence his insistence that the talks be held in churches the rebels would enter as if seeking refuge. Duarte attributed the FMLN's lack of sincerity at the negotiating table to the influence of hardline elements who had no interest in compromise, and in the aftermath of La Palma, they had returned to their long-standing thesis of unconditional surrender. For despite Duarte's strong comments, Salvadoran officials appeared to allow for a sliver of hope. According to Duarte's vice president, Rodolfo Castillo, after they accept incorporation into the democratic process and decide to abandon violence as a method for obtaining power, then everything opens up. *5 The FMLN countered yet again that they viewed the peace talks as negotiations between equal participants in a civil war. *degree Over the next few years there were additional negotiations in various sites, but little progress was made in what appeared to be intractable divides between the two warring sides. After the FMLN boycotted a proposed round in Sensorai, also just outside the capital, the rebel negotiator Guillermo Ungo, using acerbic language, revealed the mutual mistrust and pessimism. This confirms my view that Duarte started this as a propaganda game with no room for maneuver. *7 This same day, Duarte punched back by accusing the guerrillas of boycotting the talks because they don't want to negotiate for peace. They want a dialogue of war? 8. The next couple of years saw a hardening of rhetoric on negotiations and a political settlement. Joaquin Villalobos told foreign reporters in mid-1985, "We have no condition for laying down our arms because we are not prepared to give up our guns ever." Asterisk. A few months later, Ungo warned of much more war to come. The Reagan administration no longer talks of a quick victory in El Salvador. 3. The continued attacks on Duarte broadcast by Radio Vence Ramos also reflected a hardening line that belied the apparent openness at La Palma. Duarte is not a simple executioner like Roberto D'Aubuisson, he is the main enemy, the criminal of today, only with a new style. It would be good for the Christian Democrats to remember the popular saying that he who lives by the sword, dies by the sword. 3. As hopes for negotiations waned, guerrilla tactics readapted to the military stalemate. Guerrilla commanders now reaffirmed their own faith in a long-term war of attrition, a war increasingly fought by roving terror squads planting claymore mines and hurling grenades. 3. The once expected mass insurrection that underpinned early rebel military strategy, it seemed, was dead. The phase, by contrast, was at once flush with new U.S. arms as well as gleeful over the political ineptitude of the guerrillas' return to terrorist tactics. Sam Dillon soberly reminded his New Republic readers in June 1985 that peace talks, of course, are about war, a bloody showdown over which the army is confident as never before. He quoted Defense Minister Vides, who claimed to support the peace process but noted that pressure on the rebels would force them to make concessions that they otherwise would not. If we act with more military force every day, the subversives will adjust their ideas to reality. Dillon concluded that with the major actors still committed to war, the prospects for negotiated progress appeared limited to prisoner exchanges. 32. Escapulas. It is precisely that reality in which you are living that moved me to undertake this journey. To be closer to you, children of the Church and of countries of Christian roots, who suffer intensely and who are experiencing the scourges of division, war, hatred, social injustice, ideological confrontations that beset the world and that expose to conflict innocent populations yearning for peace. Pope John Paul II, March 1983. Speaking frankly, it is difficult in every civil war for the hatreds and passions to die. President José Napoleon Duarte, November 198. 4 Communists win these kinds of negotiations. In an endeavor to bolster regional peace efforts in an isthmus racked by revolutionary and counter-revolutionary violence, the foreign ministers of Mexico, Panama, Colombia, and Venezuela established the Contadora Group, named after the Panamanian island where the first meeting took place in January 1983. Under the informal leadership of Colombian President Belisario Betancur, 5 Central American governments began talks under the Contadora auspices. 3 Within a year, the Contadora Group had come up with a draft treaty that focused on security and stability as opposed to domestic democracy. This version would 340 have required the Sandinistas to end their aid to the Salvadoran guerrillas as well as evacuate Cuban and Soviet bloc military personnel. Perhaps assuming that Managua would reject it, the Reagan administration reacted positively to the draft. Remarkably, though, within weeks, Sandinista leader Daniel Ortega announced that his government supported the treaty in its totality, immediately, and without modifications, citing that U.S. assistance to the Contras as well as Nicaragua's dependence on Cuban and Soviet military support undermined the treaty. The Costa Rican, Salvadoran, and Honduran governments failed to embrace the draft. 5 By 1986, the Contadora process struggled to develop a credible program that all the regional governments would endorse, but another accord, Escapulas II, would come to fruition. Escapulas II was named after the Guatemalan town where it was signed by the 5 Central American presidents in early August 1987. Based on a plan created by Costa Rican President Oscar Arias, Esquipulas II called for an end to hostilities, open elections, and the end of external assistance to irregular actors. Of particular significance to the Salvadoran case, Esquipulas II emphasized the incorporation of region's insurgents into the political process through internationally supervised democratic elections. Arias's efforts on the Esquipulas II Accord earned him the 1987 Nobel Peace Prize. As with so much on El Salvador, Arias's Central America plan received a mixed reaction by the Reagan administration. George Shultz expressed his view of Esquipulas II to Reagan, relaying that the signing of the Central America-led accord was good news. It's got a good thrust to it. It starts a process that will, with hard work, lead to democracy in Nicaragua, so it's a victory. The administration tended to like what Esquipulas II said on paper about a political settlement, but was suspicious that the Sandinistas would not comply given that it would mean ceasing support to the FMLN. Nevertheless, Shultz reflected, I felt the plan had the potential to take us to a new level on Central America, where bipartisan support could allow a realist appraisal of the situation and a readiness to be forthcoming. Echoing his Secretary of State's thinking, Reagan issued a statement, "We welcome this commitment to peace and democracy by the 5 Central American presidents. There is much work to be done by the parties involved." Degree 342. Yet there were also senior officials who took a more circumspect approach to Arias's plan for regional peace. Reagan appointee Elliott Abrams, whom Shultz described in his memoir as someone always preoccupied with the Contras, worried about the impact. I am very worried about this agreement. Communists win these kinds of negotiations. This could be the end of our policy. Asterisk in what would have surprised some observers, given his foreign policy team's hawkish rhetoric and image, in late February 1983 Reagan signed a top-secret national security decision directive instructing the executive branch to make a concerted effort to ensure that the current Latin Peace Initiative does not turn against the U.S. but rather use this development as a means of furthering the process of democratization in Latin America. In a reflection that any interest in supporting the peace process meant abandoning the military angle, Reagan's directive also mandated that the U.S. military presence in El Salvador be sufficiently augmented to permit the U.S. to better influence the prosecution of the war. Asterisk 3 2 years later, in early January 9, Reagan issued another secret directive that reiterated support for the resolution of regional disputes and conflicts through dialogue and negotiation for, as we will see, by early 1989 the incoming George H.W. Bush administration found the Arias plan for regional peace to be well established, thus making it easier to embrace. What's more, the stipulation about ending external assistance would mean easing up on Contra aid, a foreign policy ulcer that the Bush administration was eager to eliminate. But the Arias/Esquipulas II framework also meant that the Sandinistas would have to stop backing the FMLN. Dialogue for Peace. In addition to the efforts of the Contadora Group, and before Esquipulas II came into effect, there were other actors working together to begin the negotiated peace process in El Salvador. Throughout 1983, Archbishop Rivera y Damas, appointed by Pope John Paul II in March 1983, pushed for dialogue to find a political solution to end the war. This plea for reconciliation was backed up by the Pope, who sent out a message in January 1983 called Dialogue for Peace, a challenge for our time. In response to the Vatican's message, the San Salvador Archdiocese Commission for Justice and Peace organized a day of prayer on January 6, 1983, at which Rivera y Damas again pressed the government and guerrillas to begin negotiations. 5 The Pope's visit focused on 2 objectives: to find unity within the Church and seek reconciliation as a way to lessen the violence. Archbishop Arturo Rivera y Damas announced that the visit was viewed as a source of hope for the Salvadoran people. Degree in preparation for the visit, Christians in the FMLN zones of control held meetings in which they formulated suggestions and requests and mailed them to the Pope. The Pope was received by the church hierarchy and the Salvadoran government led by elected Provisional President Alvaro Magallía. The Pope called for dialogue among opposing factions in the war, for reconciliation and peace. He called for a sincere dialogue from which no one must be excluded. 7. On a political note, the Pope also indirectly referenced the government's announced presidential elections, which some took as an implicit endorsement of the Salvadoran government over the rebels. The means announced and all other adequate means could contribute to peaceful progress. Registered. Contrary to what some had hoped for, the Pope's visit did not end the violence against the church community. Only weeks after John Paul II's visit to the war-torn country, on April 6, 1983, the National Police abducted, tortured, and murdered 2 members of a Christian-based community in the town of San Ramon. Soon after, the National Police kidnapped 2 members of the Salvadoran Lutheran Church. In September, the Jesuit residence in San Salvador was bombed. According to the church-based human rights group Socorro Juridico, 4 members of the Social Secretariat of the Archdiocese were kidnapped and held for days before being released. Over these very same days, Rivera y Damas received a death threat. In October, the anti-communist brigade murdered 4 people. The communique left with the bodies accused one of them of being in direct contact with Monsignor Rivera y Damas and the Mexican embassy to coordinate efforts to bring about negotiations. Deaths attributed to death squads during the month of October, 1984. Oscar Romero's role in El Salvador's war understandably received consideration, both then and now. Yet Romero's towering legacy has 344. Tended to overshadow the roles that other key priests played in this remarkable story. And this was certainly true of Rivera y Damas, whose outspoken views earned him the ire of the far right. In one episode, a group called the Catholic Traditionalist Movement took out a full-page advertisement in a San Salvador newspaper with veiled threats against Rivera and accused the Archbishop of sowing class hatred and supporting Catholic communist progressivism. Degree. Back in the 1970s, then Archbishop Luis Chavez y Gonzalez and his auxiliary Rivera y Damas both actively supported the creation of Christian-based communities. When Chavez retired in 1977, the Vatican passed over Rivera y Damas, a decision that might have been influenced by his antagonism toward the military regime. Instead, the chosen archbishop was Oscar Romero, who ironically, given his future path, had acquired a reputation as a conservative. While the gross abuses of citizens were not as rampant as in earlier years, they did not disappear despite the Pope's call for peace. The Catholic Church played an integral role in chronicling the killings. Had started the justice monitoring agency called Socorro Juridico that later became Tutela Legal. In late 1984, Tutela Legal issued Report No. 30, Victims of Political Violence, Deaths attributed to death squads during the month of October, 1984. The following excerpt from the report reveals both the continued irregularity of security forces and death squad operations as well as the type of dogged and dangerous work that the Archbishop's office was doing under Rivera y Damas. 1. Reynaldo Echeverria, 37, graduate and professor of literature at the Universidad Centroamericana. José Simeón Canas, killed on October 3, 1984, as he arrived at his house in Colonia Metr 6 Polis in the department of San Salvador. A gray-colored vehicle with tinted windows followed the aforementioned individual, his wife, and daughter. A person armed with a G3 gun got out of the above vehicle and fired several times at the said individual and subsequently fled down the street in the opposite direction. 2. Unknown, found dead on October 2, 1984, on the Pan American Highway, in the territory of El Congo on Cotopaxi, with gunshot wounds, with their hands and thumbs tied behind their backs, and without identity papers. Escapulas 345. 3. Luis Dagoberto Rodriguez, 48, employed, killed by an unidentified paramilitary squad when he was taken from his house on October 8, 1984, by armed men in civilian dress, in Colonia Santa Maria in San Marcos, and found the same day in Reparto Bosques del Rio in the district of Soyapango. 4. Francisco Antonio Reyes, 24, mechanic, found dead on October 29, 1984, on the coffee farm on the El Molino plantation on the outskirts of Santa Ana near San Salvador in the vicinity of the cemetery. found nude with visible marks of blows and signs of strangulation, with 2 leather straps around his neck, and without personal identification papers. It is believed he died elsewhere and had his body left in the place described above, killed by an unidentified paramilitary squad. While this is only one report, it provides an important snapshot of the violence that ravaged El Salvador at this time. It would be a few years before Escapulas II was signed into effect, and while negotiations were a priority for several actors, the war was still ongoing. These indiscriminate deaths are one of many factors that made negotiations such a difficult process, providing justification for the FMLN to continue its armed struggle. Counterinsurgency. If you spend your time chasing guerrillas, you do it forever and never get to the root cause of the insurgency. U.S. military review of the war in El Salvador. The Reagan administration complains about the death squads in El Salvador. But its policy is for military victory, with negotiations only as window dressing, and that doesn't give any chance to human rights. It just encourages the far right. And the policy isn't working. The military progress is fading away. So there will be more escalation, more American involvement. Guillermo Ungo, FDR leader, October 1983 *. Their idea of counterinsurgency, I suppose, was to round up the peasants and shoot them, never identifying who the insurgents were. Reagan administration official. What do El Salvador and Costa Rica have in common? Neither has an army. Langhorne Tony Motley, Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, 1983+. Tubeless artillery and planeless bombs. With its sophisticated tactical and strategic doctrine and prodigious armaments acquired largely from sympathetic Marxist governments, largely via Cuba and Nicaragua, the FMLN was quickly becoming 346. The largest and strongest insurgency in Latin American history. A few years into the war, the guerrillas were now benefiting from finally being able to overcome their factional rivalries to launch coordinated strikes and share intelligence and resources. This allowed the rebels to launch operations that at times involved thousands of soldiers, a stunning level of strength and sophistication for a guerrilla movement in Latin America. In 1982, the FARC captured a large cache of documents from an FMLN safe house in San Salvador. The secret documents revealed that Cayetano Carpio's FPL faction had identified the use of elite commando units as a key element of the insurgent strategy. The guerrillas believed that these crack troops would serve as the tubeless artillery and planeless bombs needed to carry out the stunning raids that would humiliate the Salvadoran military and remind the country of the guerrillas' invincibility. FMLN soldiers had in fact started receiving training in Cuba as early as 1980. By 1983 these units were ready to go into action to strike at the heart of the FARC. Smoking wreckages. Designed and built with American dollars, the 4th Brigade headquarters at El Paraíso was one of the FARC's most secure and important military installations registered for FALN commanders. El Paraíso's symbolic value made it an optimal target for a massive guerrilla attack. Located along the highway between San Salvador and the mountain town of Quetzaltenango, the base lay in a valley surrounded by high peaks. Believing that small arms or homemade artillery would be out of range from these locations, the FARC had not fortified any positions on the hills and ridges above the base. The FARC did not anticipate the FMLN's ability to employ sophisticated massed artillery. Guerrilla spies inside the base were able to keep the FMLN planners abreast of FARC thinking and movements. Cleverly, guerrilla soldiers dressed as civilians strolled by the base located near the main road in order to observe defenses without raising suspicion. The guerrillas spent 6 months conducting surveillance before launching this unprecedented operation slated for late December 1983. One key bit of intelligence for the guerrilla planners in scheduling the attack was to know when the soldiers were on leave. 348. When the base had the lowest number of troops inside. At this point in the war, FARC forces regularly took off weekends and holidays. On the night of December 30th, the FMLN launched operations nearby in order to distract FARC forces and pull troops out of the base. Around 50 commandos gathered 500 yards from the base, dressed only in shorts and with bodies painted in camouflage. They were carrying automatic weapons and U.S. manufactured grenades. They began silently to cut holes in the barbed wire and to mark the minefields. 2 hours later, the full assault element of 300 regular troops began to infiltrate the base following the routes marked by the initial commando team. The penetrators' initial explosions signaled to fellow guerrillas in the surrounding hillsides to begin the artillery barrage. The attackers utilized over 1,000 blocks of dynamite during the assault, resulting in the deaths of scores of stunned phase troops. The heady guerrillas captured more than 500 M16 rifles and even conducted a secondary ambush on phase reinforcements rushing to join the defenders. Days later, the scale of the raid became apparent with humiliating images of more than 2 phase forces killed and smoking wreckages of what had once been one of the most modern military bases of El Salvador. Registered in the years between 1981 and 1984, the El Paraíso mission was only one of many large-scale operations that sent terror into the minds of Salvadoran officials and their American counterparts. Gave the Salvadoran government only 6 weeks to survive. As the Salvadoran war rolled into its third and fourth years, the situation appeared increasingly bleak for the Salvadoran government and its American sponsors, a development not lost on foreign correspondents. In July 1983, a New York Times reporter described the apparent wide gap in training and morale between the FARES and FMLN forces. Whereas the Salvadoran soldier looks, at best, young and earnest, the guerrillas encountered by Western correspondents are self-confident to the point of being cocky. The insurgents have solidified their control over most of the northern province of Quetzaltenango and brought a good part of the eastern half of El Salvador under their domination. The towns they hold are of little economic importance, but their number has been growing. Most critically, the guerrillas were taking the war to the cities, including San Salvador. Many at the time were concluding that the guerrillas were fighting for a cause while the government and military were more reluctant participants in the conflict. According to an embassy official, an FMLN fighter boasted that if he fought and died they would name a street after him, whereas a fallen phase soldier would be consigned to oblivion *degree, and there was a lot of anonymous dying going on, given that the phase combat casualty rate at the beginning of the war was 50%, a rate U.S. officials claimed they helped reduce to 5% by end of the war. The guerrillas were also benefiting from the phase policy of releasing prisoners after interrogation, an approach that provided the guerrillas with excellent intelligence on the Salvadoran military. While roughly 3/4 of its arms came from Cuba, Vietnam, and other external allies, the FMLN continued to reap the benefits of captured or purchased U.S. provided phase weapons. Overall, the Pentagon was reporting that the FMLN exhibited a tactical competence that repeatedly embarrassed Salvadoran forces in the field. Overwhelmed phase forces repeatedly surrendered en masse, causing deep embarrassment to government officials. Stunned by the late 1983 El Paraíso raid described above and subsequent destruction of the critical quarter-mile-long Cuscatlan Bridge, the U.S. military group located inside the embassy in San Salvador gave the Salvadoran government only 6 weeks to survive 3. Other Pentagon officials expected the FMLN to control most of the countryside in a matter of months or years, even if they had not yet seized power. These sorts of dire predictions were by no means exaggerated, considering that by early 1984 the guerrillas controlled vast swaths of territory, especially in the mountainous third of the country. During these early years the FMLN largely avoided targeting civilians. More than 4,000 civilians were killed in 1983 alone, but fewer than 100 of these deaths were attributed to the FMLN. Most of the indiscriminate killing of civilians continued to be carried out by security forces and the illegal death squads. 4. Ain't low-intensity conflict when they're shooting at you. FMLN prowess was significant on its own, but it was magnified when compared with the undeniable reality that the phase's training, morale, and fighting skills were marginal at best. As an phase soldier put it to U.S. Army Special Forces, it ain't low-intensity conflict when they're 350 shooting at you, 5 stories of phase incompetence, cowardice, or corruption were common both in El Salvador and back in Washington, where they were a constant source of frustration to the U.S. government that was funding the Salvadoran military with a growing share of its budget. Back in the late 1970s, before the war began, the phase was effectively a mission of 11,000 that had no mission. Registered. Interestingly, the phase top brass had been studying counterinsurgency in at least some forms, but the lessons never sank in. Instead, its lightning victory over Honduras in the short-lived soccer war in 1969 helped perpetuate a conventional hammer-and-anvil war doctrine geared to defeat external enemies. When asked about the military's understanding of counterinsurgency, a lower-level phase officer admitted, "The only war our senior leaders ever fought was with Honduras." 7. This reliance on a conventional doctrine meant, for example, that airstrike capability was emphasized while internal troop mobility was not. The phase's culture and actions were also inextricably tied to the conservative business and landowning class, in that the military was expected to stamp out leftist subversion in addition to defending the country from outside threats. If it could be considered to have one at all, the phase's loyalty rested on the institution of the military, rather than on an anti-communist ideology, as was the case with the Guatemalan military. Registered. In the first years of the war, one characterization was that phase senior officers don't even own fatigues, a slap against this garrison-like military leadership that rarely ventured near the battlefield. Those who ended up doing the actual fighting tended to be the total incompetents. Officers were often suspected of collecting salaries of non-existent ghost soldiers or leasing their troops to land and business owners to work as security guards and laborers. Poorly educated Salvadoran youths were picked up from the streets and conscripted for 2-year stints. For many desperate young men, military life was the only way to get their 3 squares. One U.S. officer summed a generally held view that the phase spent its time sitting in garrison or abusing civilians. Degree. By the end of 1983, this 9-to-5 army resorted to indiscriminate search and destroy sweeps backed up by artillery and A-37 light attack aircraft supplied by Washington, an approach that was creating as many fresh guerrilla recruits as those killed in action. Making matters worse, phase enlisted soldiers were poorly led at all levels. Their officer corps was notorious for not caring about their soldiers, and they lacked a cadre of professional non-commissioned officers. NCOs, whom the U.S. Army call the backbone of the Army, play a crucial role in maintaining soldier welfare and are especially important in small unit combat, being the primary leaders at any tactical point of decision. You don't win people's support by being abusive. As we read about earlier in our story, the Tandas were mafia families who viewed promotion and personal enrichment as a military doctrine. In many ways, the training of phase officers made them more corrupt and less trustworthy instead of the other way around. U.S. advisors understood that the Tanda lay at the heart of the phase's problems. According to one advisor, "I remember one of our guys from the mill group said to me the way to reform the officer corps in the long run was to take about 6,000 pounds of TNT over to the 392 military school and blow it away. By the time they get out of military school they know how to smuggle cars without paying any duty. And the idea that they are creatures beyond the law is already in them." Or as one U.S. military attaché in San Salvador reflected, "You're not talking about simple training, you're getting right down into military tradition." 3. The Pentagon attempted to address the Tanda issue indirectly by training a new breed of junior officers outside of El Salvador, mostly in the United States or Panama. Apart from getting these budding officers away from their wretched institution in El Salvador, the external training locations were also necessary, given that this effort required far more trainers than the 5-man cap would permit. The U.S. military even created a training base on the north coast of Honduras to help in this massive effort to entirely restructure the abusive culture and military doctrine of El Salvador's armed forces. 4. In 1981, the first group of 500 officer candidates traveled to Fort Benning, Georgia, to take the 3-month basic officer training course. 5. When U.S. advisors first started their training efforts in the early 1980s, They were in fact at times replacing advisors from other militaries, especially those of Venezuela. The phase had turned to Caracas and other Latin American governments to fill the void left when the U.S. suspended military assistance during the Carter administration. The state of the Salvadoran military shocked many of the incoming American soldiers. According to Luis Orlando, who arrived in El Salvador in 1983, "I was a member of the Cuban army when Castro was in the Sierra Maestra. I saw the deterioration and breakdown of the military as they were supporting the dictator Batista. Salvador was the same movie." The guiding principle of the U.S. military effort was known as KISS, for Keep It Simple, Sustainable, Small, and Salvadoran. These American imperial grunts had learned from many bitter lessons in Vietnam and in other remote locales that the overarching counterinsurgency mantra required local forces to take responsibility for their own successes and failures. In the words of General John Galvin, the U.S. Southern Command commander from 1998-5 to 1987, the United States should not and would not commit its own soldiers to fight a war for other people who should fight for themselves. 27. By the end of 1983, the U.S. military had trained more than half of the phase officer corps, approximately 900 officers, all outside of El Salvador. American advisors often lamented that the positive training conducted outside the country would revert back to the old way of doing things with disturbing frequency once back in El Salvador. Registered another problem was that the phase officers who had been trained in the traditional manner at the Salvadoran Military Academy looked askance at their compatriots who had become officers in these far less demanding and shorter U.S. military courses, even if the U.S. schools where they took them were far superior. In addition to the officer training, U.S. advisors began preparing thousands of Salvadoran soldiers to enter battle with the surprisingly formidable FMLN fighters. With training beginning in earnest after the FMLN's final offensive in early 1981, Pentagon officials were only 5 or 6 years removed from the searing experience in Vietnam. In this early stage, they knew that a stronger and more professional phase 354 was essential for preventing a Marxist takeover, but many feared that it was already too late given the dismal condition of the Salvadoran military. As part of this professionalization, a U.S. Army Special Forces mobile training team began drilling the crack 600-man Atlasatl Battalion to form immediate reaction battalions to take the fight to the enemy in late 1981. The battalion would eventually grow to 1,000 soldiers, divided into 6 units *. This is the very battalion that later the same year massacred hundreds of civilians in cold blood inside and around the village of El Mazot. The connection between U.S. training and the Atlasatl's later brutality led many critics to conclude that U.S. involvement had influenced these atrocities. U.S. advisors and diplomats, on the other hand, contended that their influence was intended to improve what was already a rotten institution. 3 U.S. officials often cited the statistics indicating that as the phase transformed from a constabulary force of 11,000 into a professional military 5 times that size, its rate of gross human rights violations dropped precipitously. 3 In this favorable estimation, the advisor's task of using such a limited American footprint to bolster the phase's professionalism represented the training paradox in that much greater American involvement might have made the situation better. 37 The most effective way to curb the atrocities and abuse of civilians by the ESAF combat units was to have U.S. observers present during ground operations. However, this would require those observers to accompany ESAF units into combat, which would certainly mean that eventually, there would be U.S. casualties. 33 U.S. advisors were often frustrated by the restrictions that prevented them from accompanying the phase into combat. One advisor, Lieutenant Colonel David Kinder, lamented that reforming the phase without being with his counterparts was like trying to coach a football game from inside the locker room. These same advisors also complained that their presence in the phase barracks, despite their prohibition against accompanying the troops in combat operations, allowed ideologically disposed journalists to link military abuses to U.S. trained units. 34 According to U.S. officer James Steele, no one on the U.S. team sanctioned those. We did everything we could to get Salvadorans to recognize that you don't win people's support by being abusive. If we had been able to be more out in the field with them, even in very small numbers, we could have avoided some of those things happening periodically. 35. Believing that a more professional phase was key to a successful counterinsurgency strategy, U.S. advisors had little patience for their Salvadoran counterparts who were suspected of tolerating abuses. U.S. advisors knew that an increasingly desperate phase could very easily resort to scorched earth tactics to ensure that the FMLN did not seize power. The success of the Guatemalan military's brutal yet extremely effective counterinsurgency was not lost on the phase, U.S. advisors, or even the FMLN. Yet, in trying to promote a cleaner counterinsurgency, U.S. advisors were confronted with all of the associated paradoxical challenges of trying to win a war with less violence. An American advisor lamented in 1981, "If the solution here were to eradicate the guerrillas, fine, we could eradicate them. Villages sympathetic to the guerrillas, for instance, could be relocated or, as indeed happens in some cases, destroyed. The point is that we won't do it. We've all become humanists. We let the terrorists exist because what it would take to eradicate them would not be acceptable. Our hearts bleed too much." 3 cents. Raymond Bonner, writing for the New York Times, suggested that the enormous effort to professionalize the phase had failed. In Bonner's words, "In the 4 years since the coup of October 1979, the United States has poured in nearly $300 million in military aid, trained 4 Salvadoran battalions, and brought about 500 cadets to the United States for officer training. The money and training were accompanied by promises to the American public that they were being used as leverage to induce the Salvadoran military to improve its human rights performance, and by stern lectures and warnings to the Salvadoran military commanders that they put an end to the indiscriminate violence. But in truth, not all the money, not all the public warnings, not all the stern private lectures, not, in short, all the might of the United States has had any significant impact on the Salvadoran military. 37. Frustrations aside, the fact remained that allowing U.S. soldiers to accompany the Salvadorans into combat would have opened the door to having U.S. troops on the ground, an unlikely scenario in post-Vietnam U.S. Thus, even as the phase continued to struggle, for American advisors there was no alternative other than to keep trying to make incremental gains in their training and arming efforts. 356. The Werner Report. As previously mentioned, the U.S. military had no interest in escalating the counterinsurgency by proxy campaign in El Salvador into the combat boots on the ground as in Vietnam. The Werner Report, named for the U.S. general who penned the document in late 1981, contended that a legitimate Salvadoran security force was vital. Unabated terror from the right and continued tolerance of institutional violence could dangerously erode popular support to the point wherein the armed forces would not be viewed as the protector of society, but as an army of occupation. 3 Register General Frederick Werner was tasked with creating a doctrine outlining the best engagement for the United States in El Salvador, even though he recalled the anxiety of the realization that he had become a brigadier general without knowing what strategy was. Werner would initially outline a military aid package of $350 million over 5 years, which would be weighted toward the first 2 years. When Werner reported this to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the chairman remarked, "You'll break the bank. Hat can you give me for $65 million? 3. Here was one of the key paradoxes of the Salvador option. The Reagan administration drastically escalated its military commitment in El Salvador, but at the same time this remained a relatively moderate, limited involvement compared to more maximalist campaigns like Vietnam or Korea. One stinging criticism of the advisor's role was that the lack of a clear combat mission meant that many of the U.S. military's best soldiers and trainers were not sent to El Salvador. As one advisor admitted, "We have the third team here for degree." Another recurrent complaint was that the American advisors received very little training other than a 2-day general security assistance course before being tossed into the hugely difficult task of transforming the phase into a cleaner and more effective military. As in Vietnam, American advisors only spent 1 year on the ground before rotating out of El Salvador, which meant that they normally mastered their craft only weeks or months before their departure. This reality begs the question as to whether more intensive training, made possible by significantly raising the troop cap number, would have allowed the U.S. military to more effectively transform the phase. Despite these limitations, however, U.S. training and assistance helped the phase grow from 16,000 troops in 1982 to 25,000 only a year later. And, unlike the lean years before massive U.S. assistance kicked in, when phase troops were equipped with old G3 rifles, these soldiers now had MR-16s and other modern weaponry. Despite these gains, 60–80% of these troops were deployed in static defense as opposed to the more necessary and lethal offensive combat operations. Good cop/bad cop. One of the war's most significant developments was in effecting the informal split of the phase from its long-standing ally, the Salvadoran oligarchy. As the war years passed, some phase officers increasingly saw the oligarchy remove their capital and families from the country while the military was left to deal with the guerrillas. 41. A more critical factor, though, was the phase's gradual dependence on massive amounts of U.S. military assistance. 4*. While initially the phase had largely ignored any conditions connected to it, this aid came with strings attached and stern warnings about professionalism, human rights, and an end to links with death squads. Although some aspects of the phase remained immutable, such as the tandas, the armed forces as a whole could no longer be seen as the monolithic entity of years past. As the phase began to greatly fear for cessation of U.S. assistance, it also realized that the oligarchy's reactionary views complicated the military's ability to act more professionally. One of the first key fissures occurred with Duarte's ascension to the presidency, something that the phase generally supported even though the right despised the Christian Democratic leader. 43. In fact, Dogwisones Arena openly accused the phase of committing fraud in its support of Duarte's party in elections. With more than 50% of the Salvadoran government's budget coming from Washington, the amount of leverage U.S. officials could exert was significant. U.S. money paid for land reform projects and infrastructure, and it funded the massive effort that allowed the phase to battle the FMLN. The United States' ability to revoke military aid made threats against phase non-compliance more credible. Colonel John Wagelstein told one of his phase counterparts that the 358th United States had 450,000 troops in Vietnam, but it would not take me long to put the 55 trainers on an airplane. 44. This is also one area where the U.S. Congress played a crucial role in its ongoing questioning of U.S. policy in that it allowed U.S. officials in El Salvador to use Capitol Hill in a good cop/bad cop manner. U.S. officials had to be careful, though, as they privately believed that a full cessation of U.S. aid would lead to a guerrilla takeover. They also feared that a U.S. withdrawal would result in the Salvadoran right and phase adopting a more desperate yet chillingly effective Guatemala-like scorched earth strategy. At the same time, what was seen by the Congress as a carrot-and-stick control over aid to the Salvadoran security forces was viewed by the phase as an unpredictable facilitation. 45. Sensing that U.S. officials or politicians could not stomach another Marxist takeover in Central America, some within the phase and Salvadoran right dismissed U.S. threats to cut off aid or withdraw military advisors. Some of these more reactionary elements also believed that the phase could easily defeat the guerrillas if the military was not shackled by counterproductive U.S. imposed restrictions. That is, its politically sensitive American sponsors were effectively handcuffing the phase. Although the phase may at times have felt constrained by aid limitations, U.S. officials also experienced moments of helplessness when military aid was not used to their liking. For instance, the U.S. military group believed the phase often used credits to make ill-advised weapons and supply purchases, such as radios that did not include Spanish-language instructions. Included in these phase purchases were lethal materiel, such as 5mm howitzers, 90mm recoilless rifles, and 4-ohm grenade launchers, which were of limited use in the world of Hearts and Minds counterinsurgency and made the phase overly reliant on firepower. Moreover, some in the phase were aware of alternatives to funding from the United States, such as the Israeli government, which is exactly where the Guatemalan military turned after it rejected U.S. conditions on aid. Yet, this element never gained much traction, and instead the phase continued down its path of greater dependency on American aid and conditionality while moving away from its historical links with the oligarchy. Operation Wellbeing. In early February 1983, high-ranking U.S. officers joined U.S. Ambassador Hinton for a visit to the phase high command, where Provisional President Alvaro Magalla and Defense Minister José Guillermo García were also present. The American delegation's briefing was vitally important given the dire state of the war at this point. Loosely based on the ultimately successful counterinsurgency program in the Vietnam War, the U.S. recommendation was for the creation of a joint civilian-military entity to plan and execute an extensive pacification campaign in the departments of San Vicente and subsequently Yuzulutan*, known as the National Plan. The new strategy directed civilian government agencies to embark on agrarian reform and employment initiatives, infrastructure projects, and emergency humanitarian services to the war-weary population. The military angle emphasized the entry into San Vicente with light cazador battalions intended in classical counterinsurgency fashion to clear the areas so that the civilian programs could build. Another key element was the creation of a civilian defense force that, it was hoped, would keep the guerrillas out after the heavy military presence eased. Developed jointly in Washington, U.S. Southern Command in Panama, and the U.S. Embassy, the National Plan was initially resisted by the phase for its needless emphasis on civilian and not military priorities. After a few months, most indicators suggested that the plan was proceeding well. 47 By the end of 1983, Salvadoran officials claimed that the National Plan's first phase, Operation Wellbeing, had resulted in the FMLN largely withdrawing from San Vicente and the initiation of a wide range of development projects, including the reopening of 41 schools, the establishment of 7 cooperative farms, and a successful vaccination campaign in dozens of communities. By July 1983, over 7,000 phase troops were in and around San Vicente, even though some key phase commanders wished they had instead been hunting guerrillas in the rebel hotbed departments of Quetzaltenango and Morazan. The following description of a civic program illustrates the multifarious approaches of winning hearts and minds. Clowns, a mariachi band and skimpily clad dancers perform between speeches by Salvadoran army officers and social workers calling on peasants to reject the guerrillas. Meanwhile, army barbers cut hair, and soldiers pass out rice. 360. Dresses and medicine. As one U.S. soldier described this program, you see the army winning hearts and minds. This is low-intensity doctrine in question. 4 degrees The Salvadoran government agency, National Commission for Reconstruction, implemented these efforts in 4 phases: planning, offensive, development, and consolidation, an approach that strongly reflected the U.S. advisor's belief that clear, build, hold was a key component of a successful civilian-military strategy. 4. Yet, while the initial results were encouraging, the national plan soon began to flounder. The tremendous bureaucratic red tape in San Salvador forced the delay or cancellation of many planned projects. More critically, the phase withdrew roughly half of its army force deployed in San Vicente, which was immediately followed by the guerrillas' return. A foreign correspondent in San Vicente at the time observed that the FMLN quickly overran civil defense outposts, forced the closure of schools and clinics, subverted the cooperatives, and chased officials loyal to the Salvadoran government back to the safety of San Salvador. 5 degree Another distressing result was the meager numbers of the civilian militias coupled with a tendency for the militiamen to sell their weapons to the guerrillas. The U.S. supported effort to stand up a capable militia was also crippled by the large shadow of Ourden's violent role in the R960S and 70S as a civil defense that morphed into a death squad machine. While a civilian defense force was a key component of the strategy, U.S. advisors didn't want a new Frankenstein militia that would spin out of the phase's control. Making matters worse, phase officers openly saw the civilian defense force as a gringo-imposed program that was simply one of the prices of continued U.S. military aid. 5. One U.S. trainer summed up the grim plight of the militias. The hand-me-down rifle that the civil defender shares with several of his compatriots will likely be the only tangible support he receives in return for volunteering. He will receive neither a uniform nor pay. If his unit is attacked, he will discover that the local ESAF commander has no plans to come to his rescue. If wounded, he will not be evacuated to a Salvadoran military hospital. Volunteers for civil defense come from the ranks of those who fail to qualify for conscription, the aged, the lame, and the otherwise unfit. The FAES and Salvadoran government had shown that it could clear and build, but the downfall came with the holding. Indeed, several years after the national plan was implemented, guerrilla activity in San Vicente was about the same level as before the program had begun. The failure of the very plan intended as the template for effective counterinsurgency throughout El Salvador was not overlooked by foreign correspondents covering the war. Reporting on national plan setbacks, the New York Times's Lydia Chavez wondered, "The question that hangs over the American counterinsurgency experts in El Salvador is whether any amount of training and cajoling and convincing can enable an unpopular military establishment to quell a leftist armed rebellion, and whether, in the end, the job once again will have to be taken over by American troops." 53. We are involved in a war and somebody has to win. Sigfrido Ochoa, Salvadoran Colonel, 1987 *. The guerrillas here have lost much popular support as a result of their 3-year-old campaign of economic sabotage. Clifford Krause, Wall Street Journal correspondent, 198 4 *. For 3.5 years an army of 22,000 soldiers has been outfought by a force of about 7,000 guerrillas. The advisor's mission is to transform that army into a winning team, and to do it quickly. Lydia Chavez, New York Times correspondent, July 19,833. In the previous chapter we provided an overview of the numerous challenges both U.S. officials and the FAES faced in the early 1980s in establishing a more formidable force to go against their FMLN adversaries. U.S. aid and equipment, an episodic commitment to decreasing human rights abuses, and a greater focus on counterinsurgency tactics and effective battlefield strategy combined to make the FAES a much more capable force. This chapter provides an overview of this critical turning point in El Salvador, when the FAES's new prowess propelled the FMLN to employ different, more aggressive tactics that in turn diminished the popular support they had counted on in the early 1980s. Señorita Casanova. The Salvadoran government's fledgling effort to promote a more legitimate face, especially to the international community, took a significant turn for the better in 1984 when President Duarte appointed General Vides Casanova to replace José Guillermo García as defense minister. Vides was chosen since he appeared to be suitable to both arenas Roberto D'Aubuisson and key senior FAES officers. For frustrated U.S. Embassy officials, Vides's record as commander of the abusive National Guard suggested he would be a reactionary similar to his predecessor. In addition, Vides lacked experience commanding combat troops, which earned him the moniker Señorita Casanova among FAES officers. 4 Vides's exposure to Mao Zedong's military doctrine influenced his belief that the FAES needed to move toward a more concerted counterinsurgency strategy. Even more important, though, and a surprise to U.S. officials, he came to believe that ongoing reform of the military and security forces was crucial if the government was to continue receiving U.S. assistance, which was the only way that it could defeat the guerrillas. Along with new FAES Chief of Staff General Adolfo Blandon, Vides understood that improving our image is worth millions of dollars of aid for the country. U.S. Military Group Commander John Wagelstein developed a strong relationship with Vides. According to Wagelstein, after Vides became defense minister, the two men had an instantaneous Vulcan mind meld. He asked that I accompany him whenever possible, an impossibility during the tenure of his corrupt and inept predecessor José Guillermo García. Over a course of years, U.S. efforts to bolster the FAES were producing results, even if the force was still not a crack counterinsurgency body. While the killing of civilians and other illegal abuses by the FAES decreased in fits and starts, the lessening of violence appeared to strengthen the military's legitimacy just as the series of free elections had done for the government. According to one FAES officer, As the army became more professional, they had fewer human rights abuses, and when they had fewer human rights abuses, the guerrillas lost a lot of their propaganda value and a lot of their recruiting capability, simply because the Americans were changing things. 364. By 1985, the work-in-progress transformation of the phase into a more serious military force began to pay dividends. Most important, the FMLN's once very real threat of winning the war outright and seizing power was now far less likely. It was still not clear that the phase could actually defeat the FMLN, but at least another Nicaragua appeared out of the question. U.S. officials, and the Pentagon in particular, could also breathe a sigh of relief that El Salvador was also not going to be another Vietnam with a massive deployment of American combat troops. Another key innovation was the new ability of the Salvadoran Air Force to provide troop mobility and close air support, two elements critical to shifting the advantage back to the phase. The Air Force had suffered a devastating and humiliating setback following the FMLN's commando raid on the Ilopango Air Base that had destroyed 6 A-1B helicopters, 3 C-47 planes, and 5 French-built Ouragan aircraft, and had damaged 5 other aircraft, 70% of the phase Air Force. These losses turned out to be a blessing in disguise, however, as Washington provided more modern aircraft as replacements. The worn-out Ouragans, for example, were replaced by the much more effective A-37S. The phase was also able to purchase 12 additional helicopters as part of the U.S.-led effort to promote what it called strategic air mobility. At its peak in the late 1980s, the phase had around 60 helicopters that were able to transport troops in and out of situations at an unprecedented rate. In 1982, the United States delivered 6 A-37 light attack aircraft equipped with machine guns and 500-pound bombs. However, it would take several years of training before Salvadorans could make a serious impact in the air. The Air Force conducted more than 200 A-37 air strikes in all of 1983. In June of 1984 alone, there were 74 A-37 strikes, a dramatic escalation that began to wreak havoc on guerrilla formations that were accustomed to roaming the mountain regions with impunity. In addition, the Air Force was now using the helicopters to transport small, elite units into remote areas that theretofore had been devoid of military presence. FMLN operatives began to privately admit that their ability to operate in large formations was increasingly difficult and that the new phase tactics and hardware were having an impact on the war's direction. In fact, the FMLN responded by deploying its forces up next to the belts of the soldier, meaning attacking at ranges so short that friend and foe were indistinguishable, in order to reduce the phase advantage in air power. For the more precise artillery and air power did help drive a reduction in the numbers of civilians killed in air assaults, but indiscriminate killings remained a problem throughout the war. Increased air mobility had the effect of reassuring deployed troops that reinforcements would arrive. Previously, fear of being left to fight in isolation had made them eager to flee combat. The rapid air evacuation of wounded phase soldiers had a significant impact on troop morale. By far the phase's most professional branch, the Air Force played an indispensable role in the war despite enormous challenges. As one U.S. advisor remarked, they got an Air Force that is an insurance policy. The ESAF can't win with it, but they can't lose with. 366. Interestingly, the U.S. military technical assistants, who helped keep the Air Force in good shape, did not count against the 5-5-man cap. A deteriorating insurgency. With the phase gains in the mid-1980s, reaching a number of approximately 55,000 troops by 1986, it was easy for some to forget how formidable the FMLN had become in earlier years. Exerting control in one quarter of the country, the guerrillas had attained a maximum size of approximately 12,000 combatants at the end of 1983. Morale was very high throughout the guerrilla ranks at this time, and continued supplies of materiel from abroad combined with a seemingly limitless supply of captured government weapons gave the FMLN exactly what was needed to arm its growing force. In 1982, for example, the FMLN killed around 800 phase soldiers, a rate that jumped to 1,300 the following year 7 by 1985. However, the apparent decline of FMLN strength vis-a-vis the phase was manifested by increasing supply and logistical problems that hobbled the guerrillas' ability to replace used or broken materiel. The guerrillas also began to experience acute shortages of medicine and foodstuffs. The decreased military fortunes also sparked intense factional rivalries within the guerrilla ranks, and this further exacerbated sagging morale. A classified CIA report from 1986 stated that the FMLN's military fortunes, in our view, have declined appreciably in the last 2 years and are at or near their lowest ebb since the onset of hostilities in 1980. A year earlier, the CIA had contended that the FMLN was having issues with recruitment and morale, in addition to dealing with a shortage of firepower because Cuba and Nicaragua to have cut back their supply of arms to the insurgents. Registered had the U.S.-backed Salvadoran counterinsurgency mortally wounded the once formidable rebels? Realizing that a popular insurrection was out of the question for the time being and sobered by the phase's growing military prowess, FMLN commanders adopted a new strategy of prolonged warfare that would wait out San Salvador and the imperialist sponsors in Washington. Now the guerrillas would intentionally avoid direct contact with phase forces and rely more on hit-and-run raids. The guerrillas also ramped up their kidnappings and assassinations in San Salvador and other cities in order to continue to influence political leaders. Most notably for the United States, in May 1983, U.S. Navy SEAL Lieutenant Commander Albert A. Schoffelberger, the second highest-ranking U.S. officer in the country, was shot 3 times in the head while picking up his Salvadoran girlfriend at the University of Central America. While the U.S. Embassy initially assumed that right-wing death squads were responsible, it soon became apparent that FMLN commandos had caused the U.S. military's first fatality in El Salvador. The Popular Liberation Forces, the most radical of the 5 guerrilla groups comprising the FMLN, claimed responsibility and said that it would send other U.S. advisors home in coffins one by one until the entire U.S. military mission was withdrawn. The deceased American serviceman was soon featured on the cover of Newsweek magazine under the title, "The First Casualty." Between 1980 and 1983, 6 Americans had been killed in El Salvador, but Schoffelberger was the first to be felled by the revolutionary left, signaling a strategic turning point for the FMLN. The CIA secretly reported that the FMLN was also vastly increasing its use of anti-personnel mines as the guerrillas had decided to saturate roads and rural areas with mines, using explosive charges calculated to achieve maximum psychological impact by maiming rather than killing. The guerrillas also targeted provincial political targets in an attempt to weaken the government's ability to conduct its regular business. In the first half of 1985 alone, the guerrillas attacked 75 rural town halls, a jump from 12 attacks in all of 1984.7. Strategy of sabotage. The FMLN commanders did not fully appreciate at the time the effect of their shift in strategy. Their reluctant move to a more protracted struggle involving greater sabotage and attacks on government facilities only further antagonized a rural populace that had never warmed to the guerrillas' call to join the revolution. The CIA was secretly reporting to U.S. policymakers that the guerrillas' popular support that had hovered around 5% in 1980 had dropped to only 5%. 368. In 1985. Making matters worse, reduced funding and recruiting problems pushed the FMLN's ranks to fewer than 10,000 fighters, a gradual loss of a third of its force. This in turn led the FMLN to adopt coerced recruitment of young Salvadorans, a desperate approach that further cost the insurgency popular support. The new emphasis on sabotage was seen as a necessary way to wear down the Salvadoran economy and infrastructure, and in response, the guerrillas expected that rural Salvadorans would increasingly move over to support their struggle. According to the FMLN's Joaquin Villalobos, the FMLN has obstructed the counterinsurgent economic plan with a strategy of sabotage. It has also destroyed dozens of coffee, sugarcane, and cotton installations, including all of the largest and most important ones, and it has constantly interrupted the electrical system in more than 80% of country. *4 Villalobos strongly believed this steady pressure was exactly what was needed to break the back of the enemy. To beat an army it is not necessary to annihilate all its men, nor to capture all its arms, only to cause the collapse of its morale. *5 Reflecting Villalobos's view, the FDR civilian chief Guillermo Ungo said, "Time is on our side. The economy is deteriorating badly. The longer the war goes on, the less stable the government will be." *Degree The guerrillas indeed proved very effective at destroying what little infrastructure or industry existed in the country. Cotton, coffee, and sugar crops, for example, were reduced by a third to a half during the conflict, an effort helped by an international solidarity campaign to boycott Salvadoran coffee. 7 During the mid-1980s, El Salvador's already sclerotic economy was functioning at roughly 50% of capacity, more than half the adult population was unemployed. Registered by the end of the war, both the decrease in exports and the damage to infrastructure had cost the battered nation over $2.20 billion. 9 In June 1984, the FMLN attacked and seized the installations at Serran Grande, the country's main hydroelectric dam. Carried out early in the morning, the attack destroyed the 135-megawatt generating substation, a loss estimated at $3.50 million. 3 The phase soon retook the facility after enduring 4 different ambushes, but the rebels' propaganda victory was undeniable. During June alone of this same year, the guerrillas hit 28 electrical towers. 3 Remarkably, the FMLN's ability to conduct sabotage operations with impunity and the tremendous destruction they caused never translated into a significant increase in popular support from the civilian population. If anything, many Salvadorans resented the guerrillas' destruction, especially when later on, the Salvadoran government finally began to demonstrate that it could rebuild, funded, of course, by Washington's fiscal largesse. The increased targeting of economic and political subjects by the FMLN reflected the continued evolution of their strategy. In this case, while the breadth of their activity made them appear more forceful, the move to the softer targets was risky and in fact was a sign of the guerrilla group's growing desperation. Knowing that, like its U.S.-backed enemy, it needed the hearts and minds of the rural and even urban populations, the FMLN had normally avoided operations that would antagonize civilians. Yet, faced by the increasingly capable phase, the FMLN opted to bolster its use of indiscriminate landmines, car bombs, and forced recruitment, all of which cost them dearly in the critical eyes. 370. Of public opinion. Mr. Villalobos described this shift in the FMLN's tactics as part of the war of attrition, where the question is who is able to destabilize and bleed the other side more. 3 While the FMLN was ostensibly merely changing tactics, many outsiders viewed this new move as a desperate measure against the phase's growing military strength. As a Los Angeles Times article summed it up in 1986, the guerrillas are no closer to victory than in 1984, and if anything may be worse off against an army that is now more aggressive and better equipped, thanks largely to training and aid from the United States. 33. At Zona Rosa. The tentative optimism that had crept over the city has disappeared. Strict security measures are back in force. Businessmen wonder whether their investments will ever be safe. Activists with leftist leanings fear they will be caught up in a right-wing backlash. Marjorie Miller, Los Angeles Times correspondent, July 5, 1985. Find the jackals. The Revolutionary Party of Central American Workers was one of the political military organizations linked to the FMLN. In June 1985, members of the group's urban commando unit Mardoquio Cruz, housed at an auto repair shop in San Salvador, launched an operation dubbed Yankee Aggressor in El Salvador. Another Vietnam awaits you. On the evening of June 19, 6 off-duty U.S. Marines responsible for security at the American Embassy sat down at an outside table at the Chili's restaurant in the Tony nightlife neighborhood called Zona Rosa. The Marines were regular customers and were known to the restaurant owners. After a while, 2 of the Marines left the group to sit outside an adjacent restaurant. At around 9 p.m. a white pickup truck parked outside the La Ola restaurant in Zona Rosa. A group of 7 individuals got out of the truck and proceeded over to the Chili's where they began firing rounds at the unarmed Americans, Thomas Handwerk, Patrick R. Kwiatkowski, Bobby J. Dixon, and Gregory H. Weber. While the commandos were firing at the United States Marines, an unknown source returned their fire from inside Chili's. Several Salvadorans and foreign bystanders, including American and Chilean executives from a multinational technology firm, were also killed. A total of 9 civilians and 4 Marines died at the Zona Rosa shooting. One Mardoquio Cruz commando was wounded with a bullet and subsequently died at a medical clinic. 2 days after the killings, President Duarte went to the Ilopango airport in San Salvador to see the bodies of the U.S. Marines placed on a plane to be returned to the United States. On that occasion he offered this consolation, to the American people, on behalf of the Salvadoran people, to the U.S. government, to President Reagan, and to the relatives of these heroes, these Marines, who are returning to their homeland today covered with the honor of the U.S. flag. On behalf of my homeland and by the powers that the people have granted to me, I express my sincere condolences. 3. The FMLN's propaganda organ, Radio Vence Ramos, immediately jumped on Duarte's remarks. The crocodile tears shed by Duarte, his hysterical lament at Ilopango airport when he bid farewell to the bodies of several U.S. soldiers who came to make war on us, are understandable. Duarte has many reasons to cry for those invaders. They made him president. They breastfed him and support him. During the sickening lament before his masters, Duarte tried to justify his armed forces' lack of capacity to protect the military advisors, U.S. soldiers, and CIA agents who were together when they met the justice of the people who repudiate them. 4. 3 days later, the PRTC took responsibility for the murders in a communique signed by organization leader Fernando Gallardo. The FMLN General Command subsequently issued its own statement supporting the operation and claiming that the 4 Marines were legitimate military targets. On July 19, the U.S. government announced a reward of $100,000 for information on the attack. In August, President Duarte held a press conference to report on the conclusions of the investigation into what he called the Zona Rosa massacre and to say that 3 of the people responsible for the operation had been arrested. Reagan promised to bring the killers to justice. 6 We also have our limits, said the American president, and our limits have been reached. 7 On June 22, Reagan told the families of the slain Americans that the nation's resolve would be steadfast. They say the men who murdered these sons of America escaped and disappeared into the city streets. But I pledge to you today, they will not evade justice on earth any more than they can escape the judgment of God. We and the Salvadoran leaders will move any mountain and ford any river to find the jackals and bring them and their colleagues in terror to justice. In the days following the murders, staffs at the embassy in San Salvador and the U.S. Southern Command even discussed the option of launching a U.S. airstrike against the suspected FMLN units. Years later, reports alleged that a special squad of U.S. Rangers conducted a retaliatory mission that destroyed an FMLN training camp, killing 83 people. Early the following month, Reagan signed a highly classified national security decision directive concluding that the recent terrorist attack against the civilian Marines was clearly aimed at creating public antipathy in the United States toward our support for democratic institutions in Central America, in general, and El Salvador, in particular. Degree to this end, Reagan proposed a new aid package for El Salvador designed to counter urban terrorism. Los Chiles. 2 years after the trial against the 3 arrested suspects began, the defendant's lawyer contended that the case should be dismissed due to the general amnesty promulgated in 1987, that exonerated 425 political prisoners linked to the leftist insurgents. In January 1988, a military appeals court agreed with the request and dismissed all charges. Weeks later, President Duarte, who also held the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, overturned the military court's decision on the grounds that the killings violated the 1979 Convention on the Prevention and the Punishment of Crimes against Internationally Protected Persons. The Supreme Court of Justice confirmed the decision, and in April 1991, a Salvadoran court found the three defendants guilty. 3. A subsequent United Nations investigation concluded that at least one of the accused, Pedro Antonio Andrade, the head commando, 374, planned the attack. According to this report, Andrade confessed to having had prior knowledge of an attack planned against Los Chiles and had arranged for a safe house and medical care in case any of the commandos were wounded in the operation. In 1989, leading up to the rebels' final offensive, Andrade became a CIA informer against the very same guerrillas he once was part of. He proved to be an instrumental collaborator when he led Salvadoran intelligence officers to a construction shop, where he uncovered the largest cache of guerrilla arms seized during the 12-year conflict. In exchange for his work, Andrade was granted parole into the United States in 1990. While Andrade escaped prosecution, 1 year later, another PRTC defendant was sentenced to 25 years in prison for the massacre. Some years after Andrade had settled into a home in New Jersey, a New York Times article reflected on the case. The story of how one of the reputed masterminds of the Zona Rosa massacre became a highly paid informer for the Salvadoran armed forces reveals the contradictory impulses that guided the United States' involvement in the Salvadoran Civil War. 5. A war noted for its inhumanity. The Zona Rosa massacre was a public relations disaster for the FMLN. A key strategic goal of the rebels was to convince the international community, especially concerned civilians and influential legislators, that they were a noble group reluctantly fighting a revolution in order to overthrow a repressive regime. For the American audience, and especially Capitol Hill, the Zona Rosa killings suggested otherwise. The criminal investigation and arrests were far from perfect, but the fact that the leftist defendants were not disappeared by death squads or security forces taking the law into their own hands and eventually received a trial was evidence of a somewhat functioning government. This was a light in the dark for a nation whose image had become synonymous with death squads and repression. Compared to the earlier years, in the aftermath of the Zona Rosa massacre, the foreign press took on a more critical view of the Salvadoran guerrillas. A month after the killings, the New York Times ran an editorial in response to guerrilla claims that the unarmed Marines had been a legitimate target because they were members of the armed forces, a party to the war. The article called this justification unsupportable because the Marines' sole duty was to guard the United States Embassy, and they took no part in hostilities. In fact, the Zona Rosa attack was one of many FMLN illegal or terrorist operations that helped spur a wave of negative press coverage. Writing in 1985, a New York Times correspondent described the sharp increase in human rights abuses by the FMLN as a new development in a war noted for its inhumanity. The article detailed the guerrillas' actions, including the indiscriminate mining of roads, 2 attacks killing 27 unarmed civilians, and the kidnappings of 24 mayors. In response to these events, another article concluded that the guerrillas' tactics had become especially disturbing. Registered this sort of negative reporting lasted through the end of war. Here is a New York Times journalist writing in late 1989, "The rebels are increasingly guilty of their own forms of autocracy and terrorism. They do not torture their victims. But they gave no warning before detonating car bombs on a street crowded with civilians, a health clinic and a restaurant in a flubbed raid on Army headquarters in the capital in December. They killed 3 civilians, and wounded more than 30. It also appeared that the press had begun to report on the guerrillas from their defensive strongholds. According to one foreign writer, the era in which the guerrillas could be found just by going out on the highway had largely ended. The only certain way to spend time with them now was to cross into their territory from Honduras, through contact with the leadership in Mexico. This was a process that tended to discourage day tripping, and in any case it was no longer a war in which the date line somewhere behind guerrilla lines, El Salvador was presumed automatically to illuminate much at all. 2°. In addition to the changing tone of the war, noted writer Joan Didion, as early as 1983 claimed that journalists were now referring to El Salvador as the hashtag for war, after still raging conflicts in Beirut and Iran-Iraq, and the aftermath of the Falklands War. In her words, so many reporters had in fact abandoned the Hotel Camino Real in San Salvador that the dining room had discontinued its breakfast buffet, a fact often remarked upon. No breakfast buffet meant no action, little bang bang, a 376. Period of editorial indifference in which stories were filed and held, and rare film rarely made the network news. Get an NBC crew up from the Falklands, we might get the buffet back, they would say, and, it hots up a little, we could have the midnight movies. It seemed that when the networks arrived in force they brought movies down, and showed them at midnight on their video recorders, Apocalypse Now, and Woody Allen's Bananas. Becoming the hashtag for war was certainly not good for the careers of ambitious war correspondents who had come to El Salvador to cover what appeared to be an unfolding Vietnam redux. Yet, with death squad activity down, a stronger phase, 3 successful national elections throughout 1982 to 1985, and Duarte as the face of reform, U.S. engagement might have been succeeding as seen by all of the shocking news headlines that were not being generated or the number of cocktails not being served at the poolside lounge at the Sheraton Hotel in San Salvador. 36. Air War. I think what we're seeing in El Salvador today are some of the best guerrillas, probably the best guerrillas, we've seen in this hemisphere to date. They are certainly better than anything we saw in Nicaragua or Cuba. U.S. military advisor in El Salvador. We are and will continue being friends of the people and governments of Cuba and Nicaragua, and it does not shame us. Completely to the contrary, we are proud to maintain relations with those people, bastions of the anti-imperialist struggle. The Reagan administration is not one to tell the FMLN who ought to be its friends and who its enemies. Radio Vence Ramos, March 19837. In 1979, we thought it would be easier to take power. The intervention of the United States has changed the circumstances. Mario Lopez, FMLN leader, 198-43. Just as it did in Southeast Asia. Following the series of successful elections and in particular the ascension of José Napoleón Duarte to the presidency, U.S. policy toward El Salvador became less controversial back in Washington. But in the mid-1980s, a disagreement broke out as to whether American aid and training were making the war worse. This referred to the so-called air war that critics alleged the Salvadoran Air Force was waging against civilians in FMLN-controlled areas. One critic received international attention when he described the air war as indiscriminate. Attacks on defenseless civilians, a war being waged by the Salvadoran military against villages suspected of being sympathetic to the guerrillas. Just as it did in Southeast Asia, terror from the air has created vast numbers of refugees in El Salvador, for the air war quickly turned from a military tactic to a political controversy. Solidarity groups opposed to the U.S.-backed Duarte government and their allies on Capitol Hill were focusing on the issue. Here is how one critic described the scorched earth strategy in a letter to the New York Times. A secret air war is taking place in El Salvador. In U.S. supplied aircraft, Salvadoran pilots drop 500 and 750-pound antipersonnel bombs, as well as napalm and U.S. supplied white phosphorus on the civilian population in the countryside. The Catholic Archdiocese in San Salvador says U.S. supplied AC-47 gunships, the most powerful weaponry in Central America, are in use against civilians. Thousands of non-combatants, the human rights group America's Watch reported last March, are being killed in indiscriminate attacks by bombardments in the air, shelling and ground sweeps. 5. These sorts of accusations sparked protests across the country as part of the Stop the Bombing campaign. In Seattle, activists constructed a mock Salvadoran village in the plaza of a federal building and promptly destroyed it to the recorded sounds of bombings and helicopters registered. One key part of the controversy was whether the bombings of civilians was intentional. For critics, the tactic was a clear manifestation of a scorched earth counterinsurgency. but whether discriminate or indiscriminate, depopulation of the countryside is a reality. Some have suggested that this is not a side effect but the very purpose of the bombardment. Gorilla fish cannot swim in an empty sea. 7. Responding to the criticism about these inhumane bombings, in September 1984, President Duarte imposed stricter rules on aerial engagement requiring that the military high command approve all air attacks and that targets be clearly identified as military objectives by Army spotters. Civilians are not to be fired on. Registered yet for at least another year, foreign correspondents continued to describe scenes indicating that the civilian targeting was still happening. Needless to say, these reports were deeply damaging to the Duarte government and by extension to Washington. The FDR's Guillermo Ungo hinted that the guerrillas might have to up the ante in the war in order to repel the Air War 379. Devastating air attacks. Speaking from Managua in 1985, he said, "For the time being, we do not plan to acquire SAM-7 missiles, but I don't know if they will be necessary in the future." Degree that same year a bipartisan U.S. congressional report expressed concern about the air war, but the reports of aerial targeting of civilians did not stop. Foreign correspondent Julia Preston wrote that the Salvadoran Air Force fired an average of more than 30 rockets a day. These include rounds containing white phosphorus. Mary Jo McConaughey of the Pacific News Service provided especially graphic descriptions in a 3-part story based on her travels to these war zones. Air attacks and hunger are shrinking the civilian population of this mountain zone. The people here are guerrilla supporters, Massas, and this had long been a stronghold of the rebel FMLN. The several thousand peasant Massas who remain are subject to bombing and gunfire from the air when there is no apparent combat situation. During 5 days here in February, 2 North American reporters were forced to take cover from air attacks on 3 occasions. Peasants are finding it increasingly difficult to feed themselves. On walks through the area each lasting several hours, reporters observed fruit groves, a cornfield and other pieces of land which appeared to have been recently burned. In several cases residents claimed that government troops had set fire to their fields deliberately. In some cases, they said, fires started after bombs fell. This is a war of attrition, and food, or an attempt at starvation, has become a weapon, too, said a religious worker in San Salvador whose duties include interviewing peasants displaced from conflict zones such as this one. McConaughey also described the failed attempts by the International Committee of the Red Cross to provide food for the 2 towns in the mountain zone. The Salvadoran army commander for the region allegedly prohibited these food deliveries, which could potentially feed the guerrillas. In her 3-part story, the author also provided graphic details of the air raids that were tainting Duarte's human rights record. The following is an attempt to shed light on what was deemed by some critics an invisible war. By the time the first jet appeared, screaming over the top of the mountain from the north, peasants here were already running for cover in every direction. Juga, yelled a 60-year-old named Joaquin, as he dived behind a wall of stones, using the local word for a U.S-made ground assault jet. At the same 380 moment, the first bomb exploded close enough to shake the ground under the some 150 inhabitants of this hamlet, their faces pressed into the quaking dirt. Only about 50 miles northeast of the modern, bustling capital of San Salvador, a small nation within a nation of pro-rebel civilians is trying to conduct its own separate systems of education, healthcare, and farm production, all in dangerous accommodation with the air war. To watch the peasants slapping additional layers of earth on their shelters in hope of protection against the Army's new Hughes 500 helicopter miniguns, which spray some 6,000 bullets a minute, or to see them rush to snatch drying clothes from tree branches at the sound of approaching aircraft which can pick out the colors that signal human habitation from thousands of feet, is to see that this fight has something of David and Goliath to it. Yet, after some 2.5 years of escalating air war, peasants seem to have found a way to live with the giant 4. Duarte's rules of engagement. For some skeptics, the putative air war was an instance that revealed the active propaganda coordination between the guerrillas and the more radical solidarity groups. In November 1985, U.S. Ambassador to El Salvador, Edwin Corr, was in Washington for consultations when several congressmen and their staffers complained to him about news of indiscriminate bombing of civilians by the Salvadoran Air Force. *5 Corr realized that this was against the strict rules of engagement issued by President Duarte the year before to address the concerns of random bombing. As Corr told the story, he then learned from this deputy in San Salvador, David Passage, that the embassy had been receiving telephone calls and cables all week objecting to the phase's deliberate attacks on civilians. Corr concluded that the timing could not have been simply coincidence, as the complaints began on the same day of a large phase bombing campaign of an FMLN base. That is, Corr continued, the protests were a coordinated effort to embarrass the Salvadoran armed forces into stopping the offensive. Corr backed this up by claiming that the protests both in San Salvador and Washington were echoing the claim of hundreds of civilian casualties broadcast by the FMLN's Radio Vence Ramos. Corr wrote that he made an immediate and thorough investigation and flew to the target area with a CBS reporter and film crew. There they found no evidence of the bombing of civilians. Sent Corr contended that a similar episode occurred in early January 1986 following the phase's major ground offensive near the Guazapa. Air War 381. Volcano. The panicked guerrillas were apparently surprised by the ferocity of an attack they believed would only be cursory. In what constituted further evidence of the coordination between the FMLN and CISPs, Corr wrote that his embassy staff was inundated with hundreds of calls from California protesting the Salvadoran army's terror and scorched earth campaign against the civilian residents around Guazapa. Registered. Once again, Corr personally investigated the accusations, this time flying to the site by helicopters along with Reuters and BBC correspondents and Catholic Church representatives. And again they claimed to have found no evidence of any civilian casualties in the sparsely populated settled mountains. Like so many things linked to the Salvador option, the motley facts surrounding the phase's air war were not only exceedingly difficult to ascertain, but they also could be used to support diverging claims. Once again, the various sides had wildly different interpretations of the same conflict. For instance, McConaughey's three-party story illustrated the human rights abuses of the people on the ground, which in turn provided rationale for objecting to the air war. On the other hand, Corr's account disproved claims by Radio Vence Ramos, which in turn gave supporters of the air war evidence to claim that accounts of human rights abuses were fabrications. Along these lines, the U.S. Embassy understood full well that Washington was deeply interested in the country and that the opposing sides had drastically varied understandings of the roots of the conflict and what current policy needed to look like. In one 6-month period in the early 1980s, at least 30 congressional delegations traveled to El Salvador, all looking to see the reality in the tiny war-torn country. One embassy staffer reflected that both sides wanted their ideological prejudices validated. This validation normally took the form of left-wing groups confirming their horror by visiting organizations sympathetic to the FMLN and rightist groups eager to visit sites where U.S. Special Forces were training their ESAF counterparts. In an effort to demonstrate the intricacies of El Salvador's situation, the embassy talked to the left about government achievements and the dangers of a communist victory, and to the rightist delegations about land reform and 921 human rights. Ike. José Napoleon Duarte. A CIA asset. Robert White, former U.S. ambassador to El Salvador, describing José Napoleon Duarte. His power has come not from the barrels of the gun but from the plebiscites of the people. Timothy O'Meara, University Provost, 198.5*. Taken a shine to the kid from El Salvador. In late 1986, the New York Review of Books published a profile of José Napoleon Duarte. It described the Salvadoran president to its American readers as the son of a politically progressive tailor and a seamstress, a thoroughly middle-class boy. Duarte's parents were indeed moderately comfortable. With the help of a lucky lottery ticket, they were able to send him and his brother to Notre Dame University in Indiana, although the future president spoke little English. The capable Duarte studied civil engineering and graduated in 1948. He returned to El Salvador, got married, and joined his father-in-law's thriving construction company. Before leaving for Notre Dame, Duarte had joined in political movements that helped overthrow the General Hernández Martínez dictatorship in 1944. A year later, a military regime's ascension forced him into exile in Guatemala, where he briefly worked in an opposition cell. 382. Duarte's first real interest in politics took off after Notre Dame, when he successfully ran for mayor of San Salvador in 1964 and subsequently served 2 more terms. His protests against the military regime in the aftermath of the stolen 1972 elections led to his arrest at the National Police Headquarters, where he suffered a smashed cheekbone, a black eye, and charges of treason. International pressure, including from Notre Dame President Reverend Theodore Hesburgh, who had taken a shine to the kid from El Salvador, helped ensure Duarte's exile to Venezuela. While in exile, Duarte severed 3 of his fingers in an industrial accident, an injury that would later be misconstrued as the work of police torturers. During his years in Venezuela, Duarte worked as a civil engineer while he awaited the call home that was sure to come. Registered. He was like Anwar Sadat. Duarte's role as a moderate but decidedly anti-communist democratic reformer was essential for the evolution of El Salvador's conflict. Most critically, he influenced the international community's perception of the Salvadoran government's commitment to reform. Duarte's impeccable democratic bona fides gave him a credibility that no other Salvadoran politician could even begin to match. U.S. diplomats fully realized that JND was the most effective salesman for American engagement. According to a young Foreign Service officer, Kevin Whitaker, JND was the perfect face and, let's face it, his perfect English didn't hurt. Registered. Duarte's initiatives, such as the peace process, may not have always borne fruit, but his gestures unquestionably bolstered his standing in the eyes of Washington. Both Republican and Democratic politicians were supportive of Duarte's efforts. The Salvadoran president's negotiating position on elections before concessions served to reinforce to the U.S. audience that the Duarte government had been legitimately chosen. In some respects, continued Democratic Party support for El Salvador policy became more about supporting Duarte than the Reagan administration. As one congressional aide put it, he was like Anwar Sadat, tremendously popular outside of his country. He can do no wrong? U.S. support for Duarte meant that El Salvador continued to receive large amounts of economic and military assistance. In 1985, a bipartisan majority in Congress approved the Reagan administration's request for yet another substantial increase in economic and military aid to El Salvador. Trained for 50 years to do it the other way. To his supporters both in El Salvador and Washington, Duarte's acknowledgement that much of the guerrilla's stance stemmed from legitimate grievances made him a crucial reformist actor during the Civil War. The following comments made by Duarte in 1981 reveal his willingness to make public his understanding of the guerrilla's point of view. This is a history of people starving to death, living in misery. For 50 years, the same people had all the power, all the money, all the opportunities. Those who did not have anything tried to take it away from those who had everything. But there were no democratic systems available to them, so they have radicalized themselves, have resorted to violence. And, of course, this second group, the rich, do not want to give up anything, so they are fighting. Degree. At the same time, though, Duarte was a staunch anti-communist who saw Marxism as a false utopia that would only bring more suffering to his country. He believed his obligation lay in freeing country from the 2 totalitarian extremes, the Marxists and fascists. Assuming the presidency in 1984, Duarte began to implement the reform agenda that he believed critical to legitimize the Salvadoran government in the eyes of the people. Not one to allow doubts to check his ambitions, Duarte explained the enormous challenges he faced, especially resistance from the security forces. I'm carrying out political change, but I'm doing it intelligently, and it can't be done overnight. The army, as an institution, is willing to accept political solutions, but the others, the National Guard and the National Police, have been trained for 50 years to do it the other way, and it will take time to change them. Writing in 1983, Duarte made clear that in his estimation land reform was the signature policy for legitimizing the Salvadoran government in spite of the guerrillas' claims to the contrary. The difference was land reform. I spoke for it as long ago as when President Kennedy announced the Alliance for Progress. The political concept is simple: to take away the power of the hacienda owners and give it to the campesinos. Both the extreme right and the extreme left tried to stop the land reform, but they failed, and if you look at the places where the guerrillas are strong now, the regions along the Honduran border, you will see that these are also the places where there were few haciendas to expropriate for. A communist who happens to believe in God. Given his democratic bona fides and compelling personal story, Duarte became the topic of considerable foreign media attention after his election in 1984. Even Playboy magazine published a lengthy profile that year, which quoted him complaining that Washington called the shots in the war. In his autobiography, Duarte contended that he had worked hard to rein in his ambitious defense minister, José Guillermo Garcia, who dominated the conservative wing of Duarte's ostensibly reform junta. In his description, "My own position as president was getting weaker and weaker because the United States started dealing directly with Garcia. When military aid was conditioned to human rights improvements, the U.S. ambassador became more powerful than I was as president. My complaints were less important than the ambassador's because he controlled the flow of money. 5. It appears that the heavy involvement of American diplomatic and military officials cut both ways for Duarte. It was terribly frustrating and more than a bit humiliating to have U.S. officials at times still working directly with Salvadoran counterparts as opposed to working through the president. In the end, though, Duarte's ascension helped establish a bipartisan consensus in Congress on U.S. policy, even if it did not always look like that in Washington given the polarized rhetoric on both sides. Make no mistake, the means of deep involvement by U.S. officials was decidedly undemocratic, but it was also reformist. Here is how one American ambassador taking on the meddling viceroy role of the Salvador option characterized these sorts of actions. The embassy involved itself closely in the internal politics of the Christian Democratic Party. It also helped mediate and resolve Duarte's clashes with the different sectors of the wider Salvadoran political community, including the right-wing political parties, the private sector, and the labor unions. The embassy advised Duarte and his cabinet on relations with Washington, showing the Salvadorans how to avoid conflicts with the Congress and the White House, how to get what they needed, and generally how to understand the arcane but inevitably crucial world of Washington politics. Registered. Duarte was also under tremendous pressure to show results on a number of high-profile crime cases involving American citizens. To this end, in 1984 Duarte formed a new U.S. government-financed unit, the Special Investigative Unit, to solve the most notorious political killings: the 1980 murder of Archbishop Oscar Romero, the 1980 killing of an American journalist, the 1981 Sheraton murders of the two American labor advisors and their Salvadoran counterpart, and several massacres in locales like Los Hoyos in 1983 when 74 villagers were slain. Despite the infusion of U.S. money to support this effort, Duarte's commission was dismantled 15 months later without achieving its objective. 7. In May 1984 a Salvadoran jury did convict 5 former National Guard troops for the murder of the 4 American church women in 1980.18, but lasting gains in addressing justice and impunity were largely elusive for the new Salvadoran president. Nevertheless, while no officer had been brought to trial at this point, Duarte did remove several high-level phase officers connected with Death Squad SGXCECs. 7*7 Duarte's efforts made it increasingly hard for critics on the left to accuse him of simply doing the oligarchy or military's bidding. The Catholic Church, for one, made its view of Duarte's role clear when in August 1985 Archbishop of San Salvador Arturo Rivera y Damas wrote in a pastoral letter that Duarte's government enjoyed popular support while the FMLN resorts to violence and sabotage as an essential component of their struggle, thus placing themselves in a position of which we cannot approve. Degree Duarte was dogged in his contention that the Salvadoran government had been democratically elected under a newly approved constitution and that it had a legitimate mandate to govern. In the same UN address that opened the door to peace talks in La Palma, in October 1984, Duarte told his audience in New York, "To those waiting in vain to be received as liberators each time they subjugate the people, to the commandantes whose ideals conflict with this reality." 388. Who made a mistake about the people and now confront the truth, to the commandantes who feel the historic error they are committing. I acknowledge that these revolutionaries may have had good reason for taking up arms when there was no hope of economic reform, social justice, or free elections under the tyranny of the oligarchy allied with the armed forces. El Salvador, however, has changed over the last 5 years. I am here to declare and proclaim that as President of the Republic and Commanding General of the Armed Forces, I can uphold, under a constitutional government, the means to permit you to abandon a stand that runs counter to the history of the political evolution of the Salvadoran people. While Duarte's moderate message and progressive reforms increased his support at home and abroad, the FAES remained wary that their new commander-in-chief would go after them on grounds of human rights abuses. This was a key reason why they urged a general amnesty for these sorts of crimes. According to one FAES general, "We will have to have a general amnesty in order to live together?" While not enthusiastic about his motives and reforms, the FAES also understood that Duarte's good standing in the international community was indispensable for the FAES to continue receiving sizable amounts of U.S. aid. Interim President Alvaro Magafia characterized this delicate relationship: "The military and government were like a married couple. They didn't love each other, and they rarely talked. Sometimes they would sit and watch the same television show, but they mainly went separate ways. I'm afraid that the army has learned it likes that relationship and doesn't want to change." 3. If the FAES was reluctantly going along with Duarte, the oligarchy continued to despise the Christian Democrats whom they believed were apologists for communism. One businessman lamented, "Duarte is a communitarian. We have to convince the Americans and the army that he is ruining the economy, that we can't negotiate with the government until he resigns or changes his attitude toward the private sector. We're not plotting a coup, but there's no way that we can join this government with Duarte there." Another member of the elite Salvadoran society summed up Duarte as a communist who happens to believe in God. 4. Shortly after joining the military-civilian junta, Duarte made comments to New York Times journalist Tom Buckley in 1981 that revealed his own take on the situation. "I think I was selected by my people to be president in 1972. Now I have a second chance. The situation is very different. I have more enemies, and much of the world is against me, but I think we will succeed." 5. T.S. It perhaps, Mr. Duarte, that the Salvadoran people do not have human rights. On the afternoon of September 10, 1985, President Duarte's daughter, 35-year-old Inés Guadalupe Duarte Duran, was kidnapped. Inés was the oldest of 6 children and known to be especially close to her father. In fact, Inés had run Duarte's presidential campaign the previous year. About 6 unidentified gunmen assaulted her while she arrived at her university campus where she was studying communications. The assailants fired at her bodyguards, leaving one dead and another severely injured. 2 The kidnappers then pulled her and a female friend into a beige Toyota truck and drove off. News agencies reported that President Duarte suffered a slight heart attack when he heard the news. Over the first 24 hours after the kidnapping, no group claimed responsibility. The guerrillas held Inés for ransom for 6 weeks in a locale like so many places in the tiny country not too far from San Salvador. During this time the government and guerrillas negotiated in El Salvador and Panama for the release of the 2 women in exchange for the release of mostly FMLN prisoners. Salvadoran Foreign Minister and Vice President, Rodolfo Castillo Claramunt, issued a dramatic plea to the kidnappers to respect the women's lives. On September 15, the Pedro Pablo Castillo Front, a tiny fraction of the FMLN, took responsibility for the kidnapping. In their first public statement since the operation, the kidnappers provided an exclusive interview to the United Press International outside San Salvador. They allowed a reporter to listen to a recording by Ines. "Papa, today, Monday the 16th of September, your daughter, Ines Guadalupe, is speaking. I want to tell you, Papa, that I am fine, I am fine. Send greetings to the family." Registered Jean Kirkpatrick published an article in the Los Angeles Times describing the significance of the kidnapping. "It is a grim message that reveals El Salvador's guerrillas for what they are, a band of violent men bent on denying the people of that country the right to govern themselves." Asterisk. 390. Responding to Duarte's address to the nation that same day, when he broke down in tears over concern for his daughter, the guerrillas lambasted the Salvadoran president. "This morning the traitor José Napoleon Duarte cried when he spoke from Liberated Plaza to address the fatherland, which he is selling out to a foreign, imperialist power." With tears, the butcher Duarte tried to exploit the sentiments of the people. Duarte apparently thinks that our people have forgotten the repression he has unleashed in our fatherland. Duarte travels constantly to the United States as the puppet of imperialism. Duarte has remained silent on the massacre of refugees, and continues to cover up the murder of Monsignor Romero. When Duarte speaks about the Salvadoran family, he is thinking of the 14 oligarchic families. We wish to refresh Mr. Duarte's memory. What happens to our political prisoners? From the moment they are captured, they are tortured, they are kidnapped, they disappear. Mr. Duarte, where are our sons? Where are our daughters? Our children, Mr. Duarte, where are they? Where are our brothers, Mr. Duarte? Why are so many Salvadorans disappearing? Is it moral to torture? Is it moral to murder many fellow countrymen in the dungeons of the repressive forces? Is it perhaps, Mr. Duarte, that the Salvadoran people do not have human rights? 3°. On this same day, September 15, the first contact between the government and the kidnappers took place, but communication was apparently cut off when the guerrillas heard a helicopter motor in the background. Remarkably, most of the initial negotiations were conducted by two-way radios that the rebels insisted the government provide. One astute foreign journalist was able to temporarily monitor these radio conversations using a shortwave receiver. 3. Ines will die. Part of the impasse in the negotiations was that the government was holding at least 5 key guerrilla leaders, including Nydia Diaz, the second in command of the Revolutionary Party of Central American Workers. Diaz was one of the rebel commanders who had sat down with Duarte in La Palma just 1 year earlier in 1984. Now she was recovering in a prison cell from several wounds as well as the surgery that had restored use of her right hand. Diaz was injured after being shot 5 times by an phase helicopter gunship that had ambushed her guerrilla patrol. It was said that her diary recording each side's comments at La Palma was shot through with bullets. 3 At any rate, Diaz's influence among her fellow guerrillas complicated matters. Senior phase officers insisted the demand for the top leaders like Diaz would be fruitless. In fact, they warned, Ines will die, because we will never release them. 33 However, there was a recent precedent for a prisoner swap. In 1984, the guerrillas kidnapped Colonel Eduardo Casanova, the brother of Defense Minister Vides Casanova, which prompted secret discussions between the abductors and military, with the Catholic Church mediating. Eduardo was subsequently released, and weeks later a top FMLN commander was freed from the La Esperanza prison. 34 The saga took a turn after the head of the Panamanian Christian Democratic Party, Ricardo Arias Calderon, accused the civilian leaders of the guerrillas as being accessories in terror attacks, namely, the kidnapping of Ines. 35 FDR chief Guillermo Ungo accused certain politicians of vulgar opportunism in trying to link him to the crime. 3° In his words, "We deplore it, we hope and expect that her life, her physical integrity will be spared. However, we cannot stop at this case but must regret the situations of dozens of thousands of fathers and mothers who have lost dozens of thousands of children and many hundreds of other people who are experiencing the sorrow of having missing children. The FDR is not the political arm of the guerrillas, and the FMLN is not the military arm either. It is an alliance, they are two bodies that share a political line. It would be as if we tried to link Duarte's administration and the Salvadoran Christian Democratic Party with the murder of over 60,000 Christians and several thousand missing people, although Duarte is the armed forces commander-in-chief, while I am not. 37. Also picked up by news outfits monitoring the radio waves, in early October 1985 President Duarte communicated to the kidnappers that he would release around 96 wounded fighters and 22 leaders, including Diaz.3*. Diaz immediately returned to her guerrilla unit while most of the wounded rebels were transported to Mexico and Cuba. Duarte's willingness to agree to the guerrillas' demands won the women's release 3 weeks later, but it infuriated high-level phase officers who saw this as more evidence that their president was weak. On October 25, Ines. 392. Duarte was reunited with her family in a tropical downpour at the military academy. Overwhelmed with emotion, the speechless Duarte held his daughter in his arms. However, relieved at the development, Duarte acknowledged the likely consequences of his acquiescence. We know that these persons being released will pick up a rifle again and continue to possibly do harm to the nation. That is unfortunately something we cannot ignore. With great humane quality. Only hours before the release of Duarte's daughter, Radio Vence Ramos taped an interview with Ines in which she spoke warmly of her captors and that she now saw them in a different light. When asked to describe her conditions in captivity, Ines responded, "About this, I could say that in spite of the difficulties, their treatment was very humanitarian and respectful. Within the limitations they had tried to cover everything for us, food, clothing, and we had a doctor permanently with us. Well, within this same attention that there was during the 45 days of my captivity, I could say that I must be very grateful for the treatment they gave us as it was really very respectful, and with great humane quality *. The rebel interviewer then asked her about her surroundings and whether she had any contact with the local population. Ines responded, "Well, it is true. There were no bombings in the area where we actually were. However, between 17 and October 19 there were 2 bombings that were really very close to where we were. More or less, about 15 to 20 minutes. I can truly tell you this was horrible. I felt the bombs crashing nearby. To see the small plane, the one they call La Carreta, see how it drops the grenades, I can tell you I was very afraid. It is a very sorrowful impression and very anguishing when one is not psychologically prepared for that. I think of the fear of the civilian population when they see those planes flying *. The Salvadoran government promptly responded that she had been forced to make these comments and pose for smiling photographs. During a radio press conference, President Duarte claimed that Ines was suffering nervous tension after 44 days in captivity and 3 days walking to the transfer site. Ines left the country for a while so that she could be treated for what the government claimed was Stockholm Syndrome, whereby abductees come to identify with their captors. 4 * Regardless of the official claims the government made that Ines's statement was coerced, her positive comments about the guerrillas reinforced the belief of the phase and the political right that her father was a thinly veiled guerrilla sympathizer. Fiercely bitter over the humiliating abduction episode, President Duarte cancelled a scheduled session of peace talks with the guerrillas. 43 Yet this did not deter foreign correspondents from reporting that the kidnapping seemed to be a net gain for the rebel movement. 44 What is more, one reporter concluded, the episode had thrown President Duarte off balance, politically as well as psychologically. 45 Not only were the guerrillas able to divide Duarte and his backers in the military and oligarchy, but the kidnapping operation itself and the complicated management of negotiations also indicated a high degree of international diplomatic and logistical sophistication. 4 It appeared to be a score of FMLN1, JND nothing. A symbol of liberty. Ironically, given the deep suspicion of Duarte's reformism held by key administration officials like Jeane Kirkpatrick, Duarte became the face of Reagan's Salvador engagement. At a state dinner hosted for Duarte on October 14, 1987, the American president toasted his guest. This year is the 200th anniversary of the Constitution of the United States. It's appropriate then that we have as our guest an elected leader who has laid the foundations for freedom in his country and whose courage and strength of conviction are an inspiration to us all. President Duarte, having fought the brutality and repression of left and right, has come to symbolize the struggle for democracy in this hemisphere. I have little doubt that our forefathers, who sacrificed so much to secure the blessings of liberty for the United States, would see President Duarte as one of their own. As our founding fathers came to know, winning liberty and establishing democratic institutions are not without great personal sacrifice. 47. At the time of Reagan's toast, few could have imagined how precipitously Duarte's political fortunes would decline. Economic problems were a key factor. The wrenching recession of the 1980s had eased, but the economy continued to sag, and Salvadorans blamed Duarte's government. 4 Registered El Salvador's economic output in 1987 was only 80% of its 1978 levels. The government owed $88 million to foreign creditors in 1970, an amount that increased to $1.5 billion in 1986. His handling of his daughter's kidnapping only further lowered Duarte's estimation in the eyes of an already skeptical ESAF officer corps. Duarte's ascendancy to the presidency in 1984 represented a watershed moment in El Salvador's modern history. Yet, just because the Salvadoran people were able to elect their president in a free election did not mean that, despite the ongoing bloody war, they would not hold the new government accountable for job and personal security. That is, with the government receiving hundreds of millions of dollars from Washington, they expected Duarte to deliver. Duarte had promised his nation peace, but so far the war's end was nowhere in sight. By 1987 and 1988 many Salvadorans had grown weary of a government increasingly tainted by corruption scandals and its inability to jumpstart the country's lagging economy, especially the stubbornly high unemployment rate. And this was despite the $2 billion of economic assistance since 1981 that Washington had pumped into El Salvador to boost Duarte's fortunes. What is more, although 75% of America's massive assistance had been used for the war, the government had yet to overcome the insurgency. The FMLN's continued economic sabotage and political intimidation efforts made it challenging for Duarte to use US aid to address standard governing issues, such as education and job security. While in these years few believed that the guerrillas could seize power, they succeeded in making it extremely difficult for the Duarte government to actually govern, especially in the rural areas. The war's momentum appeared to be shifting again, this time back toward the guerrillas despite the phase's relative professionalization in the mid-1980s. Fearful of FMLN reprisals, in 1988 municipal governments did not operate in 55 of the country's almost 300 towns. More than 100 mayors had received threats from the FMLN to stop governing or face dire consequences. 5 These threats quickly became tangible with the murder of 9 mayors, often in their own homes and in front of their family members. The killings were publicized by the underground radio Vence Ramos, which claimed that these officials were Figure 37.3. José Napoleón Duarte with Defense Minister Carlos Eugenio Vides Casanova reviewing troops at the Ilopango Air Base near San Salvador, 1988. Duarte had a tense relationship with the FAE's leadership. Duarte is visibly ill from the cancer that took his life the following February. Image and permission by Jeremy Bigwood. Bloodstained with repression, and sullied with the dollars of corruption. 5 On the economic front, guerrillas brought down more electric power pylons in May 1988 than in any other months in the war. 53 The U.S. Embassy estimated that in the late 1980s the guerrillas caused nearly $2 billion in direct and indirect damage to the already anemic economy. 4 Making matters worse, after a precipitous drop in death squad activity in the months and years after Vice President Bush's December 1983 visit to El Salvador, rightist violence appeared to be ticking up, though still well below the rate of the late 1970s and early 80s. Suspected leftists were even being pulled from their cars at stoplight intersections to be executed in open daylight, grisly acts that reinforced the perpetrator's sense of impunity. 55 In June 1988, American doctors gave Duarte, stricken with stomach and liver cancer, only months to live. 5 Before his death in 1990 at the age of 64, Duarte handed over power to his elected 396 successor, the conservative Alfredo Cristiani, in the midst of a stinging electoral defeat for the Christian Democrats. Yet the controversial role that he and his Christian Democrats played in the evolution of El Salvador's civil war was highly significant. While Duarte's illness thwarted any ambitions he had to run against Cristiani, perhaps most ironic is that the very democracy he worked so hard to protect also constitutionally barred him from running for a second term. 57. 38. Iran-Contra. I am down here as a job. I am not down here as a soldier, so this is not my war. I don't believe it's an American war. Eugene Hasenfuss, 19,867. You can't beat the gringos at their own game. The opposition will have the best U.S. campaign advisors behind it. They will clobber you. Cuban official speaking to Miguel Descoto, Foreign Minister of Nicaragua, 19,907. Under fire. On Sunday, October 5, 1986, a C-123K cargo plane took off from Ilopango, El Salvador, and was flying low into Nicaraguan airspace, only 700 meters off the ground to elude Sandinista radar. Jose Fernando Canales and Byron Montiel, two young soldiers just 5 months into their mandatory service in the Sandinista military, had set up a portable land-air rocket deep in the jungle of the Chontales department. When they heard the engines of the unmarked cargo plane, Jose Fernando received the order to shoot. He aimed, fired, and within seconds the plane exploded in the air and fell to earth in pieces, only the tail section remained intact. 24 hours later, the Sandinista mouthpiece La Voz de Nicaragua, by 398, broke into its regular programming with a special bulletin that a plane belonging to the counter-revolution had been hit by an arrow, and perhaps more important, that North Americans were among the crew. When Sandinista troops reached the crash site, they found 13,000 pounds of weaponry, 50,000 AK-47 rifle cartridges, 60 collapsible AK-478, a similar number of RPG-7 grenade launchers, and 150 pairs of jungle boots. 3 The C-123K carried 3 Americans and 1 Nicaraguan. The pilot William Cooper, co-pilot Wallace Blaine Sawyer, and radio operator Freddie Vilches died in the crash. Eugene Hasenfuss, in charge of dropping the cargo, had been able to see the incoming rocket in time and jumped from the plane with a parachute given to him by his brother before leaving the United States. "Give up, gringo, or we'll blow you to hell," reportedly shouted the pursuing soldier Rafael Antonio Acevedo, when he found Hasenfuss in an abandoned hut, eating a squash and lying in a hammock he had made from his parachute. 4 The American was armed with a pistol and a pocket knife, but immediately surrendered to the 20-year-old Sandinista conscript. Days later, Nicaraguan Defense Minister Humberto Ortega decorated the Sandinista soldiers involved with gold medals. 5 During a broadcast from his trial in Nicaragua, Hasenfuss claimed to be working for the CIA. In fact, the fuselage of the cargo plane was a flying file cabinet that included logbooks with detailed descriptions of previous covered supply flights from airports in El Salvador and Honduras, including the type and quantity of weapons dropped in each flight. A month later, the controversy deepened when reports revealed that funds for the Contras were being illegally obtained through the sale of arms to Iran in exchange for the release of American hostages in Lebanon. Several officials in the Reagan White House were implicated, including National Security Council aide and Marine Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North. The White House was exposed in a clear endrain around Congress. President Reagan initially insisted that he did not trade weapons or anything else for hostages. 7 Within weeks, though, Attorney General Edwin Meese announced that his investigation into the matter had uncovered evidence suggesting that between $12 million and $30 million of the arms sales to Iran had been diverted to the Contras registered 399. The Iran-Contra scandal represented America's worst political scandal since Watergate. Sometime in 1986, North began overcharging the Iranians for the arms and using the surplus to fund a Contra resupply operation that involved Hasanfus. Interestingly, former CIA official Felix Rodriguez, who had been at the Bay of Pigs in 1961 and was present when Che Guevara was killed in Bolivia in 1967, had also been assisting the Contra resupply effort. North relied on his colleague Richard Secord to transfer the funds and handle other logistical details. North was attempting to get around the Boland Amendment's restriction on funding the Contras. Secord and North netted over $16 million in profits from arms sales to Iran, though less than $4 million made its way to Contra coffers. Over the same period, Saudi Arabia contributed around $32 million. By the end of Reagan's second term, even bona fide anti-communists like George Shultz wanted to get the Nicaragua problem resolved, if only because it had become too painfully divisive for the country. What helped this extraction along somewhat was the advent of the peace process in early 1987 led by Costa Rican President Oscar Arias. As noted in Chapter 32, Escapulas, the Arias Plan called for immediate ceasefires in Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Guatemala, the suspension of all outside support for insurgencies, and plans for future elections. Within 2 months after the agreement was signed, governments were to offer amnesty to guerrillas who had laid down their weapons to start a dialogue. While administration officials were not thrilled by the plan's implications for its Contra funding, they soon realized that the democratic procedures it required would be very valuable in undermining the highly undemocratic Sandinista government. As we read earlier, the Central American presidents met in Escapulas, Guatemala, in early August 1987 and approved the Escapulas II Accord, a slightly modified version of the Arias Plan. The document did not call for an immediate ceasefire, but it eventually laid the broad foundations for each country to address its internal conflict. Victory at the ballot box. With the now long-standing U.S. insistence on democracy in Nicaragua combined with Arias's Central America-wide peace process, there was 400. Great pressure for the Sandinistas to legitimize their rule. They were confident that they would win the vote handily, and set presidential elections for early 1990. In September 1989, the incoming Bush administration began efforts to provide funding for the elections. Officials insisted that the aid would be used for nonpartisan technical support of the elections process, but the funding went almost exclusively to the anti-Sandinista opposition known as Nicaraguan Opposition Union. This coalition party, which spanned the ideological spectrum from conservative to communist, fielded as a presidential candidate Violeta Chamorro, the widow of Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, the assassinated journalist and anti-Somoza leader. Chamorro's credentials as a legitimate political figure were also burnished by her former role in the post-Somoza revolutionary government. The largely U.S. Congress-funded National Endowment for Democracy provided the Nicaraguan opposition with $9 million, although a considerable amount of this money did not arrive until very late in the campaign. Despite U.S. funding, the Sandinistas remained confident of a pronounced victory at the polls. In fact, as the election neared, the Sandinistas invited even more international observers to witness their expected electoral triumph. Amazingly, at the same time, the Sandinistas began escalating their supply shipments to the FMLN in El Salvador in preparation for an offensive in late 1989. A month later, a small plane carrying arms from Nicaragua to the FMLN crashed in El Salvador. The shipment, recovered by Salvadoran security forces, included 24 Soviet-made SA-7 surface-to-air missiles, marking the first time that the Sandinistas had sent such heavy-grade weapons to their Salvadoran allies. The Sandinistas' delivery might have been a deliberate message to the Bush White House that they were still willing to cause problems for the United States in El Salvador if Washington continued to fund the Contras. Publicly, Humberto Ortega dismissed the big fuss that was being made because some arrows have turned up in El Salvador. The elections on February 25, 1990, drew an estimated 700 official observers. By the end of the day, more than half of the almost 4,500 polling stations had been monitored by teams from the UN, Organization of American States, and former President Jimmy Carter's Private Democracy Organization. More than 2,000 unofficial observers and journalists were also in the country. Elliot L. Richardson, who oversaw the United Nations team of observers, was confident in the voting process. "I don't see any way of beating the system." Mario Gonzalez, in charge of the OAS observers, believed that the fundamental liberties necessary for a democratic process are there: the liberty of expression, of organization, of movement. That night, the UN team's quick count of less than 0% of the vote showed Chamorro winning a decisive victory. Stunned, the Sandinista Directorate called a hasty meeting to decide its next moves. Within hours, an official from the Supreme Electoral Council read the initial results aloud, further indicating a stunning upset. When the dust had settled and all the votes were counted, Chamorro had taken 55% to Ortega's 41%. Indeed, Nicaraguans of all walks of life had given the Sandinistas a clear mandate: it was time to go. The Sandinista revolution was over, killed in the end by the ballot box. 15. Another endless war concludes. The Contra War resulted in the deaths of around 30,000 Nicaraguans. Registered conservative U.S. officials and politicians argued that the Sandinistas' ouster via elections was a vindication of the Reagan administration's policies, especially as the Contras kept pressure on an otherwise recalcitrant Managua. Liberals, on the other hand, contended that it was only the Bush administration's rejection of the hardline Reagan approach that had allowed for this relatively pacific outcome. Regardless, the conflict was a forceful iteration of century-long American influence in Nicaraguan affairs. Unlike Carter's ambivalence about using military force to check leftist revolution, the Reagan administration's commitment to confronting Soviet and Cuban wars of national liberation led to a policy that would unabashedly but sparingly be used to offer assistance and deploy forces to promote U.S. interests. In many ways, its outcome was a vindication, if not a justification, of low-intensity conflict strategy. Not surprisingly, many critics believed that low-intensity conflict was a new term for the chronic inclination of the United States to intervene in endless wars. * 7 over 402. The course of almost a decade, American-supported Contra attacks had decimated the economic infrastructure of Nicaragua and proved successful in eroding support for a once popular Sandinista regime. The covert nature of American involvement was critical. While support for the Contras may not have remained out of the public eye, it largely avoided public control, and outcries among the American citizenry over repeated accounts of human rights violations often went ignored. There is no question that Washington also demanded that the Sandinistas pursue elections, which was something that a majority of Nicaraguans wanted as well. In fact, as mentioned in previous chapters, the Reagan administration had a tendency to pursue policies in Central America, especially El Salvador, that were at times more pragmatic than its strident Cold War anti-communist rhetoric suggested. Nonetheless, this more modest project was still a powerful form of interventionism in that the United States effectively determined Nicaragua's fate. Once the 1990s elections took place and the Sandinistas stepped down from power, Washington and the American people quickly forgot about Nicaragua and the United States' deep involvement just a few years earlier. Part 4. George H. W. Bush. It says a lot about El Salvador that a decision to try anyone for murder is news. New York Times editorial on the pending trial of 5 National Guardsmen for the December 1980 killing of the 4 American church women, November 1982. If there is any area where this country has made zero progress, that's the area of judicial reform and the administration of justice. There ain't no justice here. William Walker, U.S. Ambassador, 19,897. The Other War. U.S. military assistants and advisors were the most controversial expenses of the enormous amounts of aid that Washington was sending to El Salvador in the 1980s. No less significant, however, were the even greater amounts that the United States pumped into the Salvadoran economy. Between 1980 and 1989, economic assistance totaled $2.6 billion. With other sources of foreign financing reluctant to enter the war-torn country, this money was primarily used to reduce the Salvadoran government's enormous debt burdens as well as provide cash reserves to purchase key imports. Another big portion went to development projects to repair infrastructure destroyed by the guerrillas. For instance, according to the Central Bank annual report, repairing the destruction caused by the FMLN offensive that began on 406. November 11, 1989, cost $500 millions. The remainder of the economic funds went to cash transfers, food loans, food donations, among other types of assistance. Point 4. The major frustration of many U.S. and Salvadoran officials working on these programs was that all of the spending was basically an attempt to return El Salvador to its status before the war began, leaving it still a very poor and underdeveloped country. U.S. money also supported the troubled but massive Agrarian Reform Initiative, which began soon after the 1979 coup that ushered in the reformist junta. Aid also went to education and rural health projects subtly intended to help win the hearts and minds of a traditionally neglected population susceptible to FMLN propaganda and recruitment. Registered. The U.S. Agency for International Development, for example, spent a total of $40 million for the construction and rehabilitation of roughly 1,000 rural classrooms that benefited 70,000 students. More than $70 million was used to aid displaced persons, providing temporary jobs, daily food rations to 200,000 people, and medical visits to 400,000 people. Moreover, USAID funds were used to pay for the salary of mayors, fix roads, build houses, and help stabilize the local currency, the colon. With the military aid factored in, El Salvador during the 1980s received more U.S. aid per capita than any country save Israel. While there were setbacks and much money wasted, over the years the U.S. supported programs did allow the Salvadoran government to provide services that the FMLN simply could not match. Albeit highly imperfect and almost entirely reliant on U.S. funding, the elected Salvadoran government was building while the guerrillas had been forced to resort to destruction, a fact not lost on the Salvadoran population. Yet this reality was often ignored or not understood by U.S. officials who assumed that these other war programs were failing. In a report written late in the war in 1989, the authors concluded, it should come as no surprise, then, that efforts in what U.S. advisors refer to as the other war, the coordination of civil and military activities to effective social reform and ultimately win popular support have failed. Close to 1/5 of the entire Salvadoran population fled the country over the course of the war, with a majority going to the United States as illegal immigrants. Once established in American cities and suburbs like Los Angeles and Washington, D.C., they sent back to their families and relatives sums of money that would have been impossible to earn had they remained in El Salvador. These immigrants eventually were acknowledged under the voluntary departure status that allowed them to remain temporarily in the United States. The remittances came to over $2.5 billion in the last years of the war, roughly 15 to 20% of the Central American country's gross domestic product. It also kept the country from even greater economic turmoil despite the incessant guerrilla attacks and interruptions. Degree. Frustrate his efforts to investigate right-wing terrorist attacks. Given the dreadful state of justice in El Salvador at the time when the United States jumped feet first into the conflict in the early 1980s, U.S. officials realized that reforming the judiciary and addressing high-profile cases involving Americans was crucial to maintaining the engagement. Created by the State Department in 1984, the El Salvador Judicial Reform Project was the U.S. government's key effort to address this pressing issue. In part due to pressure from affected families and human rights groups, the U.S. Congress earmarked $9.2 million to reform existing Salvadoran judicial institutions as well as create new bodies like the Special Investigative Unit, an elite civilian-controlled police unit, and the Judicial Protection Unit, formed to protect participants in sensitive trials. The hope was that these sorts of reforms would both lessen future mistakes or abuses as well as address the body of outstanding and often highly controversial murder cases. In short, The expectation was that US dollars and know-how would bring justice to El Salvador. Several years after these programs were implemented, a number of critics began to claim that they had failed miserably at addressing El Salvador's impunity for perpetrators of crimes and injustice for victims. And there was certainly evidence to back up these claims. A CIA report in February 1985 warned that the institutional reforms were under attack from rightist political factions that emerged from legislative infighting to dominate judicial and legal appointments, complicating Duarte's efforts to pursue legal solutions. The report added that the rightist-dominated assembly was working to strip Duarte's Judicial Reform Commission of all funding as well as possibly frustrate his efforts to investigate right-wing terrorist acts. 408. One oft-cited case came in 1986 when Salvadoran police discovered a kidnapping ring run by army officers who had been seizing businessmen and holding them for ransom. One of the officers implicated was Lieutenant Colonel Mauricio Esteban, who commanded a U.S. trained combat battalion. Edwin Corr, American ambassador at the time, called the case a crucial test of the ability of the Salvadoran justice system to convict military officers. After the arrests, however, 2 central witnesses died in police custody and a third was shot by a watchman who allegedly mistook him for a guerrilla. Esteban refused to answer investigators' questions, and the FAS sent a colonel to intervene directly in the case with President Duarte. Without any evidence to corroborate the accusations, Esteban was released and soon after resumed his position with the U.S. trained battalion. Esteban, like many officers in the 1980s, escaped court charges for any of the many non-combat killings attributed to the military. In 1986, remarking about high-ranking officers in El Salvador who had been privileged with impunity, Michael Posner, executive director of the Lawyers Committee for Human Rights, commented to reporters, "The government as a whole and the system as a whole has been unable to muster the political gumption to hold these military people accountable for their actions." Registered the following year, in 1987, Senator Mark Hatfield of Oregon and Representatives Jim Leach of Iowa and George Miller of California echoed the sentiment of the press by writing in a Washington Post editorial, "While tremendous progress has been made in reducing human rights abuses in El Salvador, not one officer had been prosecuted for the thousands of death squad killings." 7. Despite what some critics contended given the plethora of negative evidence and attention, U.S. officials believed that the Salvadoran justice system did make some notable gains during the 1980s. The 2 gunmen who committed the Sheraton Hotel murders were convicted on 3 counts of aggravated homicide in 1986. In May 1984, a jury convicted and sentenced, to the maximum 30 years, all 5 of the National Guard troops implicated in the American churchwomen killings, the first time a jury had convicted any member of the armed forces for a slaying with political overtones. 8. 40. Pessimism. Neither of his major objectives, the overthrow of the Sandinista government in Nicaragua and the military defeat of the leftist guerrillas in El Salvador, is likely to be achieved without the use of American troops. New York Times correspondent, 1984. "We say we are here to fortify democracy. Well, hell, we could be doing that forever." American official, 1989. Just as Marlowe was confronted in Heart of Darkness with the tragic absurdity of Keats's claim that by the simple exercise of our will we can exert a power for good practically unbounded, so the United States has become disillusioned with the role it has chosen to play in El Salvador. U.S. military analyst, 19,913. Those plans have gone nowhere. During the early years, American policymakers tended to be pessimistic on the Salvadoran government's chances to win the war. These fears largely ebbed during the middle of the decade when it appeared that, through vigorous U.S. support, the government and FAS had the upper hand. Yet the outlook changed again by the late 1980s when even some of the most fervent supporters of U.S. engagement were concluding that it had failed. In November 1989, for example, a former Salvadoran official surveyed the years of American involvement in his 409. 410. country and concluded that the U.S. wanted to achieve 3 things: a measure of peace, the respect for human rights, and the institutionalization of democratic processes. All three objectives have failed. Speaking a year earlier, California Congressman George Miller echoed a similar sentiment, observing, "The failure of the administration's policy of building democracy in El Salvador while defeating the leftist rebels militarily." In 1984, we were told that the newly elected government of José Napoleón Duarte, backed to the hilt by Washington, would represent a credible, effective, and moderate force that would implement genuine reform and bring peace to El Salvador. Those plans have gone nowhere. In 1988, a widely distributed evaluation based on field reporting by 4 U.S. military officers concluded that, unhappily, the United States finds itself stuck with that war. Months later, a Congressional Research Service reinforced the growing belief that despite the massive American-backed effort, the war was stalemated. At this point, the 8-year civil conflict in El Salvador appears to be deadlocked. Neither side shows signs of being able to defeat the other militarily or otherwise force an end to the war. Most observers believe that, barring an unexpected change in the circumstances supporting or causing the war, such as a sharp drop in the level of U.S. military assistance or an unexpected improvement in the political or military situation, both sides in the war appear capable of carrying on the fighting at the present pace indefinitely. By the mid to late 1980s, the government and FASE's apparent incompetence and unpopularity and the FMLN's ongoing activity led many in the media and elsewhere to conclude that despite billions in U.S. aid, the situation in El Salvador was dire. A Marxist revolution had been averted, perhaps, but the Salvadoran government and FASE now appeared locked in a bloody stalemate with the tenacious FMLN. The New York Times told its readers in early 1989, "Things are getting worse in El Salvador, a trend that is etched as usual in bloodshed by guerrilla attacks, bombings, and killings, more bloodshed by army sweeps and death squad murders." After 8 years of savage civil war, Salvadorans seemed enraged and saddened by the terrible normalcy such violence has acquired. Registered Another U.S. journalist evoked images of Saigon in the last days of the Vietnam War and reported that the well-guarded U.S. embassy that housed U.S. diplomats, development experts, the military group, and certainly its fair share of spies, resembled a military bunker more than a diplomatic post. A plaque commemorating the death of 14 Americans hung on one of the embassy's walls, a reminder of U.S. sacrifices in the prolonged conflict. At this point, the usually skeptical foreign correspondents were not the only ones who believed the United States had a long way to go before its side would even have a shot at winning this war. In August 1987, the former commander of the critical U.S. Southern Command in Panama revealed his gloomy assessment: "We have to face the hard facts, and we have to say this is going to be a war that will go for years. It might go 15 years, but it can be won. Then we have to get American commitment. It's difficult to convince people that in the long run democracy will survive only if we are willing to sacrifice in our own hemisphere." Members of the U.S. Congress expressed their concerns in late 1987 when a bipartisan group of congressmen published a report that called out the financing failure of the U.S. policy and the urgent need to reform it. According to the report's congressional sponsors, Congress and the administration should accept that the search for a military solution for the conflict in El Salvador has produced a stalemate. Instead, it concluded, U.S. military aid should be the link to a resolution of the civil war. In further reflection of Washington's fatigue on the Salvador option, in January and February 1990, House of Representatives subcommittees held hearings titled, El Salvador at the Crossroads, Peace or Another Decade of War. 3. If only Americans act with sufficient dedication and commitment. While they had failed to win the war, the guerrillas had effectively succeeded in being felt everywhere in El Salvador, for as in 1988. Defense Minister Ponce conceded that the war was far from over and the armed forces could be fighting the guerrillas for another 10 years. 5. Some observers even contended that the FASE was intentionally not winning the war, since that would mean the end of the 412 Multi-million-dollar gravy train that was American military aid. Registered press coverage also focused on the amount of money that had been wasted on the vast number of development projects. As one foreign correspondent wrote in a 1989 profile, in spite of more than $2 billion in American economic aid, infant mortality has risen, access to potable water has fallen, and most rural health clinics do not have medicine. Nearly 100 embassy audits are now trying to trace how government officials stole American aid money. 7 Additional press coverage in the late 1980s reflects the pessimistic, impatient tone that had been widely adopted at this time. In December 1989, New York Times correspondent Joel Millman wrote that Washington still confronted a militarized El Salvador that would not yield easily to civilian initiatives. Millman quoted an American colonel, Robert M. Herrick, who followed the war, "I love that word, progress. We've had progress every year since the war began. The war should have been over a long time ago." He added, "It's the same mistake we made in Vietnam. Military aid is easy, all you have to do is give the bucks, and all they have to do is take them. But we got ourselves into a position where we have no leverage, so we have been acquiescing for years in corruption and methods of operations we don't believe in, all because of the realpolitik of winning the war." 8 Remarkably, Herrick's negative assessment echoed the views of the FDR's Ruben Zamora, who posited that the United States had equated the professional armed forces with democracy. They're not synonymous. What the US has done is teach the army it's better to be owner of the country than a landlord of a building. Instead of their own party, they control the whole political system. 9 study sponsored by the Pentagon warned its American audience of relying on greater American know-how and resources as a solution. Everyone believes that if only the United States pushes hard enough, if only Americans act with sufficient dedication and commitment, the proper reforms will follow. Degree The author added that in El Salvador, as in Vietnam, American help had been welcomed, but our advice spurned. He added, "That advice to reform radically threatens to alter fundamentally the position and prerogatives of those in power. The United States, with its revolutionary means of combating insurgency, is threatening the very things its ally is fighting to defend. Those reforms that we have deemed absolutely essential: respect for human rights, a judicial system that applies to all members of Salvadoran society, radical land distribution are measures no government in El Salvador has been able to achieve because they require fundamental changes in the country's authoritarian culture, economic structure, and political practices." Today those numbers are reversed. Despite the growing chorus of dire prediction, U.S. officials in these same years pointed to the free elections and decline of human rights abuses as evidence that the situation had in fact improved. It appears as though within the Reagan administration there was a sense that its policies had succeeded. A classified national security directive boasted, in 1980 there were more dictatorships in Central America. Today those numbers are reversed. An earlier top-secret directive from 1984 indicated that the Reagan administration believed in private what it said in public about how the Sandinistas, with Cuban/Soviet bloc support, continued to export subversion and insurgency through the region. Specifically, the document reveals a concern for El Salvador's stability, with the Marxist-Leninist regime in Nicaragua dedicated to the subversion and destabilization of its democratic neighbors. 3 It warned that progress on improving democratic institutions, human rights, economic development, and protecting internal reform is endangered by the growing, externally supported insurgency. 4 The Reagan administration's classified policy guidance, addressing the Sandinistas' aggressive subversion, was to support democratization process and the existing reforms against attacks from the violent left and violent right. 5 These conclusions meant that the relatively moderate policies toward El Salvador would remain in place as the administration ramped up its aggressive efforts for the termination of Nicaragua's support to Marxist/Leninist subversion and guerrilla activity in any foreign country. Decades after these events, the declassified U.S. Government documents and communications help reinforce the conclusion that objectives and policies in El Salvador and Nicaragua differed greatly and that the Reagan administration remained committed to engagement in spite of conclusions. 414. That it had failed miserably. As Los Angeles Times journalist Morris Blackman sums it up in 1988, the war is going badly, yet the Reagan administration has insistently argued that U.S. policy is succeeding in El Salvador. * 7. 4i. Bush arrives. 8 long years of political terror have turned this country into the Northern Ireland of Central America. James Lemoyne, New York Times correspondent, 1989. There is no one in Salvador who does not recognize that D'Aubuisson is the best politician in the country. William Walker, U.S. Ambassador, 19897. Winning the November 1988 presidential election against Democratic challenger Michael Dukakis, Reagan's two-term Vice President George H.W. Bush assumed the presidency in late January 1989. Bush's foreign policy team might have had a reputation as pragmatic, but it was effectively as hawkish as the Reagan administration in its global outlook, especially vis-a-vis Moscow. In the words of Bush and National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft, the biggest thorn in U.S. Soviet relations remains Central America, where the Soviets still supported their client Nicaragua and, through it and Cuba, the guerrillas in El Salvador. The Soviets may have ceased supplying weapons, the Cubans and East Germans had stepped in to replace them. When challenged, the Soviets complained that Castro was beyond their control. 3. Despite these concerns, however, the incoming Bush team was eager to bolster the White House's relations with Capitol Hill over Central America policy. For incoming Secretary of State James Baker, the ongoing war in Central America was kryptonite to domestic politics and an obstacle to the continued growth of democracy in all of Latin America. Without doubt, it was my first priority. For to these ends, Bush's Central America policy emphasized pragmatism and compromise over conflict and principle. The new administration meant the ball back in Washington's court, in part because key Central American leaders that Bush give more serious support than Ronald Reagan to negotiated solutions to their decade-old crisis. 5. At this time it was really Nicaragua as opposed to policy in El Salvador that was the true political thorn for the Bush administration's Central America policy. For instance, an article in the New York Times published shortly after Bush's election in 1988, titled "Bush Aides Speak of New Policy of Diplomacy in Central America," homed in on engagement in Nicaragua, with no mention of El Salvador registered. Merited serious consideration. Having spent 2 terms as Reagan's vice president, Bush was well versed in the evolution of policy in El Salvador. Bush officials immediately understood that Duarte's fledgling government, the underwhelming combat performance of the phase, and a spike in death squad activities was exactly what the country and by extension U.S. interests could not tolerate at this fragile moment in the war. According to Crescencio Arcos, a career diplomat assigned to Central American affairs at the time, Baker didn't know much about El Salvador. But he wanted the Contras and the civil wars to go away. And this meant pursuing elections in Nicaragua and negotiations in El Salvador. 7. Or as Baker described it in his memoir, I knew the key to bipartisanship was to resolve the dispute over Central America. Registered in the Bush administration's estimation, a pragmatic line on El Salvador meant continued engagement, even if many of its proponents had been marginalized over the course of the 2 terms. In a sense, as both Reagan and Bush administrations embraced engagement, the two did not differ greatly on policy in El Salvador, but the Reagan team's initial rhetoric made it appear more hawkish. To this end, Baker contended that from the very first days of taking office in January 1989, the Bush administration looked for opportunities to signal our support for a negotiated settlement, particularly one related to elections and democracy in El Salvador. In fact, Baker publicly stated that the FMLN's February 1989 peace initiative merited serious consideration. The international and regional climate in El Salvador during the Bush years would make this peace more pressing and appealing. Both sides of the Civil War, for example, were weary after a decade of costly conflict with no apparent winner. Moreover, the fall of the Berlin Wall less than a year after Bush came into office and the precipitous implosion of Soviet-backed communism meant that the new president did not have to confront in El Salvador the more existential threats of Marxist takeovers that so perplexed the Carter and Reagan administrations. Revealingly, the Bush administration did not establish a high-level national security directive on El Salvador, even though it did so for the Nicaragua/Contras crisis and for Panamanian strongman Manuel Noriega, a standoff that led to the U.S. military invasion of Panama in late December 1989. In short, unlike earlier years, El Salvador was not a foreign policy crisis case, despite some late shocking developments, most critically, the military's cold-blooded murder of 6 Jesuit priests and 2 laypersons, and the FMLN's ferocious countrywide offensive and new possession of SAMs. We should subject the Soviets to Chinese water torture. The Bush administration lost little opportunity to reinforce its tough line vis-a-vis Moscow and Havana. Speaking at the annual meeting of the Organization of American States, Baker charged that Moscow's support of freedom in Eastern Europe was not being matched in Central America. Soviet behavior toward Cuba and Central America remains the biggest obstacle to a full, across-the-board improvement in relations between the United States and the Soviet Union. Within 2 months of taking office, Baker sent a cable to all American diplomatic posts clarifying that the new administration would not improve ties with Cuba despite its withdrawal from Angola, because Cuban behavior has not changed sufficiently to warrant a change in U.S. attitudes. 418. At Baker's suggestion, Bush opted to make Central America a test of Soviet Premier Mikhail Gorbachev's new foreign policy. Regarding El Salvador specifically, Baker argued that the Soviet Union bears a special responsibility because its arms and money, moving through Cuba and Nicaragua, continue to support violence, destruction, and war. Shipments of Soviet rocket-propelled grenades to the are incompatible with the new thinking. 5. And the best way for the Soviets to show goodwill would be to stop providing economic and military aid to Cuba and Nicaragua. Baker told his boss, "We should subject the Soviets to Chinese water torture on this subject." He added, "We'll just keep telling them over and over drop that they've got to be part of the solution in Central America, or else they'll find lots of other problems harder to deal with." Degree at the same time that the Bush administration was supporting a multilateral approach to end the war in El Salvador, it continued to ramp up the pressure on Moscow to cut off military support for the Sandinista government in Managua. A few months earlier, Mikhail Gorbachev and Bush had exchanged New Year's wishes, reflecting on the improvement of U.S. Soviet relations, and on a successful effort by both countries in reducing the most terrifying weapons, nuclear weapons. Gorbachev contended that this type of progress toward peace rested on the two nations working together, and I pray it will be safer still a year from now. 7. A few months later, timed to coincide with Gorbachev's visit to Havana in early April 1989, White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater commented that words were not matched by deeds which would give those words credence. Fitzwater suggested worthy deeds could entail ending Moscow's $500 million annual provision of military assistance to its Nicaraguan ally. It was noteworthy that Fitzwater acknowledged Gorbachev's approval of the Washington-endorsed Escapulus II peace process. Yet, he contended, Gorbachev could have reinforced his support for Escapulus II by cutting off military supplies to all irregular forces in the region, including arms to the FMLN, just as, he claimed, the United States had ended military support for the Contras. On March 27, 1989, Bush sent Gorbachev a letter relaying the U.S. government's stance. It read, "It's hard to reconcile your slogans with continuing high levels of Soviet and Cuban assistance to Nicaragua. If this did not cease," Bush warned, "it would inevitably 419. Affect the nature of the relationship." Degree a month later, Bush renewed the argument often made early in the Reagan years when he publicly commented, "Soviet bloc weapons, such as AK-47s, are now being sent through Cuba and Nicaragua to the guerrillas fighting the government in El Salvador. Bush added that one critical step for peace entailed ending Nicaragua's effort to export violent revolution. Asterisk. Shortly after his public statement, Gorbachev sent Bush a letter indicating that it had stopped its arms shipments to Managua at the end of the previous year. And while this was a good sign, several officials found Gorbachev's message to be somewhat ambiguous, leaving several skeptics to wonder if military aid would truly end. The CIA estimated that in 1988 the Soviet Union had supplied $515 million worth of military equipment to Nicaragua, the second highest tally since Moscow began shipping arms to the Marxist government in 1980. According to U.S. intelligence, the deliveries during 1988 involved the arrival of 68 ships to Nicaraguan ports, about one every 6 days, carrying a total of 19,000 tons. 3. In a bilateral summit in Washington in December 1987, when Reagan was still in office, Gorbachev had apparently already offered to cease aid to the Sandinistas on the condition unacceptable to Washington that the United States stop its aid to all Central American allies, including El Salvador. 4. And while in 1989 U.S. Soviet relations appeared to be warming, to the Bush administration it was unclear whether Russians and Cubans wanted to end the wars in Central America as much as they did. Violence must be condemned whether it comes from the left or right. Within 2 weeks of taking office on January 20, 1989, Bush sent Vice President Dan Quayle to El Salvador to represent the highest levels of the U.S. government to deliver the incoming administration's message condemning violence. The secret-level briefing memo for Quayle's meetings with Salvadoran counterparts reflects the complexity of the situation at hand. The ESAF has done a first-rate job of battling the Marxist-Leninist insurgency. Incidents of human rights abuses by the ESAF over the last 5 years have declined dramatically, but follow-up on alleged abuses remains problematic. The ESAF 420 remains unwilling to permit investigation and prosecution of officers accused of human rights abuses. 5. In Quayle's classified talking points for a meeting with Arena Party leader and presidential candidate Alfredo Cristiani, he was instructed to emphasize U.S. support in fighting the Marxist insurgency and in promoting the democratic process, but also to criticize Arena's role in thwarting justice in a key human rights case registered in a meeting with the Salvadoran High Command and Defense Minister Vides Casanova. Quayle echoed then Vice President George Bush's message in late 1983 when he told his hosts, "I am very aware that the FMLN is a Marxist-Leninist group, dedicated to terrorism and financed from the outside. Violence must be condemned whether it comes from the left or right. President Bush and I are hardliners on violence against innocent people. Some people in our country believe that El Salvador will not make it as a democracy. The same individuals are saying the clock will be turned back and are predicting more violence and abuses. President Bush and I want to prove them wrong, that democracy can survive, that human rights are sacred here." Quayle also told the Salvadorans that U.S. aid would be jeopardized if the judicial case involving the October 1988 massacre of RO civilians was not quickly solved. He believed it was both the right thing to do and smart politics to emphasize respect for human rights. Even the non-governmental Human Rights Watch called Quayle's comments a strong message. Registered as a conservative, the vice president believed it was good politics to pressure the right-wing military, given that he was expected to care only about threats to democracy that came from the left. This type of balancing act was a critical component of U.S. engagement in El Salvador, especially as Washington had grown tired of the war and wanted violence from all sides to end. In a notable development in the lead-up to the March 1989 presidential vote, FDR members Guillermo Ungo and Ruben Zamora returned to their country after 8 years of self-imposed exile to run in the elections, which they did as part of the Democratic Convergence, an alliance of leftist groups. Interestingly, the FMLN's increasingly aggressive tactics, including the escalated kidnapping of Christian Democratic mayors across the countryside, forced a rift with the nascent convergence movement. 3. The redoubtable Zamora commented, "We believe the FMLN, the same as the Army, is obligated to abide by certain rules, such as the Geneva Convention, to protect civilians. Car bombs, attacks on houses of officials and killing mayors are not acceptable. 4 convergence leaders also contended that the guerrillas' efforts to disrupt the presidential elections were not effective, as evidenced by Salvadorans in recent history coming out to vote despite turmoil. 4. Convergence organizer Hector Silva, the FMLN was paying an enormous political price for targeting the elections. Their message is no to elections. They are talking insurrection, but the elections are going to take place. The FMLN must find meaning for what the vast majority of Salvadorans will be doing in 2 months voting. 5. In a sobering reminder of how the election was unfolding amid the ongoing war, the Convergence presidential candidate Guillermo Ungo campaigned wearing a bulletproof vest. Rattled by the Convergence's participation in the elections, in late January the FMLN released a new peace plan that indicated the rebels would take part in the vote if it was postponed for 6 months and they were provided security guarantees. The DEFT plan put the Duarte administration in a bind, since rejecting it would be categorically difficult now that the FMLN appeared to have dropped its demands for a power-sharing government. As one Christian Democrat operative quipped, the proposal is politically brilliant. If the rebels shot as well as they write, they would have won the war a long time ago. President Duarte's response was especially delicate. For the first time in history, the FMLN has accepted that there is a method other than violence for reaching power, the democratic and electoral method. Registered nonetheless, and despite the U.S. Embassy calling the plan worthy of consideration, Duarte rejected it, arguing that postponing the election would cause a constitutionally impermissible extension of his presidential term. In February, the U.S. intelligence community published a key classified report titled El Salvador, Government and Insurgent Prospects. It stated that the FMLN's peace plan was clearly part of the strategy, as the guerrillas intended for it to be rejected and thus legitimate the intensification of the war as well as make the government appear rigid and duplicitous. ***The FMLN also aimed to shift the key political battle to Washington, thereby reinvigorating U.S. political opposition to continuing military and economic support. It concluded that, while some guerrillas might have a genuine desire for peace, the FMLN's command intended to use the peace proposals principally to stave off military pressure. A month after rejecting the initial peace proposal, Duarte used a nationally broadcast television appearance to announce a surprise counter-offer. The elections would be held 6 weeks later than the scheduled date, and both sides must declare ceasefires before the direct talks would begin. Washington once again expressed support. The State Department called Duarte's offer potentially the most significant opportunity ever for peace in El Salvador. During his stop in the country that January, Vice President Quayle urged heavily doubting Salvadorans to consider the FMLN offer as a start for negotiations. Secretary of State James Baker also advised Salvadoran authorities to explore carefully whether there is a chance for a ceasefire and peace talks. Meanwhile, the right criticized Duarte's peace pitch for being too generous to the FMLN. Writing in the Washington Post when the rebel peace offer was still on the table, former Reagan official Gene Kirkpatrick blasted the proposal as the Marxists' game in El Salvador. In another article, Kirkpatrick argued that the FMLN was simply using the peace proposal as its fig leaf while it pursued a military. 424. Solution. In an example of the separation between the engagement of the Bush team and that of the former Reagan hardliners, according to Kirkpatrick, the FMLN's crafty proposal lured into a trap regarding El Salvador. The conservative Wall Street Journal editorial page attacked Iowa Democratic Senator Tom Harkin for appearing ready to oblige the FMLN's peace plan. It called Harkin's plan to place 50% of U.S. military aid in escrow to bolster human rights and support the peace negotiations progress a full-blown propaganda offensive against El Salvador. The Journal also emphasized the FMLN supporters in America of having upped the volume to help the guerrillas win in Congress what it can't win on the battlefield. In reference to the March presidential election, the Journal added that the guerrillas may prefer Capitol Hill because back in El Salvador democracy is proceeding without them. 7. Interestingly, In a letter to the editor responding to the journal's scathing op-ed, Senator Harkin posited, "I prefer to align myself with the Vice President in his support for a peaceful settlement to the war." Registered. If this back and forth within the pages of the Wall Street Journal was any indication, a liberal Democratic senator and the incumbent vice president were allied on the Salvador option. Blow to pieces or consume with flames. Despite the Salvadoran military's declaration of a unilateral ceasefire supposedly in support of the Salvadoran president's offer, the guerrillas rejected Duarte's peace counter-offer, and just weeks before the March election the once promising FMLN-initiated peace plan was dead. Leading up to the March 19 vote, in the midst of election campaigning, the FMLN began using radio broadcasts to urge Salvadorans to boycott the election. They also claimed that the elections would be considered a declaration of renewed warfare by the government. Shortly before voting day, the FMLN threatened to blow to pieces or consume with flames any vehicles that violated its traffic ban. Point 2. Guerrilla spokeswoman Ana Guadalupe Martinez acknowledged their election strategy in a radio interview. "Our objective is to cause the maximum number of casualties to the army, to weaken its ability to defend the elections." In an especially brazen raid, days before the election, FMLN operatives fired mortars at the presidential palace, although Duarte was not in the building at the time. 3. Responding to the guerrilla campaign and echoing the historic 1982 and 1984 votes, the FAS mobilized all 54,000 of its active troops to guard polling places and monitor highway travel. In spite of these efforts, the military was unable to prevent the resignation of polling station committees in more than a dozen provincial towns after the committees received guerrilla threats. 4. The government electoral body estimated that FMLN attacks, which affected roughly 15% of the polling stations, would reduce the turnout from an expected 1.2 million to around 900,000. 75. Back in the United States a day before the momentous election, more than 1,200 people marched in Times Square in New York City to protest American involvement in El Salvador. Registered. Other protests planned to coincide with the presidential elections took place across the country. The Washington Post profiled marches in Washington, D.C., and quoted local resident Omar Centurion, who contended, "Our country is at war, and these elections will do nothing to solve that crisis. Whether you support FMLN or not, you have to understand that they have the support of the people. So honest negotiations with FMLN is the only way to solve the problems in El Salvador. And we want the United States to support these negotiations." Carmen Monaco, an activist with the Salvadoran Refugee Committee in Washington, D.C., called any elections without FMLN participation a fraud, since the Christian Democrats and 6 other parties involved in the election are traditional parties that represent only some sectors of Salvadoran society. 7. The ballot box or guns. Soon after the polls closed on March 19 it became clear that Arena's Alfredo Cristiani had won a stunning 54% of the vote, handily defeating the Christian Democrat Fidel Chavez Mina and 5 other candidates, precluding the need for a runoff. Unlike 1982 when it meddled in the electoral process to ensure that the Dogwison right did not win the presidency, Washington was willing to stand aside this time around and let democracy unfold. The White House used President Bush's telephone conversation with victorious candidate Cristiani as an opportunity to reinforce its desire to see a negotiated accord. The press release read, "The time has come to end the violence and secure an honorable peace that will protect the rights and security of all Salvadorans, regardless of their political views. If the FMLN would embrace that goal, we are confident that this tragic war can come to an end." Registered. The participation of the convergence in the electoral process further undermined the FMLN's fundamental claim that Salvadoran systems excluded leftist candidates and voices. However, in an indication that even the civilian far left was not popular, the convergence received less than 4% of the vote despite its confident predictions of hitting double digits. On a more encouraging note, despite having received scores of death threats from rightist elements, the convergence suffered no casualties during the election. On June 1, 1989, a severely ailing Duarte handed over power to Arenas Cristiani, the Georgetown-educated millionaire business conservative. 3° Washington had invested billions on an engagement predicated on moderate political figures like Duarte governing the country. Yet the Salvadoran electorate had tired of the Duarte government's failings and was willing to give the rightists a chance despite their association with death squads and the ruling business and land-owning class. Bush received Cristiani at the White House on the morning of June 12, 1989, where he contended it was not his Salvadoran counterpart but instead the FMLN that was responsible for keeping peace from coming to El Salvador. In echoes of the Reagan team's hardline rhetoric in the early years of the war, Bush added that guerrillas continued to believe that they can use the gun to get what they should be willing to fight for at the ballot box. Some observers contended that Cristiani's victory was exactly what the FMLN had hoped for during its campaign to disrupt the election, as having a rightist Salvadoran party in office would reinforce its claim that its struggle was against a repressive government. 3 * Whatever the case, for supporters of U.S. policy, the 1989 presidential vote provided more evidence on the role of elections in legitimizing El Salvador's political system. Dave McCurdy, Democratic Representative. 428. From Oklahoma and member of the House Armed Services and Intelligence Committee, had recently visited El Salvador and wrote in the Washington Post, "This country never had a free election until 1982, it has had 5 since then." 33 Adding to the legitimacy that the Salvadoran government had already gained in the eyes of Washington was the fact that the 1989 4-month campaign was marked by the lowest number of deaths in all 5 elections. That being said, atrocities still plagued the country at this time, such as the fatal shooting of a 14-year-old girl by guerrillas who fired at a bus in San Vicente province. 3 Plus these types of attacks on civilian targets, which continued after Cristiani's election, complicated the push by some members of Congress to cut off aid. According to an anonymous staffer, every time someone is blown away and it is blamed on the FMLN, we go underground for 2 weeks. We can't talk about cutting aid. The FMLN does not understand the damage it does. 35 In many respects, though, Cristiani's moderate inclinations were a blessing for U.S. officials who believed that as president he might be more a Duarte and less a Dogwison. According to one U.S. diplomat, "We didn't know if Tony was just a pretty face and tool of arena and phase dinosaurs and thus needed to be treated like Dogwison." 3 In a comparison with hawkish President Richard Nixon's engagement with Communist China in the 1970s, some observers even believed that Cristiani's anti-communist bona fides would make it easier for him to negotiate a peace settlement with the FMLN. Another U.S. diplomat believed that Cristiani was committed to the peace process just as Duarte had been earlier in the decade. 37. In a sign of how seriously the Bush administration was taking El Salvador at the time, in late June 1989 Vice President Quayle made his second visit to the tiny Central American country in 6 months. On his return to Washington, Quayle published a subtly revealing opinion piece in the New York Times titled "Get Tough on Salvador's Killers," which intended to demonstrate that the administration was pressuring both leftists and rightists, criticizing excesses and atrocities on both sides. Quayle's most controversial meeting was with Roberto Dogwison, who, due to his elected position in the National Assembly, was no longer blacklisted by the embassy. 3 * The U.S. Embassy had banned any diplomatic contact with Dogwison after it alleged that the former intelligence officer had plotted to assassinate Ambassador Thomas Pickering in 1985. Quayle explained that his decision to meet with Dogwison went to the heart of this administration's approach to human rights, an approach based not on posturing, but on engagement, on hands-on involvement to seek change. 3. American conservatives were pleased with Quayle's meeting, yet others believed that it sent entirely the wrong message about U.S. priorities. Ariane Nair of the Human Rights Watch stated, "Mr. Dogwison should be treated as a pariah by the United States, and for the vice president to dignify somebody of that sort by dealing with him, is inappropriate." 4 During his visit, Quayle allowed himself to be pictured with a sizable cache of FMLN weapons and ammunition that the Salvadoran government alleged had been discovered in San Salvador the previous month. In preparing a background memo for Quayle on the subject just prior to his trip, the Pentagon indicated that the cache was the largest ever captured from the FMLN and comprised a wide variety of modern Soviet-designed small arms and over 250,000 rounds of ammunition manufactured in Cuba. The memo added that the bulk of the arms and ammunition used by the guerrillas continues to be provided by Cuba through Nicaragua. Managua's role consists primarily of providing transportation, warehousing, and coordination for deliveries of material bound for the insurgents. Quayle also reiterated the view at the time that the FMLN's recent escalation in terrorist attacks was geared to provoke the rightist Cristiani government to overact and play into the hands of the FMLN, thus weakening congressional support for El Salvador. Quayle contended that his broad message of democracy and human rights was not limited to Dogwison, evidenced by his meeting with the convergence Ungo and Zamora. Or as Quayle characterized it, the highest level meeting an American official has ever held with these leaders of the guerrillas' political front. Using carefully chosen words to describe the guerrillas' tactics, Quayle concluded that the FMLN's recent turn to assassination and killing wasn't very different from death squad terror. He added, in maintaining armed struggle the FMLN put itself in flagrant violation of the Escapulas to the plan. 430. For regional peace accepted by all Central American presidents. By publicly linking the Salvadoran conflict to Escapulas II, Quayle was attempting to isolate the FMLN politically. Yet in this effort Quayle also reinforced the emerging Bush policy of supporting a Central American process to finally put an end to this war, a war that would soon make its way from the mountainside to the very center of San Salvador. Given their mutual hostility and suspicions, one might have assumed that the FMLN and incoming rightist Cristiani administration would not have talked peace. Yet it appeared that both sides still saw the value of at least sitting down at the negotiating table with their sworn enemy. In fact, the two ideologically polar sides agreed on church-moderated talks, the first since discussions broke down in 1987. The negotiations concerned an FMLN proposal that called for a permanent cessation of hostilities within 3 months, predicated on sweeping political reforms, the demobilization of the rebel army, and the establishment of the FMLN as a legal party. The rebel proposal even called on the U.S. Congress to transform military aid to El Salvador into an assistance plan aimed at the economic and social recovery of the country. The first meeting took place in September 1989 in Mexico City, followed by a second meeting a month later in Costa Rica, where talks failed to produce a ceasefire, but both sides agreed to continue the meeting in late November in Caracas, Venezuela. Any prospects of peace, however, were abruptly disrupted by renewed warfare. In June 1989, U.S. Army officer Larry Klein arrived in El Salvador as part of an assignment with the 7th Special Forces Group to work with the FA's General Staff on communications issues. As Klein settled into his new position, he and some of his fellow American officers noticed that the FMLN had ratcheted up the snatching of teenage boys to add needed foot soldiers to the depleted guerrilla ranks, a practice that often began in the weeks and months before large rebel offensives. What Klein did not fully realize at the time, however, was that the FMLN was on the verge of launching a massive operation with far more fury than had been attempted in the vaunted final offensive in January 1981. Reflecting months of planning in consultation with Havana and relying on key logistical support from the Sandinistas, the FMLN's second final offensive, dubbed Alto y Punto, began on the morning of November 11 when urban commandos launched mortar attacks against National Guard installations and FA's General Staff headquarters in the capital. That same night thousands of insurgents launched simultaneous attacks on FA's positions throughout the country and struck at the presidential palace and Cristiani's private residence in order to assassinate the Salvadoran president, who happened to be outside the capital at the time. FMLN commandos dispersed throughout San Salvador would wait inside houses, allow FA's troops to pass by, and then ambush the vulnerable soldiers. FMLN operatives also relied on pre-situated caches of weapons and supplies in San Salvador that allowed them to continue the offensive for 3 weeks. Here is how the U.S. Embassy's second-in-command official, William Jeffras Dieterich, described the guerrilla onslaught. I was in my residence and the ambassador was in his, and around 8:30 or 9 o'clock one hell of a firefight broke out close to my house. We were used to hearing gunfire every now and then during the night, or hearing a telephone pole get blown up, so when it first started I thought that it was closer than usual but was not very worried. But it just kept going on and on. They had attacked all through the city and the guerrillas around my house were trying to get at President Cristiani's house. They really came close to getting into this house, but were finally driven off by a patrol of the Salvadoran army. We found that much of the eastern suburbs of San Salvador were in guerrilla hands. Phase commanders were taken almost entirely by surprise by the offensive's ferocity and breadth. Complicating its response, the phase had spent the past decade trying to more effectively transform into a counterinsurgency capable of taking the fight to the guerrillas ensconced in the mountains. In November 1989, it was entirely unprepared to fight the type of urban battles that the guerrillas initiated in San Salvador. In a classified post-mortem on the offensive, the U.S. Embassy reported that after days of heavy fighting, desperate phase commanders quickly requested that Cristiani approve the use of airstrikes within the city. Talking about peace but stepping up the war. Within 3 days of the initial attack, the sheer numerical troop advantage of the phase and their relentless air forays against the guerrilla-held positions began to take their toll on the insurgents. A foreign correspondent described the scene in the Salvadoran capital. Driving leftist rebels out of the city in block-by-block fighting that was laying waste to parts of the neighborhoods and turning thousands of residents into refugees. In various sections of the city, people carrying white flags scurried along the streets, clutching their personal effects and heading toward the houses of friends or family members or to refugee centers. Overhead, C-47 cargo planes equipped with Gatling guns, helicopters with machine guns and small jets with rockets fired on neighborhoods where the guerrillas have holed up in houses, apartment buildings, abandoned schools, and offices. With their president's approval of selected urban targets, the phase was able to use its A-37s and C-47s to go after guerrilla positions, especially in San Salvador. The problem, however, was that the guerrillas had intentionally occupied locales in upscale neighborhoods that it correctly believed the phase would be reluctant to bomb given who lived there. The guerrillas also constructed trenches and tunnels in order to withstand the air attacks. Some of the tunnels where the rebels hid even linked houses to the city's sewer system. Despite the guerrillas' attempts to elude their attacks, the phase did hit a number of neighborhoods, a move that resulted in thousands of insurgent and civilian casualties and tens of thousands of destroyed buildings. Shortly after the offensive broke out, Cristiani announced that his government was still prepared to attend the peace talks slated for later that month in Caracas, a development that highlighted the long-standing tension between both sides, and the routine vacillation between peace and war. Yet he was emphatic that this full-scale offensive had changed the terms of the negotiations. We will be less flexible and will demand that the talks be on the cessation of hostilities before talking about anything else. We cannot play the game of the FMLN by talking about peace but stepping up the war. The FMLN's Joaquin Villalobos, by contrast, emphasized not peace talks but the rebels' military gains that included the establishment of popular governments in several liberated territories throughout the country. A move of desperation by the guerrillas. A day into the offensive, U.S. Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney appeared on NBC News television program Meet the Press and indicated that there was no chance of American involvement in the combat. He also highlighted the theme of guerrilla desperation that the Bush administration would posit throughout the siege of the Capitol. I think there's a bit of a view that the attack on the city, basically, is a move of desperation by the guerrillas, that the FMLN is under a lot of pressure from the Salvadoran government, and that this is an effort to try to dramatize their posture. In San Salvador, U.S. Ambassador William Walker stated in a press conference that the desperate guerrillas were doing everything they can to hide behind the civilian population. A week later, when the offensive was still unfolding, President Bush expressed a similar view during a conversation with journalists aboard Air Force One. When asked why the FMLN had launched the offensive, he replied, "Desperation. I think they see that their cause has very little following, as the world moves away from Marxism that they have as their creed. 15. Some liberal observers were more inclined to view the guerrillas' apparently formidable offensive not as desperation but rather as an unmistakable indication of their legitimacy among the population. One Washington Post reader responded to an opinion piece that Jeane Kirkpatrick had written condemning the guerrilla action. While I do not approve of the FMLN's use of force, it does not take a college education to understand that when people are relegated to live in abject poverty and silenced into submission under the threat of being tortured or disappeared, people will take to arms. This is why it should come as no surprise to anyone that the FMLN has been able to launch and sustain such a massive offensive against the capital and numerous other cities in El Salvador. There can be no question that the FMLN has significant civilian support. How else could 1,500 guerrilla troops march into the capital undetected? Nor can there be any question that thousands of others have operated for a decade in a country the size of Massachusetts * registered. Muzzle-to-muzzle standoff. A week into the fighting, media outlets were reporting that the rebels had largely been driven from the capital and surrounding areas * 7 in an especially bold move. The FMLN conceded its setback in the poor areas of San Salvador, but nonetheless escalated operations against areas where the Salvadoran and Western elite lived. During the second week of the offensive, FALN commandos occupied positions in Colonia Escalon, one of the capital's poshest neighborhoods. On the 436 evening of November 21, backed up by about Ru 150 reinforcements, a dozen armed commandos infiltrated the Sheraton Hotel where they found the Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Jodo Clemente Benasores, as well as diplomats from various countries and, biggest surprise of all, a dozen Green Beret soldiers belonging to the 7th Special Forces Group at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. 1 registered the Green Berets had just wrapped up a 2-week training mission and were spending their last night at the hotel before departing from the international airport the next morning. Armed with MR-1ES and grenade launchers, the U.S. Army Green Berets barricaded themselves on the 4th floor of the VIP tower that the guerrillas had targeted and then occupied. The guerrilla commandos and American Green Berets would now spend more than 24 hours in a tense muzzle-to-muzzle standoff. While Ambassador Walker would later describe the American soldiers as hostages in what was an irrational attack by the guerrillas, the Green Berets themselves told foreign journalists while the impasse was still on that they were in control of the situation. "This is our floor," one soldier defiantly quipped, "it's always been our floor." *degree Walker subsequently defended his contention about the soldiers' state. Were these people free to get up and go? No. That is my definition of a hostage. One soldier, describing the situation to the same journalist, said the FMLN commandos thought they were seizing the building and instead got a Mexican standoff with the highly trained American soldiers. Another Green Beret added, "We made a deal with them. They don't with us and we don't with them. We said, we don't want a fight, we just want peace. We're not terrorists, we're not Salvadoran military. We're Americans. They said, throw down your weapons. We said, that. We were afraid for our lives." The Green Berets contended that they did not fire any shots and that most of the guerrillas appeared to be teenagers. They still described their guerrilla adversaries as professional, organized, and gutsy. When one of the journalists asked the Green Berets when they were leaving the hotel, one especially jovial soldier replied, "Whenever checkout time is." After the 28-hour standoff, the guerrilla commandos released all of the hotel guests through a truce made with the Salvadoran government and mediated by the Catholic Church. *3 The guerrillas slipped out in the middle of the night while the Red Cross secured a pacific end to the standoff, including the safety of the 17 civilians. 74 The Green Berets, initially trapped on the 4th floor, exited the building the next morning after racing from the swimming pool patio area to the hotel's main floor lobby accompanied by a pack of scrambling journalists. *5 According to one U.S. diplomat in San Salvador, the guerrillas sort of disappeared after they decided they had gotten into the wrong place and didn't fight. In the days that followed, the press began reporting that Washington had dispatched a rescue team that entailed the Army's elite Delta Force counterterrorism unit, which flew from the United States in expectation of being ordered to free the trapped American soldiers. *7 Appearing to highlight his administration's response to the hostage crisis, President Bush told reporters on Air Force One that he had ordered the Delta Force team to El Salvador. He also mistakenly added that American and Salvadoran troops swept through the hotel to ensure there were no mines, anticipating that there might be opposition forces where the Green Berets were trapped. A Pentagon official subsequently clarified that elements of the Delta Force had arrived near the hotel and served as the eyes and ears of the larger Delta Force set to raid the hotel if necessary. While not made public until the following year, a State Department cable from San Salvador to Washington sent during the standoff revealed that the U.S. government had spoken with the FMLN to help ensure the safety of U.S. military trainers who were trapped in the hotel. 3°. We've lost the war, can you get me to Miami? Late in the offensive, the FMLN broadcast that insurgent columns were on the skirts of the San Salvador volcano, Quetzaltepec, located right above the city. The rebels proposed a ceasefire, a move that a still-rattled Cristiani called insincere. 3 As the offensive waned, on November 2.5, a plane carrying weapons from Nicaragua to the FMLN crashed in the south of El Salvador. The next day Cristiani broke diplomatic relations with the pro-rebel Sandinista government in Managua. Amid the unfolding chaos, U.S. military personnel were not surprisingly dismissive of the phase's ability to respond to this serious onslaught. 438. According to one advisor, they were just completely taken off balance. Most of the advisors were locked down, but 2 of us. They figured we could survive and get in and work with them at the Estado Mayor. We're in there with the Salvadorans assuming the ESAF would fold, who were saying, we've lost the war, can you get me to Miami? 33 An American diplomat working in El Salvador recalled, heck, we had spent $1 billion on the ESAF and the FMLN had walked into San Salvador. 34 The 3-week insurgent offensive resulted in the heaviest fighting of the war. By early December, the phase had pushed the majority of the rebel forces out of the capital. But large concentrations of insurgents remained just outside the city. Yet, believing the exaggerated reports of rebel formations, the tentative phase remained on the defensive. It actually took prodding from U.S. advisors for the phase to pursue the retreating guerrillas. Amazingly, the FMLN's focus on the wealthy neighborhoods, after their efforts had stalled elsewhere, forced the U.S. Embassy to evacuate a large number of its diplomats. The evacuation included the use of special aircraft to fly more than 230 American citizens out of the city to safety. 35 Although a general revolt had failed to occur as planned during the 1981 final offensive, FMLN commanders prayed that their show of force in San Salvador and other cities would spark a general uprising in support of the guerrillas despite the short-term costs. Guerrilla spokeswoman Ana Guadalupe Martinez explained in an interview that these costs included the political effects of army attacks on the civilian areas in San Salvador and the exposure of cadres who were working clandestinely in legal popular organizations like unions. The social costs have been very great, she acknowledged. But she nonetheless argued that the offensive was vital to undermine the government's view that the guerrillas were weak. 3° This notion was corroborated by the impression among many that the offensive had shown that the hundreds of millions of dollars in American aid and countless hours of training had still left the phase entirely incapable of effectively handling this sort of insurrection. In tactics that humiliated the phase and terrified the civilian government, the FMLN had been able to effectively move its troops and supplies through the cities, especially San Salvador. 3 The offensive also startled El Salvador's business elites who immediately realized that the phase could not protect them. 38 Instead of the phase taking the fight to the guerrillas in the mountains, the FMLN had brought the war to the cities. Yet, less understood at the time was that another key factor behind the FMLN's decision to launch the offensive was its sober realization that its military standing had been severely diminished vis-a-vis the phase. In this sense, the final offensive was a Hail Mary to garner the people's support in the city and sparked the long-awaited insurrection. And while some residents did help the guerrillas when they first entered San Salvador, many civilians fled the capital during lulls in the fighting. An American advisor on the ground at the time interpreted it this way: as they moved into San Salvador itself, the FMLN was really expecting a lot of popular support. And they just didn't get it, the pobrecitos. They weren't supporting the government forces either, they just told the FMLN to leave them alone. They were just sort of press-ganging the public to join the cause, and the public just didn't respond well. 3. Utter failure of 9 years of U.S. policy. While the hope for insurrection did not occur, the FMLN was able to continue the offensive, even though the intensity of the fighting ebbed after the first week, and the rebels benefited from the propaganda value of having foreign correspondents write about the Tet-like climate in San Salvador for almost a month. Adding to the story of the failure of America's proxy government was the FLMN's temporary capture of an American diplomat as well as its destruction of a U.S. embassy official's residence. The following is a sampling of the type of analysis that was published on the battle for San Salvador. Journalist Douglas Farrer, writing in the Washington Post, quoted a Western diplomat on the conflict. Propagandistically, the FMLN is winning because they are still fighting. They have been at a low level for a long time, they were perceived as having been marginalized, and Christiani was on top. Suddenly they have demonstrated they can hold the American-backed Salvadoran armed forces at bay in the capital and various cities across the country. 4. Left-wing journalist Tommy Sue Montgomery wrote in late 1990, "The offensive exposed the utter failure of 9 years of U.S. policy. Apart from the armed forces' incompetence, it soon 440 became clear that professionalization, teaching the army to respect human rights, and subordinating itself to civilian authority, was an illusion." 4. In 1991, a key U.S. military analyst published a report to explain why American efforts in counterinsurgencies failed to deliver the results desired. 43. The report concluded, 10 years of limited progress and great frustration have revealed the limits of American power. 44. Another correspondent wrote that the guerrilla offensive had pulled El Salvador back to its awful past of chaos and impotence. This foreign correspondent's account only reinforced the broader pessimism swelling in recent years. For a decade, American military advisors, diplomats, and reporters had been proclaiming that the army had improved, that it was growing better able by the day to fight a difficult war. After 10 days of fierce fighting in the capital, the army managed to turn back the guerrilla offensive, but at a tremendous cost. Despite the $1 billion in military aid the United States has given during the last decade, Washington could no longer claim that the Salvadoran military would be able to end the war soon. Registered. The final offensive reinforced the grim reality of the hurting stalemate that had settled in El Salvador in the last years of the 1980s. 47. In early 1990, for example, the CIA secretly reported that the failed guerrilla offensive had nonetheless given the FMLN political momentum. 4. Registered. Paradoxically, the unprecedented scale of the fighting without a definite outcome reinforced the implausibility of either side winning a total military victory anytime soon. For the highly conservative Salvadoran elites, the offensive's ferocity undermined their long-held notion that they could annihilate the guerrillas and reinforced their belief that if the United States abandoned its insistence on low-intensity conflict and its obsession with human rights, the phase could at least test the might of their full fury. The Salvadoran public emerged from the offensive inclined to side, if anything, more with the government, a fact not lost on the FMLN commanders. And as the Berlin Wall came tumbling down in November 1989, El Salvador's geopolitical significance for U.S. strategists and politicians also began to wane, something that had immediate consequences for the course of the war in the tiny Central American country. An official report on the state of the war requested by Democratic Senator Edward Kennedy soberly concluded that as late as 1991 2/3 of phase forces were needed to guard military installations and economic infrastructure instead of conducting offensive operations. It appeared to most that the United States had spent billions of dollars in El Salvador but had not proven that this money and training could make a significant difference. An earlier media profile of the phase suggested that it had grown fat and happy off the deluge of U.S. largesse. A picture emerges of an already powerful institution grown virtually untouchable on the spoils of a lucrative war. 5 The November 1989 fall of the Berlin Wall might have signaled that the Cold War was rapidly ending, yet, cruelly, El Salvador's civil war appeared to be alive and well. When the final offensive combat was still raging in San Salvador, reporter Chris McGreal of the British paper The Independent concluded, "The great experiment in El Salvador has failed. A military and political body concerned primarily with its own power and wealth has rejected the U.S. molded attempt to implant democracy." 5. 44. Jesuit killings. Listen, the problem of this country is not the problem of communism or capitalism. The problems of this country are problems of very basic wealth distribution, of very basic needs. But, when, in this country, you ask for the satisfaction of those needs, you become a subversive. Father Ignacio Martin Barro, Jesuit priest murdered by FAES soldiers on November 16, 1989. The low point of the Bush administration's human rights policy toward El Salvador was its handling of the case of the 6 Jesuit priests. Human Rights Watch, 19897. On November 11, 1989, the first day of their offensive in San Salvador, FMLN commandos destroyed one of the main gates of the leafy Jesuitron José Simeón Canfas Central American University and sought refuge in the academic compound. Days later, an FAES force searched the campus grounds and buildings looking for enemy fighters who might still be hiding out. After the search, a military detachment was assigned to record who entered and exited the UCA gates. The FAES also started prohibiting any individuals or vehicles onto the campus without authorization. A few days later, FAES troops conducted another search to pursue what it believed were more than 200 guerrillas who were using the campus as a base from which to fire on the nearby military academy. While a private institution, the UCA had long been accused by many on the right or in the FAES of being a bastion of pro-guerrilla subversion or serving as advisors to the FMLN. For the UCA's highly vocal rector, Father Ignacio Ellacuria, had been called by the right the most dangerous enemy that we have here against our people and the armed forces. Another rightist smear was that Ellacuria was the maximum representative of Marxism in the country. Copyright. What almost no one disputed was that the university had long been a stronghold for vocal Jesuit priests and their unyielding gospel of radical social change. During a meeting on the night of November 15, 1989, then head of the Army's Joint Chiefs of Staff Colonel René Emilio Ponce, in the presence of generals and colonels, ordered the head of the Army's military academy, Colonel Guillermo Alfredo Benavides, to kill the despised Ellacuria and leave no witnesses alive. Just after midnight on a day that had seen heavy house-to-house fighting in the capital, Benavides then ordered Lieutenant Ricardo Espinoza to carry out this covert mission. Espinoza soon left the military academy compound with several men in 2 beige vans and joined up with other soldiers outside the UCA. Espinoza told his fellow soldiers that he had received orders from above to carry out this mission. Some troops broke off and hastily erected barricades to keep vehicles from entering the campus while the lieutenants and the rest of the troops headed up a winding hill to the central campus. Now in the early hours of the morning on November 16, part of the unit attached to the elite Atlasatl battalion then advanced to the quarters where the priests lived. Father Ellacuria let the soldiers in, recognizing 2 of the men from their search a few days prior. The soldiers then ordered 5 startled priests to move outside to the front courtyard where they were forced down and shot repeatedly in the head. One of the fallen priests, noted scholar Segundo Montes, had previously served as Espinoza's teacher. Moments after, soldiers heard another priest, Father Joaquin López y López, moving in the doorway of the dormitory and quickly shot him. When a soldier felt López's hand grabbing for his ankle, he shot him 4 more times. 5 of the victims were Spanish, along with the Salvadoran López. Soldiers apprehended the residence's cook, Julia Ramos, and her 15-year-old daughter Selena, who were located in a guest room. One of the soldiers heard the wounded mother and daughter writhing on the floor and called them Toad and Satan. The officer then ordered a soldier to re-kill them, which he did by shooting them repeatedly until their moans ceased. Ramos's husband happened to be staying at their home that night and was not on the campus. The next day he found the bodies of his wife and daughter near the other 6 corpses. Soldiers then fired captured guerrilla weapons, M79s and M60s, and hastily painted pro-FMLN slogans on the walls to set up their ruse that the FMLN commandos had perpetrated the massacre. The entire operation lasted for roughly 45 minutes before one of the commanding lieutenants gave the order to fire a flare to signal the troops to return to the military academy. By 2:30 a.m. the troops were back in their barracks. 1 soldier later testified that he saw a departing soldier carrying a light brown valise, which the Jesuits believed contained $5,000 that had been given to Elicuria a few days earlier in recognition of his work on human rights registered. Initially, the Salvadoran government and the FARC blamed the guerrillas for the atrocity. One government official, Ricardo Valdivieso, stated, "The FMLN will have a tougher position vis-a-vis the government with its murder of the 6 Jesuit priests." Another official condemned the FMLN as a collectivist murderous monster. Some officials pointed to the AK-47 shell casings found throughout the campus grounds as evidence of guerrilla involvement. Others instantly assumed that Arenas Dogwison was surely the intellectual mastermind behind the atrocity. Degree Chief State Department diplomat for Latin America Bernard W. Aronson concluded that the guerrillas got what they wanted. The right-wing death squads probably did come out of the closet. Those who suspected the extreme right concluded that Cristiani's government would lose credibility. "What is scaring me rigid is that the right wing is taking over," a diplomat contended. "I think Cristiani has lost control." Soon after news of the massacre broke, U.S. Ambassador William Walker publicly stated the U.S. response: "Whoever committed this horrific act, whether it be leftist or rightist, is doing the work of the FMLN. They are traitors to their country, and making a great effort against the democratic process and damaging the cause of the 445 constitutionally elected government." An American diplomat in San Salvador recounted 2 decades later, "We were all horrifically shocked. Not that we were their friends, as they were very critical of U.S. policy. They were self-righteous, they were ideological, but they were not insurgents. By virtue of their intellectual merits, while we could disagree in many aspects, we could never have imagined that this could have happened to them." For promising an immediate investigation and suggesting that it could have been the work of either guerrillas or the military, President Cristiani condemned this act of savagery intended to hurt democracy and stop the peace process in El Salvador. Amid rising accusations from both the left and right, Cristiani said, "If there are people involved who turn out to be members of the armed forces, then the weight of the law must fall on them." At the same time, he dismissed a witness's statement describing the military uniform the killers wore. "For me, this is not categoric proof. Because there are many others who do not belong to the armed forces who have uniforms." Degree Cristiani also noted that the statement by the government radio implicating the FMLN in the attacks had not been authorized. With the emergence of new facts and a witness statement from that fateful night, more fingers began pointing to the military. Back in Washington, pressure was mounting for the administration to denounce what increasingly appeared to be a military-led massacre. White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater said, "We condemn in the strongest possible terms the outrageous murders." Registered a few days later on November 20, Bush was at a fundraising luncheon in Chicago when 2 protesters interrupted the president's remarks. "Why are we killing people in El Salvador? In the name of God, stop the repression in El Salvador. In the name of God, stop the repression in El Salvador." Bush would later respond to a question at the same function by emphasizing El Salvador's democracy. "President Cristiani told me on the phone that they will do everything they can to bring to justice, whether they're from the right or the left, those who wantonly murdered those priests. But we must not pull our support away for a freely elected democratic government in Central America." That same day, the CIA contended that the killers could have been from the FMLN or rightist extremists. There was no mention of possible phase involvement. Degree decades later, an American diplomat in El Salvador at the time of the Jesuit 446 murders would reflect on the aftermath of the atrocity, revealing the uncertainty of the suspected perpetrators. Although much of the world was willing to jump to the conclusion that the army had done it, the fact was, nobody really knew. Some of us, including me, entertained the idea that it also could have been the guerrillas. Remember, we had a conversation with people at the university who indicated they favored the peace alternative. It wasn't entirely beyond my imagination that someone on the left had decided to get rid of these people. A pact with killers. The Bush administration spokeswoman pushed the need for the Salvadoran government to conduct a full and impartial investigation. It then sent General Maxwell R. Thurman, head of the U.S. Southern Command in Panama, to deliver a stern message to his phase counterparts. There is only one way out. If some of your people were involved in the Jesuit murders, cough them up. During the ongoing investigation, Time magazine published an editorial that laid out the widespread liberal critique of U.S. policy. Washington should cut off military aid unless travesties like the killing of 6 Jesuits are stopped. El Salvador's armed forces, nourished by American dollars, bear primary responsibility for the country's scandalous human rights record. *3 Washington Post columnist Richard Cohen argued that the killings exposed Washington's morally corrupt policy in the country. The murder of the Jesuits, probably by the military or with its permission, is further evidence that elements in El Salvador will continue to go their own way. The Salvadoran right wing has always used the communist threat to justify its barbarity, and we have used the same reasoning to justify our aid. With the Berlin Wall all but down, our policy in El Salvador stands exposed for what it has always been, a pact with killers. It's time for the United States to go home. Point 4. While critics believed the Jesuit killings proved that the U.S. role in El Salvador was futile, back in San Salvador, Ambassador Walker made a variety of public comments in support of the Cristiani administration. *5 In the weeks following the killings he said, "I mean, this is war. It's fighting, it's death. I really think President Cristiani is under a 447 barrage from all sides and all sorts of events. I think some things are happening that he would prefer not to happen." Registered. The American diplomat also highlighted the excesses of the violent left that do very nasty things to people. "I will do everything I can to make sure it never comes to power here. I would prefer a weak and vacillating government that maybe isn't all it should be than a FMLN government that will turn this place into another Cambodia." 27 At the same time Walker lambasted the FMLN, he also privately criticized the phase for not taking more accountability on the Jesuit killings case. *8 In January 1990, for example, Walker wrote back to Washington and called for the removal of Defense Minister General Ponce for mishandling the Jesuit case. Walker also recommended that the Bush administration suspend delivery of high-priority items to the phase, including the A-1 Cobra helicopters and armored personnel carriers. As more details of the killings that implicated the phase began to rise to the surface, Secretary of State James Baker confidentially asked the CIA Director William Webster for his assistance in determining responsibility for the murder that is a matter of the highest priority to this administration. Baker added that as a complement to our efforts to ensure a vigorous investigation by Salvadoran authorities, Webster needed to devote the maximum possible resources to uncover the perpetrators. 3 Bernard Aronson warned Ambassador Walker to speed up the investigations, arguing that allowing them to become protracted could result in impunity for the killers. 3 While the facts were still fuzzy, the Bush administration found itself in a dilemma. It realized that the likely culprit, the phase, needed to be investigated and punished, but it also knew that doing so could provoke a backlash within the military ranks, the very institution tasked with repelling a surprisingly robust guerrilla offensive. To this end, in these early days of the aftermath, Aronson revealed a deep concern for keeping U.S. suspicions about the phase involvement in the murders secret, I cannot stress enough the importance of building as solid a case as possible and then working closely with Cristiani on a strategy. We may be asking Cristiani to do what has never been done, actions which may involve moving against elements of his own party and perhaps even divide the army. Please hold this information very closely. 3. 448. Pouring gasoline on a burning house. At the same time, the lack of progress in El Salvador, amplified by the Jesuit killings, embittered U.S. congressional leaders about the abusive behavior committed by America's ostensible ally, the Salvadoran military. While it did not become law, in January 1990, Massachusetts Democratic Senators John Kerry and Edward Kennedy introduced legislation to cease all military aid to El Salvador. That same month, House Democrats created a task force to monitor the Jesuit killing investigations chaired by Representative Joseph Moakley of Massachusetts. Moakley quickly became a dogged investigator of the killings, and in an April 1990 interim report that became known as the Moakley Commission, he alleged that members of the Army's high command were linked to the murders. 33 Interestingly, Moakley acknowledged that despite his criticisms, the Salvadoran judicial system was making important progress, as evidenced by not just the Jesuit investigation but also the 1985 Zona Rosa case. 34 Ironically, while his report helped move a fed-up U.S. Congress toward cutting off assistance, Moakley gave President Cristiani credit for encouraging the military to cooperate in this investigation and for the symbolic importance of his willingness to testify personally in the case. 35 Without Cristiani's efforts, Moakley concluded, I do not believe that the most direct perpetrators of the crimes would ever have been identified. 3 A classified August 13, 1990, State Department cable titled The Jesuit Case, Another Big Jolt revealed intelligence that the U.S. Embassy had provided to Moakley for the investigation. 37 According to the report, the decision to conduct the killings was made at the highest level. Colonel Ponce took credit for the murders, and Cristiani was briefed but took no action on the matter. 3 Registered Representative Moakley's efforts helped influence other members of Congress to consider cutting aid to the Salvadoran military. 39 One such Democratic senator, Connecticut's Christopher Dodd, stated that there were 300 members of Congress ready to cut aid if loses control, if he doesn't have political control, if he governs the country without exercising power. In one immediate though unsuccessful effort to restrict military aid, Vermont Senator Patrick Leahy was able to garner 39 votes in favor, a sum far higher than most observers had. 449. Anticipated. 4 At a Senate Foreign Relations Committee hearing on the killings, California Senator Alan Cranston compared U.S. military aid to pouring gasoline on a burning house. And that American interests resided in reducing the violence, not fueling it with more arms. 4. As the Jesuit investigations and concomitant political reactions to them in Washington unfolded, the Bush administration found itself in a difficult position in El Salvador. It wanted to continue to support the civilian government but also realized that its credibility lay in perceived progress in Washington on the Jesuit killings. A few days after the atrocity, Deputy Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger met with an ecumenical delegation led by the Jesuit president of Georgetown University, Father Leo O'Donovan. In comments that diverged from Walker's strong support of Cristiani, Eagleburger indicated to the group that the Jesuit case was a test for the Salvadoran government. If the Salvadorans failed the test, they would prove to be unsupportable. 4 Interviewed decades later, an embassy official, William Jeffras Dieterich, defended the investigation. We were under increasing pressure from the local Jesuits, who were convinced we knew who did it, but wouldn't tell them. The fact was, we didn't know. The Salvadoran government knew things that it wasn't telling us. 43 The career diplomat elaborated. A lot of our problem in the Jesuit case was dealing with people who had an institutional stake in not trusting us, or saying they didn't trust us. The whole Jesuit case was a classic example of the moving shoreline that we could never reach. The first thing we heard was, well, we will never find out. We'll never really see the evidence of who did it. We know who did it, but we'll never find out, we'll never see it. Well, we did, So then it was. Well, there will never be an indictment. Well, there was. So then it was, well, there will never be a trial. Well, there finally was, and it took a huge amount of pressure and intervention on our part to make sure there was a trial. 44. Not a dime of military aid should go to El Salvador. Accusations and rumors about who might have been behind the killings circled around San Salvador and Washington for weeks after the incident. Then on January 2, 1990, American Major Eric Buckland, assigned to the U.S. Embassy, belatedly disclosed to his superiors, 450, that he had been tipped off by an FAIS officer that Colonel Carlos Aviles had revealed to him in confidence that Benavides had ordered the murders. 45 Within hours, Buckland, accompanied by U.S. officials, was in the office of Salvadoran Army Chief of Staff René Emilio Ponce, confronting an incredulous Aviles. 4 Registered for the civilian diplomats inside the embassy. This belated disclosure was a real shock, since it suggested that some on our team knew this was happening but unwillingly or unknowingly did not come forward. 47 Following the revelations, embassy officials immediately confronted the FAIS High Command as well as President Cristiani. Likely not a coincidence, on January 7 Cristiani announced in a televised speech that 47 soldiers and 2 officers were being held for questioning in the Jesuit killings case. Many believed that Cristiani made this bold step over the wishes of the FAIS leadership, who had been working to cover up the crime. At this same time, a major break in the case came through with the examination of evidence recovered at the scene. The U.S. trained Special Investigative Unit used ballistic analysis of shell casings to trace them back to the weapons used by members of the Atlasatl Battalion. Similar tracing was made with troop boot marks left in the mud, which suggested to some that this had been a very sloppily conducted setup. Investigators also used handwriting analysis to determine that FAIS troops had written the pro-FMLN slogans on the walls. 4 Registered a U.S. official acknowledged that the Salvadorans, not us, developed the case after it broke. 49 In analysis that might have been influenced by the swelling controversy over the killings, the Bush administration investigated whether the implicated Atlasatl Battalion had been trained by U.S. advisors. It concluded that, unlike in 1981 when U.S. trainers had worked with Atlasatl in the months before it committed the El Mozote massacre, ensuing training interaction with the battalion had been episodic. Considering the battalion's 60% troop personnel turnover rate, it could not be considered U.S. trained. 5 In the 18 months that lapsed before the Jesuit murders investigation was concluded, Congress adopted various new conditions on foreign aid to El Salvador, cutting in half the proposed amount, from $85 million to $42.5 million, linking the assistance to the Salvadoran government's earnest attempts to achieve peace and find the perpetrators of 451. The Jesuit murders. 5 Senator John Kerry had supported aid in the past but also expressed the frustration of many colleagues when he warned that not a dime of military aid should go to El Salvador until the armed forces reformed. It's our money, he added, we have a right to decide what to do with it. 5. Interestingly, some in the Bush administration came to agree that these budget cuts that represented the first time Congress had ever significantly reduced aid during the entire war were an effective and necessary way to pressure San Salvador. 53 At the same time, this was also a difficult line to walk. While the aid cuts were a necessary heavy stick in promoting reforms, Bush officials feared that the cuts could make the Salvadoran military less able to check FMLN gains, the very stalemate they believed was the key to a negotiated settlement. The administration would spend a considerable amount of time negotiating with a fed-up Congress on whether and how military assistance should be modified. Yet, despite some clear differences and a White House preference not to sanction the Salvadoran government, Bush officials began ramping up their efforts to promote the negotiated settlement. It was not lost on Cristiani and at least some in the FAIS that both Congress and the Bush White House were more serious than ever about drastically reducing aid if reforms were not made. After a decade in which they had become totally dependent on American largesse, this was a terrifying development for the Salvadoran government and military still reeling from the FMLN's stinging urban offensive. The intense focus of the U.S. Congress and by extension the U.S. Embassy's heavy-handed diplomacy on this case pressured the Salvadoran authorities to reach a satisfactory outcome. In September 1991, after 2 years of pre-trial proceedings, a jury found Colonel Benavides and Lieutenant Yusai Rene Mendoza guilty of murder and conspiracy to commit acts of terrorism. They were sentenced to the maximum term of 30 years. For the first time in El Salvador's history, a senior military officer was convicted of a human rights violation. 54 The 7 phase soldiers, including those accused of actually doing the shooting, were acquitted since they acted on direct orders. Right after the trial, the presiding judge announced that he was fleeing El Salvador for his own safety. Following the verdict, U.S. officials publicly highlighted the unprecedented nature of the Salvadoran government's efforts that resulted in the first conviction of Salvadoran military personnel for crimes committed while on duty. Many critics, however, contended that the investigation and trial were in fact intentionally designed to punish small fish like Benavides, while the real masterminds like Colonel Ponce, the phase high command, and even Cristiani and his civilian defense minister remained untouched. 95. Sams. We have to seek our own conception for the war. The war may be low intensity for the United States, but for us this is total conflict. General Juan Orlando Zepeda, Salvadoran Deputy Defense Minister, October 1988. In truth, my government is not engaged, and has not been engaged in, the provision of arms or other supplies to either of the factions engaged in the civil war in El Salvador. Miguel Descoto, Foreign Minister of Nicaragua, April 21, 1984. She's too much of a pacifist to agree to do it, and she's too smart to let someone else do it. Reverend Debbie Roberts commenting on the charges against American Jennifer Casallo, December 1989. On November 2.4, 1989, when the final offensive was still raging across El Salvador, Salvadoran police allegedly captured an FMLN gun runner, Fausto Gallardo Valdez, who confessed to knowing of a weapons cache located in the walled courtyard of the house of American church worker Jennifer Casallo from Connecticut. Casallo had been working in El Salvador leading informational tours for Christian education seminars, a Texas-based ecumenical organization known for being nonpartisan. The authorities told the press that Gallardo did not name Casallo but instead described a foreign female that fit her description. The following night the police unearthed the trove of weapons and ammunition. The police initially claimed that the cache included 80,000 rounds of ammunition for assault rifles, but then cut the number to 22,000 along with 103 mortar grenades, 213 blocks of dynamite, 405 detonators, and 150 feet of slow-burning fuse. Casallo was soon charged with terrorism and harboring arms and was held under a 90-day investigative statute. Casallo's lawyers, Ramsey Clark and Salvador Ibarra, contended that because she had only rented the house for 6 months and was frequently traveling that the weapons could have easily been buried without her knowledge. The case took another turn days later when the government released a 60-minute videotape taken during the raid showing police discovering a photograph of Casallo, a cassette of American folk singer Tracy Chapman, and various other materials buried along with the weapons. Casallo's supporters quickly dismissed the videotape, contending that in El Salvador it was common to bury important possessions due to the constant fear of violence. Casallo's friends in the religious community, most of whom were vehemently opposed to U.S. policy in El Salvador, were especially incensed when a U.S. embassy official called the arrest a good thing. Bush's spokesman Marlon Fitzwater added to the growing rift when he told journalists, "There are indications of her involvement, that's for certain. We're talking about tons of equipment. This is hardly a case of someone having a few things slipped in their shopping bag on the way home." 5. President Bush's first comments on the case were more judicious than his spokesman's, saying that he told President Cristiani that it was essential that Casallo receive a fair trial. In early December, residents of her hometown of Thomaston, Connecticut, held a prayer vigil for Casallo during which they raised $1,000 for her defense. A few days later, 300 students from Brandeis University, Casallo's alma mater, tied light blue sympathy ribbons around their arms in solidarity with the woman who had graduated 6 years earlier. Sophomore student Legia Diaz was at the campus rally and told a reporter, "I feel I want to show my support for Jennifer, just to say that we are behind her, even though we don't know her personally." Reverend Jesse Jackson made similar comments during a prayer service in Hartford. He also vowed to travel to El Salvador to gain Casalo's release. Casalo was not allowed to receive foreign visitors during her stay at Ilopango Women's Prison, where she slept on a straw mat and in a cell so crowded that, as she subsequently described to the Los Angeles Times, "You can't turn over without hitting someone." 7. APAC Cessna. On the early morning of November 25, 1989, the day after the cache of arms had been unearthed from Casalo's courtyard, residents in the rural town of Montelimar, Nicaragua, 35 miles south of Managua, awoke to sounds of engines from 2 planes taking off. Residents claimed that Sandinista soldiers had sealed off the 6,000-foot-long airstrip built on the location of a former private beach estate belonging to the dynastic Somoza family. The locals contended that the planes flew so low that, possibly from being so laden with fuel and cargo, one of the plane's wheels clipped an electricity line over a nearby crop field. Registered that same day, a twin-engine Cessna 310 plane crashed in a soybean field in El Salvador's eastern countryside. 3 passengers died in the crash and the 4th killed himself before his capture. Allegedly located amid the wreckage were 24 Soviet Block SA-7 SAMs, 1 U.S made Red-Eye SAM, and 3 boxes of booster devices for the missiles. Given that its fuel tank was empty and that there was no fire on impact, Salvadoran officials concluded that the plane had run out of gas before crashing. Reconstructing the flight plan from the navigational plans and pilot's notes found in the wreckage of the first plane, American authorities soon determined that the flight had originated in Montelimar, Nicaragua. Also located in the plane was a blank maintenance form from Servicios de Transportes Aéreos S.A., an aircraft operator located in Nicaragua. Last, the plane's tail number was painted over, but the letters YN were imprinted on various parts of the Cessna's communication equipment. In addition, in the pocket of one of the passengers, allegedly, was a photograph of a young woman, with a love message dated May 23, 1989. Havana. Salvadoran forces soon located the second plane that had apparently landed at a separate airstrip, where 60 FMLN guerrillas who had waited 2 days carried off in an ox cart what local witnesses described as green tubes. The plane apparently became damaged on the landing and was thus unable to take off. Therefore, the villagers contended. The guerrillas tried to bury the damaged Cessna, and when that failed they burned the cockpit in order to avoid the plane's detection. To show the whole world that Nicaragua is aiding the insurgency. Just 1 month before the Cessna incident, Honduran authorities had seized a truck traversing Honduras on its way from Nicaragua to El Salvador packed with an arms shipment. Among the supplies were 74 Soviet assault rifles, over 300 grenade launchers, and an unidentified number of explosive detonators and insurgency training manuals stamped FMLN. 3. This, along with the mass of evidence implicating Managua in the Cessna shipments, was enough for President Cristiani to immediately announce the suspension of diplomatic relations with Managua. On November 26, for speaking to reporters at the scene of the first crash, Colonel Ricardo Alfonso Casanova, commander of the Army's 6th Brigade, said, "This is what we have been waiting for years, to show the whole world that Nicaragua is aiding the insurgency." 5 U.S. officials quickly pounced on the glaring evidence of a smuggling phenomenon that they had long contended existed. The U.S. Embassy spokesman commented, "For those looking for the smoking gun, we finally have the smoking airplane." Registered on November 27, Cristiani sent Bush a letter urging him to compel the Soviet premier to end the arms shipments to Nicaragua at the upcoming Superpowers Summit on the Mediterranean Sea. The same day, the Salvadoran president visited with Ambassador Walker and requested that U.S. naval vessels make an overt show of force in the Pacific Ocean, both in international and Salvadoran waters, deter further Nicaraguan intrusion into El Salvador territory. 7. Remarkably, Over the next month, Bush's National Security Council, the highest deliberative body on foreign policy, discussed deploying a small naval task force to provide radar coverage for intelligence collecting. Gorbachev and Bush met in person in late December 1989 at a bilateral summit on the Soviet ship Maxim Gorky cruising off the coast of Malta. Wall Street Journal political reporter Gerald Sieb wrote that Bush hoped to convince his Soviet counterpart to see to it that Soviet bloc arms don't find their way to the Salvadoran guerrillas. The threat unknown of this approach, Sieb believed, was whether Gorbachev would be willing to trade such concessions in America's geopolitical backyard for an American pledge to stop arming guerrillas fighting the Soviet-backed regime in Afghanistan. In a reflection of how seriously his administration viewed Central America, Bush told his Soviet counterpart that Soviet support for Cuba and Nicaragua was the single most disruptive element in U.S. Soviet bilateral relations. Castro is embarrassing you. He's detracting from your credibility, violating everything you stand for. The one thing, sir, you must understand is that America cannot accept your support for Havana and Managua. Bush urged Gorbachev to cut support for Cuba, so we are not on opposite sides. Degree in the president's own words, I knew I had to push Gorbachev at Malta to stop meddling in Central America. Incidents at the end of November, such as the crash landing in El Salvador of a plane filled with Soviet ground-to-air missiles and other weapons and munitions, did not help matters. A further sour note was the Soviet shipment of MiG-29 fighters to Cuba. Gorbachev responded to Bush's pleas by contending that Moscow had indeed stopped the shipments to Cuba and Nicaragua. We need mutual understanding. We don't want bridgeheads in Cuba or Central America. We don't need that. You must be convinced of that. The animated Bush told Gorbachev, I am convinced they are exporting revolution. They are sending weapons. I don't care what they have told you, they are supporting the FMLN? While the two world leaders smiled and joked in the post-summit briefing with reporters, Bush and Gorbachev did not agree about the wars in Central America. Gorbachev insisted that Moscow had ceased arms shipments to the Sandinistas and that we have firm assurances from Nicaragua that no deliveries using certain aircraft actually were carried out. Bush accepted Gorbachev's claim but also expressed distrust in the Sandinistas. I don't believe that the Sandinistas have told the truth to our Soviet friends. I am saying they have misled when they gave a specific representation that no arms were going from Nicaragua to El Salvador. Secretary of State Baker kept up the pressure during his appearance on CBS News's Face the Nation and said, the Soviet Union has told us they are leaning on Nicaragua and Cuba not to send weapons to the FMLN, but that has not worked, so we are encouraging them to lean even harder. In his memoir, Yuri Pavlov, the head of the Soviet Foreign Ministry's Latin American division, recalled that the SAM shipments were a clear betrayal of Soviet policy related to the Salvadoran peace process. 5. Take them inside to the war front. Less than a week after the two airplane crashes, FMLN officials in Managua confirmed that their fighters had obtained anti-aircraft missiles but did not provide a source. At the same time, NFA's officials said that the guerrillas had already fired the first SAM at an A-37 Dragonfly ground attack jet, although it was not hit. FMLN spokesman Ricardo Montenegro commented in Managua that the rebels had the right to obtain whatever arms necessary and to take them inside to the war front. Refusing to answer a reporter's question about the source of the high-tech SAMs, Montenegro countered that it was Washington that had turned Central America into a giant arms market in the last 10 years. Even before these new Sandinista deliveries, the FMLN had already fired two SAMs in an attempt to knock down FA's aircraft. 7. The Sandinistas would later reveal in a communique that the SAMs sent to the FMLN were from a 1986 Soviet arms shipment. Registered. This led some observers to conclude that the Sandinistas had held off sending the SAMs until the late 1980s, fearing that this revelation would provide a pretext for the United States to invade Nicaragua. The Sandinistas also shipped General Dynamics FIM-43 Red-Eye missiles that they had captured from the Contras, which ironically had initially been provided to the Contras by Washington. The FMLN's incipient use of SAMs and its clear desire to obtain many more came as a shock to the phase commanders and their American advisors. The FMLN's ability to use these guided missiles to knock down scores of U.S. provided helicopters and airplanes would dramatically alter the war's trajectory. It is also suggested that despite its series of setbacks in the late 1980s, the FMLN was far from finished and was in fact looking to escalate the war's ferocity. 3 degree Could the SAMs, American and phase officials wondered, be the game changer that tilted the hurtful stalemate in favor of the guerrillas? At the same time, one U.S. diplomat recalled that the embassy was somewhat relieved since the FMLN apparently did not take very good care of the SAMs, which limited their utility. Nevertheless, he acknowledged, as a political tool, the SAMs were big stuff. If anything, we were shocked that the FMLN hadn't received them years before. 3. Since the war began a decade earlier, the phase had enjoyed almost complete impunity in the air, something that the SAMs could now eliminate overnight. In particular, the phase was confident that, while they had obtained possession of the man-portable SAMs, the FMLN did not have the ability to use them effectively. This confidence, however, changed rapidly a year later following an attack in November 1990 when the FMLN used a Soviet-made SA-14 missile to shoot down an A-37 attack jet, the Salvadoran Air Force's cherished plane. 3 Within a month, guerrillas used another missile to shoot down an AC-47 plane, which led observers to believe that this might only be the tip of the iceberg. 3 In response to the unfolding SAM threat, Salvadoran military pilots began flying at higher altitudes, and less frequently during the day, which sharply reduced their combat effectiveness, a component at the heart of the phase's military strategy against the guerrillas. Virtually overnight, the FMLN's use of SAMs had a direct impact on the course of the war. 34. Whatever gains the FMLN had made with the use of SAMs took a turn on January 2, 1991, when a U.S. military A-1 Huey transport helicopter piloted by 3 American airmen made a forced landing in the eastern region of San Miguel after it had been hit by guerrilla gunfire on their return to their base at Soto Cano, Honduras. Chief Warrant Officer Daniel Scott, the co-pilot, was killed in the crash, but the flight's mechanic, Army Private Ernest Dawson, and pilot Lieutenant Colonel David Pickett survived. Nearby guerrillas moved to the crash site where they apprehended the American soldiers and summarily executed them. At first, the FMLN denied any involvement in the killings. Fearful of the damage to its already faltering reputation as a legitimate insurgent force, the FMLN soon announced that the 2 soldiers implicated in the murders would face revolutionary justice. 35 The guerrilla executions could not have come at a worse time for the FMLN. Only a year earlier, the FMLN had made great propaganda use of the Jesuit killings by Atlasatl soldiers, murders that had unleashed a 460 firestorm on the Salvadoran government, the phase, and their imperial sponsor, the United States. The killings had resurrected the image of out-of-control death squads and abusive security forces associated with the war's early years, which played perfectly into the FMLN's long-standing contentions about the government's true nature. Now, the FMLN's viciousness seemed to be on the upswing, which took attention away from the phase's excesses. According to the commander of the U.S. military group in San Salvador, the FMLN executions pretty well gave a lie to any remaining, I believe there was some in Washington, any remaining romanticism that we had a bunch of Robin Hoods running around being pursued by some fat Pancho Villa look-alike soldiers down there. That these were mean people and just as capable of atrocity as anybody on the government side. 3 degrees The killings of the American airmen prompted the Bush administration to expedite the delivery of $48.1 million in military aid, and the U.S. Congress to restore $42.5 million in aid that it had suspended after the Jesuit killings. 47 Whether initiated by Congress or the White House, the precipitous cutoff and restoration of aid was extraordinarily frustrating for the imperial grunts and imperial diplomats on the ground in El Salvador, who had to immediately adjust to lowered or increased aid packages. According to the military group's colonel, John Wagelstein, the U.S. government was conducting its El Salvador policy from atrocity to atrocity, which was certainly not the way to manage a massive nation-building and counterinsurgency project through a proxy government. Point 3 registered. Nevertheless, the release of the suspended aid came at a critical time for the phase, given that it was running low on ammunition. 46. United Nations and peace. We had to face the reality that we could not win. Gerson Martinez, FMLN commander. It's time to shed the myths about El Salvador, and come together behind a bipartisan policy based upon the truth. Bernard Aronson, Assistant Secretary of State, October 1907. Cristiani deserves a gold medal, I respect him. He has done a great service to the country. Salvadoran guerrilla, 1923. The United States would not abandon El Salvador. As we saw, the FMLN's stunning November 1989 military offensive led many observers to conclude, not illogically, that the phase was in dire straits. Less reported, though, was that Washington's restoration of tens of millions of dollars in military aid amid the fallout from the Sandinista-delivered SAM revelations proved to be a blow to the FMLN's chest. What is more, the Pentagon displayed some saber-rattling in an attempt to disabuse the Salvadoran rebels from any notion that Washington had forsaken its client military in El Salvador. According to the U.S. Southern Command Commander General George Jalwin, the renewed aid transformed the phase into a different fighting force. They went to the field, and stayed in the field. They took the fight to the enemy but did it right, to include respect for human rights. Moreover, Jalwin contended that the FMLN's increasingly lethal use of sophisticated weaponry, especially the SA-14 man-portable air defense missiles, was now effectively countered by the expedited delivery of replacement aircraft and materiel. At one equipment transfer ceremony at Ilopango Air Base, Jalwin even publicly warned the FMLN that each phase aircraft they destroyed would be replaced. Jalwin also sent training teams to El Salvador to teach maneuvers on evading ground-launched missiles. The net effect, Jalwin contended, was to show the FMLN that the United States would not abandon El Salvador, and would support the democratic government of Cristiani. 5. Jalwin's sense of the phase's improving combat abilities despite the 1989 guerrilla offensive debacle was coupled with the Sandinistas' largely unexpected electoral defeat in 1990 that removed the FMLN's closest ally from power in Managua. As the Soviet Union unraveled in the early 1990s, Cuba, another key ally, began suffering its own withdrawals after losing badly needed economic subsidies. Moreover, according to U.S. intelligence officer Fulton Armstrong, with the Sandinistas voted out of office, the Cuban card wasn't worth anything anymore. For years, firmly reliant on external funding and solidarity, now the FMLN was on its own. In addition, the Salvadoran government had held a series of elections that, despite the guerrillas' best efforts, reinforced San Salvador's contention that it was a legitimate government. Now, more than ever, an FMLN military victory seemed unattainable. Growing weary of the status quo, negotiations became increasingly alluring. In the words of the FMLN leader Gerson Martinez, what started in the early 1980s as a distraction eventually became an imperative. At the same time, and as UN peace envoy Alvaro de Soto came to learn very well, there still remained a number of hardline guerrilla commandantes who vehemently opposed negotiations, continuing to prefer the military option. Many of the Salvadoran business elites were also sick of the war that had become a protracted battle of Salvadorans against Salvadorans and a drag on the national economy and their pocketbooks. With the Cold War coming to a surprising global ending, as demonstrated by the shocking developments in the Soviet bloc, the Bush administration had little desire to be mired in El Salvador's strategically dubious civil war for another decade. Washington had fatigued with Central America. The move toward talks was bolstered with the evolution of the Central America-wide peace negotiations led by Costa Rican President Oscar Arias. The core of Arias's plan became the Esquipulas II Accord of 1987, which called for pacification and integration of the warring societies, including El Salvador. The pacification entailed an end to military actions to be followed by integration whereby guerrilla fighters would enter the political system. Remarkably, both the George H.W. Bush administration and Moscow would come to support the spirit of Arias's plan that was the effective template for the unbrokered talks. In many ways, the willingness of U.S. officials to get behind Arias's approach to the region reflected the reality that by the end of the decade Washington had fatigued with Central America and by extension El Salvador. As incoming Secretary of State James Baker puts it, on the one hand, we had to signal to the Salvadoran military that they must support a negotiated peace and a purge of human rights violators or risk losing U.S. support. On the other, we had to convince hardline factions among the guerrillas that if they continued the war, the United States would not abandon El Salvador. Back in July 1989, the Bush administration introduced a resolution before the UN Security Council asking the Secretary General to use his best offices to support the Central American peace process. %3 In early 1991, the Bush administration even privately considered launching a diplomatic offensive to create a pressure cooker to achieve a negotiated settlement within a matter of months. Plus, in recognition that a new world order was emerging, Moscow supported the U.S.-sponsored resolution. Some skeptical observers also contended that the main factor motivating the Bush administration's peace moves were renewed congressional efforts to cut military aid to El Salvador. In El Salvador, incoming conservative President Cristiani called for direct negotiations with the FMLN within days of his inauguration in 1989. Part of Cristiani's dilemma was that he wanted to pursue a peace process but did not want to appear to his rightist supporters to be caving into pressure from either the guerrillas or the United States. Further complicating matters, Arena's more pragmatic business wing that Cristiani was part of was increasingly wary of Roberto D'Aubuison's militaristic platform and dogma and was now willing. 464. At least to consider a negotiated settlement. Indeed, and contrary to the common perception at the time that the Salvadoran right was a monolithic bloc, the country's conservative business class proved far more pragmatic than the fiery image personified by D'Aubuison. Registered. We need this war to go away. It is difficult to accurately assess the psychological impact that the November 1989 final offensive had on both sides. Yet there is no question that the offensive's ferocity and nebulous outcome reinforced to both sides that the war needed to come to an end. Only a few weeks after the offensive concluded in late November, Cristiani and the FMLN leadership separately asked UN Secretary General Javier Pérez de Cuellar to increase his organization's support for the fledgling negotiations that many assumed were left for dead in the offensive's bloody aftermath. FALN commanders had also secretly met with UN envoy Alvaro de Soto when the final offensive was still raging, a further indication of the guerrillas' sober realization that the offensive had failed to spark the necessary insurrection. A month later in January 1990, Pérez de Cuellar started several months of unled shuttle diplomacy, including key talks in Geneva, Switzerland, which led to both sides agreeing to a more formal negotiating process. The first breakthrough came in April 1991 when the two sides agreed on constitutional reform, a development that helped convince Washington that the FMLN was serious about negotiations. What complicated talks over the next year or so was the FMLN's unyielding position that they could not accept a ceasefire unless they were guaranteed a political role in the post-conflict Salvadoran government. Indeed, and not surprisingly, over the course of the months of talks, almost the entire deadlock revolved around issues related to the future of the security forces and guerrilla demobilization. Registered. The government and the FAIS believed that the FMLN could not have a political role so long as it was armed. By September 1991, the negotiations moved to New York, in part to reinforce the UN's deep role in this negotiating process. Eager to see the talks succeed, the Bush administration actively supported the unled effort, including issuing visas to the guerrilla negotiators, so they could attend talks on American soil. Interestingly, though, while the U.S. diplomats observed the many rounds of talks in various locales, senior officials became directly involved only very late in the process. What was also apparent is that the Bush administration's policy was to put pressure on Cristiani to negotiate in good faith. In fact, Assistant Secretary of State Bernard Aronson often called Cristiani via unofficial channels to reinforce Washington's desire to see progress on a negotiated settlement. According to one U.S. diplomat involved in the events, Aronson's message to Cristiani was unequivocal, telling the Salvadoran president, "We need this war to go away." Degree to this end, senior Bush administration officials traveled frequently to El Salvador to reassure the civilian conservative Cristiani but also to reinforce the need to get a deal. A moral right to render assistance to the guerrillas. In the aftermath of the Malta bilateral summit in December 1989, Washington and Moscow continued to cooperate on the search for 466. A political settlement in El Salvador. And Bush and Baker continued to press the Soviets to get Havana to stop the arms shipments to Central America. The Bush administration might have in return even offered to improve relations with Cuba. Using its contacts with the Salvadoran Communist Party, Moscow likely directly pressured the FMLN to pursue a comprehensive peace pact, suggesting that Havana and Managua were ultimately more salient in El Salvador than Moscow. Communist Party chief and FMLN commandante Shafiq Handel told the UN's peace envoy, Alvaro de Soto, that the Soviets had no sway over the guerrillas. When Soviet Foreign Minister Eduard Shevardnadze visited Cuba in October 1989, his host Fidel Castro indicated that whatever the Soviets' preference to the contrary, Castro supported a political solution to El Salvador's war. However, he would cease arms deliveries to Central America only if the Bush administration did the same. According to Soviet diplomat Yuri Pavlov, as long as Washington kept sending billions of dollars of aid to the Salvadoran government, in Havana's view, Cuba had a moral right to render assistance to the FMLN forces when necessary and would not accept any unilateral obligation that would limit this right. For it also appeared that the Bush administration might have been willing to involve Cuba in the actual peace process had it proved helpful in expediting the end to the Salvadoran War. Another stick that Aronson and other U.S. diplomats used with their Salvadoran counterparts was that U.S. assistance was not going to continue forever, and thus, contrary to what some on the Salvadoran right believed, the government was better off cutting a deal now rather than thinking it could hold off indefinitely. Several American diplomats recounted the intense pressure for progress on the peace process that the embassy was exerting on Cristiani on a weekly basis. At the same time, though, at least one U.S. official believed that the Salvadoran president was in a tight spot. Heck, one day he is talking about peace process and human rights and the next it's all about winning the war outright. 7 One key breakthrough occurred in the months leading up to the move to New York when FMLN commander Joaquin Villalobos publicly stated that the FMLN would no longer require the implementation of political reforms before a ceasefire, a development the guerrilla leader called transcendental. Registered another key surprise was the FMLN's abandonment of its negotiating position that its fighting force be integrated into the Phase 9 last. The FMLN increasingly felt that the U.S. government wanted a secure peace and not simply negotiations that would cripple the guerrillas. Amazingly, Villalobos and other guerrilla commanders were beginning to trust the promises of the once despised U.S. government. That being said, throughout the negotiations Presidents Bush and Cristiani both expressed frustration that the UN appeared to treat the FMLN as an equal partner. James Sutherland, a biographer of UN Secretary-General Pérez de Cuellar, described Bush's exhortation to the UN chief this way: "I don't understand why these people, the FMLN, should have equal standing. The elections in El Salvador were free and fair and Cristiani is doing his best. Why should the FMLN have the same standing at the table? 3 degrees. Tell them to their faces that we wanted to make peace." The talks in New York continued for several months in the fall of 1991 until they hit their climax in late December. New Year's Eve was Pérez de Cuellar's last day as Secretary General, and there was tremendous pressure for the two sides to conclude an agreement. In the end, Pérez de Cuellar postponed his departure from the UN headquarters in order to be present for the final agreement. Much to his delight, the two sides reached an agreement known as the New York Act only minutes before midnight. In fact, while it might be an apocryphal story, some participants recounted to the author that someone actually physically pushed the clocks back to gain a few extra precious minutes before the unimposed negotiating deadline ended. Whatever the exact time, the two parties officially signed the New York Act 4 minutes before midnight on December 31, 1991, agreeing on all technical and military aspects relating to the separation of the warring parties and the cessation of the armed conflict. 3. The ceasefire would not take place until 1 month later on February 1, 1992, and the war would formally end on December 15, 1992.37 on New Year's Day 1992, after the historic moment in El Salvador's painful history the previous night. Assistant Secretary of State Aronson and Military Group Commander Mark Hamilton met with the guerrilla negotiators in FMLN Commander Roberto Cafias's New York hotel room. As Aronson related, "I felt it would be useful to tell them to their 468 faces that we wanted to make peace and support the accords. And that we didn't just view them as a necessary evil to end the war, that we believed in the reforms that had been negotiated. Beginning of a real peace." 2 weeks later on January 16, 1992, representatives from the Salvadoran government and the FMLN participated in a formal peace ceremony at the castle of Chapultepec in Mexico City, where they signed the Chapultepec Accords, containing the same terms as the New York Act. 34 The combatants ended fighting the day after the ceremony, and the formal ceasefire began on February 1.35 in the presence of 12 heads of state at the ornate setting in the Mexican capital. President Cristiani told the audience, "We understand that what begins to happen now in El Salvador is not the re-establishment of a peace that existed before, but the beginning of a real peace founded on social consensus." 3. Cristiani's words reinforced that he had stepped away from the extreme rightists who once supported him and reached out to the entire Salvadoran nation. In a clear attempt to concede the grievances of the revolutionary movement that just 2 years earlier had attempted to kill him, Cristiani acknowledged that his country had been fighting a civil war with profound social, economic, and cultural roots. Key among these, he added, was the country's absence of a truly democratic order. 37 Upon finishing his speech, the 44-year-old son of El Salvador's wealthy, conservative elite fought back tears and walked down from the podium and for the first time embraced the guerrilla leaders who had fought tirelessly for his overthrow. 3. Interestingly, while the Cuban Foreign Minister Isidoro Malmierxa and Nicaragua's former Sandinista President Daniel Ortega attended the ceremony to support their Salvadoran comrades, foreign reporters noted that the guerrillas' distance from both former patrons was evident. 3. When the old communist leader Shafiq Handel asked for a new respectful relationship with the United States, Secretary of State James Baker appeared to nod approvingly from his front row seat. 4. Incoming UN Secretary General Boutros Boutros-Ghali noted the accord's dramatic significance for El Salvador. "It is no exaggeration to say that, taken together, and given their breadth and scope, these agreements constitute a prescription for a revolution achieved by negotiation. The armed forces are to be given a role, clearly subordinated to the civilian authorities, commensurate with their responsibilities as redefined in the new constitution. The armed forces will be streamlined, reformed, and restructured accordingly. 4. The Bush administration wasted little time to publicly endorse the peace agreement. Speaking in San Salvador when the ink on the Chapultepec Accord was still wet, Secretary of State Baker pledged American assistance to El Salvador to ensure that anyone who threatens the peace process through violence is prosecuted to the full extent of the law. 4. In reference to the rightist violence that transpired the day after the final agreement was reached at the UN headquarters, including the burning of 2 reporters' vehicles and the pronouncement of a series of death threats, Baker said refer to themselves as Salvadoran patriots. In truth, they are traitors to the Salvadoran nation. They threaten El Salvador's democratic hopes and future just as much as those who once advocated violence from the opposite political extreme. 43. Let's show the world how El Salvador loves peace. Foreign reporters covering the reaction to the Mexico City signings provided their readers with numerous colorful accounts of how Salvadoran society and in particular the combatants responded to peace in these uncertain initial days and weeks. The following account portrays the euphoric response to the government's announcement of National Day of Peace on January 17. When they heard peace was at hand, Oscar and a group of fellow guerrillas decided to come out of the hills and join the celebrations in the capital. "TD never thought I'd see this," Oscar shouted, still insisting on using his nom de guerre, as thousands of rebels and their civilian supporters cheered their new peace accord with the government and danced in one of San Salvador's central plazas. 30 of my comrades fell fighting for this," said the veteran 37-year-old unit commander, wincing back tears as a one-armed slightly tipsy companion deliriously waved a rebel flag from the hood of their dusty truck. "I did not expect to survive, none of us did. It's so much, it's emotional." 470. Figure 46.2. Ceasefire Day in San Salvador, January 16, 1992. El Salvador's main square is filled with mostly pro-FMLN people celebrating in front of the National Cathedral that had been the site of so many protests and security force reprisals before and during the Civil War. At midday, the cathedral bells tolled to mark the start of the ceasefire. One of the rebels' clandestine radio stations broadcast speeches from the square. Before this momentous day, several top guerrilla commanders had not entered the capital in over a decade. Only 2 blocks away in the Parque de la Libertad, pro-arena supporters celebrated their own version of the ceasefire's cause and significance. Image and permission by Jeremy Bigwood. "For me, it's joy," Oscar cried. "Okay, everybody, now let's show the world how El Salvador loves peace," shouted the pot-bellied leader of a rebel salsa combo, opening another round of the pulsing beat that would echo till dawn. The stomping crowd hooted hoarsely, then formed gyrating conga lines that snaked to and fro across the plaza where 11 years before Army sharpshooters gunned down pro-rebel demonstrators. 44. Supporters of the Salvadoran government filled a neighboring plaza with their own peace celebrations. One might have expected violence to break out, as though the groups were 2 feuding gangs, yet the distinction seemed lost on the hundreds of revelers at both fiestas. Indeed, the partygoers nonchalantly crossed checkpoints manned by teenage guerrillas under the discreet gaze of armed government policemen. In another unimaginable moment after another, the parapets that used to hide security force snipers were now hung with guerrilla banners proclaiming peace, a victory of the people. And the bullet-pocked cathedral where screaming women and children once dived for cover as pieces of lead tore through their bodies tonight was draped in a huge banner emblazoned with the face of the executed founder of the Salvadoran Communist Party, Agustin Farabundo Martí, the namesake of the country's rebel movement. 45 Guerrilla leader Juan Ramsixon Medrano, known as Commander Baltazar, told reporters that the plaza and cathedral steps where he stood had been the scene of many acts of repression and violence at the onset of the conflict and deemed it a fitting place to complete the first great step in a modern revolution. He added, "We are ready for the end of the war and the reincorporation into national life." 47 To this end, the FMLN even started taking out ads in newspapers and on radio and television, announcing its upcoming arrival in the political process. 4 Registered peace, it seemed, was at hand. 47. Demobilization. I do not have any land, and the army is still full of people who want to kill me. Miguel Angel, FMLN guerrilla, October 1992. El Salvador will be the grave where the Reds meet their end. Arena's campaign song during the war. Joaquin. Joaquin. On February 1, 1992, only 2 weeks after the historic peace accord signings in Mexico City, the government and guerrillas sat down for a ceremony to begin the ceasefire, which months later would mark the formal end of the 12-year civil war. In the next several days, the Salvadoran legislature approved a sweeping and controversial amnesty for politically motivated crimes committed during the war. The 81-0 vote was a vital development given that it allowed the 8000-person rebel army to disarm without fear of prosecution, a point that had been a key stumbling block. The legislation excluded certain special cases, including preventing the release of those convicted of the 1989 Jesuit murders. Point 3 Symbolizing this new era in El Salvador's history, the National Commission for the Consolidation of Peace was inaugurated at the February ceasefire ceremony held in an auditorium in San Salvador and comprised government officials, former guerrillas, and civilian members from each political party. Point 4 During the ceremony, guerrillas in newly purchased business suits stood next to uniformed military officers, rightist politicians stood beside leftists as the national anthem was sung. Later that same day, President Cristiani led the ceremonial lighting of a peace torch. Military and police units attended masses in barracks around the country, and rebel supporters once again organized all-day parties in downtown plazas where vendors sold newly manufactured FMLN t-shirts. Point 5 As the ceremony began, Cristiani entered the auditorium surrounded by his bodyguards and arena colleagues and received modest applause from the 3,000 people in attendance. Joaquin Villalobos, on the other hand, was greeted with loud applause and cheers of Joaquin. Villalobos then sat down at a table directly to the left of Colonel Juan Orlando Zapata, a senior phase officer implicated by the Moakley Commission as one of the intellectual authors of the Jesuit killings. As one observer wrote, even those who hoped for the end of the war probably never thought they would see these two men sitting together. Registered Villalobos then stated, "We surprised the world with our capacity to make war with a determination unique to Salvadorans. Now, we are surprising the world by finishing a war that seemed endless." The only attendee who received applause equal in intensity to that accorded to Mr. Villalobos was Roberto Dogwison, who was immensely popular with humble Salvadorans as well as the oligarchy. "We were trying to change a whole society." With members from the government, FASE, and FMLN, as well as UN and Salvadoran Catholic Church observers, COPAS was tasked with the indispensable mission of verifying that both sides were doing what they had agreed to in the historic yet still very tentative peace accord. The work of COPAS was formidable, largely because of the accord's remarkable scope and depth. For starters, and very critical to the FMLN, the phase would be drastically reduced in size and prowess and would be limited to a role of territorial security. In addition, the Salvadoran government would eliminate its notorious security forces, including the Treasury Police, National Guard, and National Intelligence Directorate, replacing them with a new entity, known as the National Civil Police. The judiciary and electoral bodies would also 474 be reformed, and land would be transferred to former combatants and guerrilla supporters who had occupied land during the war years. Registered at last, an unsponsored Truth Commission would be established to report on what actually transpired during the war, especially atrocities and human rights violations committed by either side. In return for these huge concessions, the FMLN agreed to terminate its insurgency and convert to a political organization that recognized the legitimacy of the Salvadoran constitution. Despite all sorts of deficiencies, the warring sides had effectively agreed to a negotiated revolution inside El Salvador. The FMLN's participation in the accords meant that they would never take power through force. At the same time, the Salvadoran government and military had now agreed to pursue many of the very reforms that the FMLN had long claimed only armed revolution could ensure. Most startling, the phase's participation in the peace process resulted in a drastic reduction of the budget and influence of this once mighty Salvadoran institution. As one UN negotiator put it, "We were trying to change a whole society, not simply bring an insurgent war to an end. To let them know that the war was over for us too." Not surprisingly, there was strong disagreement about exactly who was responsible for this stunning development. The UN cited it as an unusually successful example of its mediation leading to not simply peacemaking but rather to the much more difficult task of peacekeeping. US officials, on the other hand, often resented what they felt was UN envoy Alvaro de Soto's arrogance and eagerness to take credit for what was largely made possible by the Salvadorans themselves. The most important role played by the US government was very likely the intense pressure applied on Cristiani late in the negotiations, directly convincing the FMLN commanders that the United States also wanted reform in El Salvador. With 2 decades of hindsight, both senior U.S. officials and FMLN negotiators recalled that they had come to respect and even trust each other. This trust was also likely reinforced during secret discussions in El Salvador between U.S. Ambassador William Walker and the FMLN's Villalobos. In one instance, Walker and military group commander Colonel Mark Hamilton traveled with minimal security to the pro-FMLN town of Santa Marta in late August 1991 to meet with regional FMLN commander Rael Hercules, a visit that involved the two Americans chatting and posing for photographs with teenage guerrillas. Or as Bush's top political appointee for Latin America, Bernard Aronson, put it, it was important to let them know that the war was over for us too. In some instances, at least, the U.S. government attempted to extract a price from the FMLN for its desire to have Washington directly involved in the settlement negotiations. Former ambassador to El Salvador and now American representative at the UN, Thomas Pickering, explained his decision to deny the FMLN a meeting with U.S. diplomat Joseph Sullivan in September 1991. It was obvious that the FMLN wanted the meeting very badly and that it should therefore have to pay a price for it. The meeting idea could be left on hold for now. It could be cashed in later for something important that the GOs wanted. %31 top FMLN commander, Nydia Diaz, recounted an episode when Aronson personally welcomed the guerrilla leaders including Villalobos at the newly constructed and highly secure U.S. Embassy in San Salvador. According to Diaz, Aronson told the stunned guerrillas, "Welcome to the building that was designed to keep you out." In yet another indication of U.S. officials playing proconsul to further engagement aims, Peter Romero, the acting American ambassador in 1991, remembered, "There was indeed trust. I was getting much more complete information from the FMLN than my government counterparts who would take me to breakfast for 3 hours and not tell me anything. Of course, they didn't know I was in contact with the guerrillas." *5. Serve as a check on phase behavior. What few could fully imagine at the time was how effective the peace accords would prove to be. Many observers feared that while the war might have officially ceased, a shadowy war of reprisal and counter-reprisal would soon emerge. Yet, very few political murders occurred in the ensuing years, despite the war's shocking ferocity. Within a year, the United States was using its tens of millions of dollars of development. 476. Assistance to fund programs that included workshops for former guerrillas and phase officials to identify post-traumatic stress syndrome. There was even a Harvard University extension program that taught former FMLN leaders a sort of politics 101 of how to set up a political party. *A report on the effectiveness of U.S. training indicated that, contrary to what anyone could have imagined a few years earlier, some FMLN members expressed a desire to keep U.S. advisors in El Salvador, reportedly due to the guerrillas' belief that this would serve as a check on phase behavior. The historic Chapultepec Accords granted the FMLN roughly 20% of the 3,000 positions that would constitute the newly created police force. Most of the FMLN candidates had been intelligence and logistical personnel, not combat troops. The first candidates were trained by U.S. police officers in Puerto Rico. By December 1993 and following 6 months of training, over 2,500 former FMLN personnel had graduated from the police academy and were eligible for the new Force 8. To eliminate the FMLN's ability to make war. Even before the ceasefire had been reached, the UN embarked on an ambitious and unprecedented mission to both monitor the ceasefire and promote the reconciliation and integration processes in which combatants would become civilians and politicians. Known as the UN Observer Mission in El Salvador, or ONAJUL, the ad hoc entity was officially tasked with overseeing the demobilization process but ended up attempting to facilitate the much more complicated restructuring of El Salvador's security forces and other key reforms. The first peacekeepers were pulled from the UN's already sizable observer mission in neighboring Nicaragua. In this sense, ONAJUL started out as a traditional peacekeeper, with a few thousand soldiers from roughly 36 countries strewn across 3 regional offices. But its task soon turned to nation building, which entailed monitoring the demobilization and abolishment of the National Guard, Treasury Police, and National Intelligence Directorate. In addition to ensuring that neither side began offensive operations, UN soldiers engaged in the mundane yet crucial efforts of creating inventories of government and guerrilla weapons and other war material. Nonetheless, many weapons remained in the hands of ex-combatants on both sides. Even decades later, estimates suggested that individuals retained over 300,000 small arms, many of them internal war-era relics. UNISL initially certified that the FMLN had destroyed or handed over all weapons. But an accidental explosion of an undisclosed arms cache in May 1993 and the discovery of large quantities of weapons indicated that the FMLN had been keeping armaments away from UN inspectors. A chastened FMLN subsequently notified the UNISL about 14 other arms caches in El Salvador, Nicaragua, and Honduras, which revealed the extent of the organization's sizable stockpiles that included rockets, ammunition, grenades, and even SAMs. In total, and in what represented a successful UN effort to eliminate the FMLN's ability to make war, the guerrilla armaments that were destroyed included over 10,000 weapons, 140 rockets, 9,000 grenades, 5,000 kilograms of explosives, 74 SAMs, and 4 million rounds of ammunition *degree. While revolutionary changes were being adopted, peace was not easy for either side. Soon after the accord was signed in Mexico City in early 1992, various rank-and-file groups within the FMLN resisted the relocation into 15 concentration zones in guerrilla-influenced regions as well as the relinquishing of their weapons to UNISL in preparation for their full demobilization later in the year *T. The notorious National Guard and Treasury Police were disbanded, and the National Intelligence Department was abolished with a new civilian agency to take its place. Damage the armed forces' prestige. Another critical effort, supported by the UN and the US government, was the delicate task of drastically reducing the phase's size and influence. In 2 years, the Salvadoran army, for example, went from 40,000 to 28,000 soldiers, an effort assisted by US military advisors ultimately, instead of fully abolishing the National Guard and Treasury Police, as stipulated in the peace accords, the Salvadoran government integrated these organizations into the army and renamed them. The newly created National Civil Police was put under civilian supervision. An extremely delicate and controversial part of the UN's work with the security forces involved the efforts to evaluate and purge the officer corps. In May 1992, the UN's newly established ad hoc commission began reviewing the records of several hundred officers, about 0% of the phase's total officer corps. After 3 months of intense work, the commission presented its recommendation to the UN Secretary-General and President Cristiani. The report's findings, which were never made public, called for the dismissal or transfer of more than 100 officers for their involvement in human rights abuses and other 480 excesses, including most of the phase's colonels and generals as well as the removal of the Minister of Defense, General Ponce. Not surprisingly, the phase High Command did not respond kindly to the report, believing that the phase had been singled out for punishment while the illegal guerrillas were largely unscathed. General Ponce said in early November that the formation of the ad hoc commission was part of a plot instigated by left-wing armies to damage the armed forces' prestige. *4 Ponce's deputy, General Juan Orlando Zepeda, thought to be the leader of the more hardline elements in the military, added that Cristiani is carrying out what I would call a risky effort. He is risking the credibility and confidence the people have shown in him and in the government, because if we see the balance of the situation now, people feel surprised at how much he has ceded, and the FMLN has done very little. *5 Some press reports even indicated that the Salvadoran military believed Washington was too distracted with other global events to pay attention to its concerns with the purge. In a chilling reminder of El Salvador's recent bloody past, in October 1992, the Maximiliano Hernandez Martinez Brigade issued its first statement in several years, declaring that it would soon begin carrying out death sentences against the FMLN. It also called the peace accords nefarious and unconstitutional. The statement also targeted the UN operation. We also warn the white plague of the to leave the country, as well as the plague of foreign journalists who have invaded our country. National journalists, political traitors, and all who support the agreements should be willing to pay the consequences of nationalist, liberating justice. Degree in the end, the phase's opposition forced Cristiani to postpone acting on the recommendation until the FMLN had fully demobilized. 27 Yet the tension in these remaining months of 1992 continued. Vice President Francisco Moreno, who represented a hardline Arena faction, warned in late October of an imminent guerrilla offensive and accused the rebels of plotting to assassinate their own commanders to have an excuse the resume the war. By contrast, the FMLN had to disarm before the purge of the military in order to gain legal political status. They saw this as evidence that the far-right plans an extermination campaign once the rebels have no way to defend themselves. Registered. In the end, though, the FMLN was officially demobilized as a fighting force on December 15, 1992, months after the peace pact was signed in Mexico. Registered. Amazingly, by the end of 1993, there were only about 100 foreign unsponsored observers left in El Salvador, a clear signal that the mission's formidable goals had been accomplished. 3 Degree in the years following the accords, there were surprisingly few political assassinations contrary to what many experts had predicted given the war's intensity. Moreover, the ceasefire between the government and the phase had not been broken. The war was over. Objective truth and the hard facts. An ongoing impasse over the implementation of the ad hoc commission's recommendations was eclipsed in early 1993 with the release of the UN Truth Commission's report. Unlike the ad hoc commission, the Truth Commission published detailed accounts of atrocities and other crimes committed during the war years in order to find the objective truth and the hard facts. 3. A number of senior phase and defense ministry officials resigned before the report came out with its scathing accounts. 3 The report did not mince words when it concluded that the phase had used a deliberate strategy of eliminating or terrifying the peasant population where the guerrillas were active. The deliberate, systematic, and indiscriminate violence against the peasant population in areas of military operations went on for years. 33 The report also confirmed the widely held belief that D'Aubuisson had ordered the March 1980 assassination of Archbishop Oscar Romero and that former Defense Minister General Vides Casanova was involved in the cover-up of the 1980 American church workers' murders. 34 The report also called out the FMLN for its murders of civilian mayors and the slaying of 4 unarmed U.S. Marines and 9 civilians in the 1985 Zona Rosa massacre. 35 Of the nearly 22,000 complaints registered, roughly 85%, involved the military, security forces, or death squads. 3 Degree in its defense. The phase claimed that it was now the first military in Latin America to have high-ranking human rights advisors conducting training and that it had done more than any other institution to comply with the peace accords. 37. 482. The Commission's findings also revealed interesting evidence of the trend in gross human rights abuses. For one, in 1981 there was a total of 325 direct and indirect source attributions of human rights abuses by the phase, a force at that time of 9,000 men. By 1990, the phase had quadrupled in size, and the number of human rights abuses had dropped to 8. Abuses by death squads from direct sources went from approximately 1,800 violations in 1980 to almost none in 1990. Interestingly, the abuse of paramilitary forces also dropped precipitously, although there was a significant spike in 1989 when the second final offensive occurred and violent urban combat ensued. Registered. Despite the controversial general amnesty, there were some developments in the justice realm in the months following the UN report. Under pressure from the UN and US Congress, President Cristiani replaced 15 of the highest-ranking officers who had refused to step down, including Defense Minister General René Emilio Ponce. The phase purged almost another 100 officers implicated in human rights abuses. While the UN report has become the quintessential source for human rights violations, of the 75,000 deaths from the conflict, 53,000 deaths remain unexplained. As the Commission sums it up, inevitably, the list of victims is incomplete. 4° The investigations for the report, which began on July 13, 1992, under the leadership of 3 commissioners chosen by UN Secretary-General Javier Pérez de Cuellar, were completed in the 6 months afforded by the Chapultepec Accords. 4*. In this limited time frame, the Commission heard and read thousands of accusations and made thousands of conclusions based on the available evidence. 4*. Invitations sent out through various paid media advertisements were extended to the parties to testify without restriction. While an imperfect report, limited by a short time frame and restricted to the testimonies of those who answered the invitation, among other constraints, it is to date the most comprehensive breakdown of the violence that ensued in El Salvador, and thus the closest we can get to an accurate depiction of the human rights violations that plagued the population during the Civil War. 43. The Truth Commission report was immediately accepted by the FMLN, rejected by the government, and rebuked by President Cristiani, who found that the binding recommendations overstepped the mandates of the Commission. More strident was the FAS's General Ponce, who appeared with the entire military leadership in a prime-time television address. Ponce blasted the UN report as unjust, incomplete, illegal, unethical, biased, and bold. 44. He also rejected the claim that he planned the Jesuits' murders and pointed out that the report did not integrate the FAS's evidence on FMLN crimes. Only a week after the report was made public, it triggered a controversy that threatened Cristiani's presidency. Ruben Zamora, now vice president of the Legislative Assembly, called Ponce's appearance a technical coup d'état. While not thrilled with the report, Cristiani was being squeezed by his irate military brass, and it was unclear whether the president had authorized Ponce's television appearance. What Ponce insisted on was a general and absolute amnesty to immunize the military high command from prosecution that they believed was part of the negotiated settlement. The focus then turned to amnesty. Cristiani wanted something broad-based, appealing to all forces of the country to support a general and absolute amnesty to turn that painful page in history. 45. The idea was that the amnesty would somehow lessen the violent consequences that the UN report might unleash. On March 20, the arena legislators voted to approve an amnesty law that provided immunity to all Salvadorans accused of carrying out human rights abuses during the war. Within weeks, the amnesty led to the release of the 2 FAS officers convicted of the 1989 Jesuit murders. 4°. What is unclear is whether the FMLN supported such legislation, something that its leadership would also benefit from. According to the Salvadoran newspaper El Diario de Hoy, speculation that the FMLN will also be accused, an amnesty for all concerned would suit them too. 47. Critics of the amnesty claimed that its justification was simply cover for the government and military to wash its hands of their abuses perpetrated before and during the war. 4. Registered in any case, many viewed amnesty as a necessary evil, believing it was one way for the country to look forward and move past El Salvador's painful history. As 484. Herberto Jimenez, a mechanic, put it, "We had been fighting for 12 years, and a lot of blood was spilled here. I think this is the only way for us to turn the page. I just can't tell you if I would feel the same way had my family been killed." 49. This was not a peace of winners and losers, and this was not a peace made out of weakness by any side, but out of strength of both sides. Bernard Aronson, Assistant Secretary of State, February 1993. What would I do over? I wish we had pushed for peace and negotiations sooner. There is a lot more we could have done. General Frank Werner, U.S. Army, retired *. A victim of dangerous delusions. One especially significant element of the 1992 peace agreement was how quickly it appeared that the battle-scarred Salvadoran guerrillas had taken an enormous step in jettisoning their revolutionary ideology that kept them fighting in the hills for a decade. Part of their new thinking was driven by the rapid developments in the once formidable communist world. Shocked by the implosion of communist regimes in Europe and the Sandinistas' failure in Nicaragua, the FMLN faced a long military stalemate at the very time when their ideology and allies were in crisis. As one rebel leader conceded, there are people in the FMLN who would never have signed this accord if it had not been for the collapse of the socialist camp. After having pledged in 1985 that the guerrillas would never give up their guns, right before the January 1992 peace ceremony in Mexico City, rebel chief Joaquin Villalobos admitted to errors in tactics and spoke with apparent conviction of the need for a democracy based on fair laws, elections, and social welfare. For he described the rebels' conversion from revolution to democracy. Revolutionary movements were deformed by the struggle between the superpowers in the Cold War. If I had it to do over, I would say that if you are going to take up arms, do it in the name of the Constitution and Christian principles. 5. There were more than a few phase officers and government officials convinced that the rebels had simply switched from military fatigues to civilian dress in their quest to seize power. And not surprisingly, some guerrillas held similar sentiments about their former foes. In yet another irony of peace, in February 1992, New York Times correspondent James Lemoyne described the continued striking changes in the guerrilla thinking. While some Americans still sport bumper stickers demanding U.S. out of El Salvador, senior rebel officials say they now want the United States Embassy, and especially American military advisors, to remain in El Salvador. As FMLN leader Ana Guadalupe Martinez admitted, "We think the U.S. military group can help in the transition to peace." 7. In another incongruous development, by June 1992 the former rebel Villalobos, long vilified in Washington, was invited to speak before the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Capitol Hill. Had his visit taken place a few years back, New York Representative Stephen Solars said, "I would have had him instantaneously committed to the local mental hospital as a victim of dangerous delusions." Registered. The fact is that 10 years ago the government and military did what they pleased. Rebel commanders returning to El Salvador under the amnesty quickly turned to the task of transforming the FMLN into a civilian political party. One pro-FMLN union leader told an audience of cheering sympathizers at a political rally in San Salvador, "We have spilled rivers of blood in our homeland to reach this day alive. Now we must organize, organize, organize." A State Department spokesperson indicated that Washington would be watching its former military adversaries closely. The more the FMLN acts as a democratic political party, the more we will treat them as such. Other guerrilla veterans indicated to foreign reporters that they would attempt to rebuild personal lives shattered by war after losing careers, marriages, and loved ones in over a decade of clandestine struggle. As one would have expected given the lack of a military victory, both sides claim to have won the war. Guerrilla leader Shafiq Handel, now representing the FMLN's political party, pointed out, "The heart of the accords is that the 60-year-old rule of the armed forces is to be ended." An American citizen working in the once rebel-strong region of Quetzaltenango echoed Handel's claim of a guerrilla victory when asked if FMLN supporters thought they lost the war. "No, the peace accords are seen as a victory. The fact is that 10 years ago the government and the military did what they pleased. At this stage, the government has had to sit down and recognize the FMLN, and now the guerrillas have formed political parties. The FMLN supporters are also astute enough to realize that great soldiers and leaders in war are not necessarily going to be great political leaders. Indeed, many who were respected in the field of battle now find themselves lost in politics. And politics in El Salvador is a very rough game. 3. By contrast, James Lemoyne told his readers that while both made major concessions, it was the guerrillas who changed ideology. Indeed, he added, after years of spurning elections and demanding a direct share of power, the rebels now recognized the legitimacy of the government, accepted disarmament and demobilization, and organized into an official political party to compete in democratic elections. For what Lemoyne's interpretation might have overlooked was evidence suggesting that a significant part of the Salvadoran right had undergone a similar ideological conversion or at least modification. Even the infamous Roberto D. Aubusson joined the call for peace, telling his supporters that they must confront the guerrillas as political competitors in a democratic system. 5. This apparent radical shift from one of the intellectual and operational masterminds of the death squads was one more development that led UN chief negotiator on El Salvador, Alvaro de Soto, to label the accord a negotiated revolution. Registered as commander-turned-politician, Villalobos concurred, the agreement signifies the first revolution on our continent based on consensus, on accords which unite rather than divide us, and have the support of the United States. 7. 490. We boycotted Salvadoran coffee. Almost as soon as the peace accord was signed, observers began to dispute the reasons for and by extension Washington's controversial role in the dramatic Pacific outcome. Just days after the ceasefire went into effect in February 1992, the El Salvador Public Information Campaign took out a full-page advertisement in the New York Times. The ad's bold-type headline was "Democracy, it shouldn't have to cost 12 years of war and over 75,000 lives." More than RU persons and groups were listed as signas, including various politicians like Democratic Congressman Pete Stark of California, celebrities Danny Glover and Carlos Santana, and the advocacy group CISPs. The open letter stated that peace came in spite of Washington's policies. To win just the right to democracy, the Salvadoran people had to triumph over years of U.S. support for military hardliners and the elite of Salvadoran society who use repression and terror to retain control. Millions of Americans can be proud of our role. While the Bush and Reagan administrations sent billions of our tax dollars to support a government that routinely murdered peasants, labor leaders, priests, and nuns, we took to the streets and organized protests from town halls to the halls of Congress. More than 150 Congresspeople supported our stand against all war-related aid. Thousands of us traveled to El Salvador to see for ourselves what was really happening. We wrote songs and books. We made movies. We raised millions of dollars in real humanitarian aid. We boycotted Salvadoran coffee. And we will not stop now. Registered. 2 decades later in 2010, on its official website, CISPs claimed it played an important role in keeping the heat on the U.S. and Salvadoran governments. These protests, coupled with steady pressure on Congress, helped win major cuts in U.S. aid to El Salvador. It added that one U.S. senator even echoed a CISP slogan, "Not a dime for death squad government," during legislative hearings. *9 Writing in the Washington Post opinion page at the same time, outspoken former Ambassador Robert White provided a similar yet broader interpretation of what led to peace. Throughout the decade, he wrote, Washington steadfastly ignored opportunities for honorable and constructive disengagement that would have achieved the same result sooner. Degree General Rafael H. Larios, defense attaché at the Salvadoran embassy in Washington, responded in a letter to the editor that White had misrepresented how peace was achieved. Mr. White, Larios countered, wants to blame the Reagan administration for the fact that the war lasted for 11 years. Maybe he would have preferred a quick military victory by the FMLN, with Soviet, Cuban, and Sandinista assistance, while the United States stood by and watched. The region would be in a much worse situation today if the scenario had materialized in the early 1980s. Clearly, El Salvador's peaceful outcome did not end the controversy over the war. President Reagan's top diplomat for human rights in the early 1980s, Elliott Abrams, entered the fray, of whom deserved credit for the seemingly pacific outcome. In Abrams's estimation, the peace treaty constituted a great victory for Salvadorans, and for U.S. policy. In this small corner of the Cold War, American policy was right, and it was successful. Abrams explained how the Carter administration had finally junked foolish Central America policy, which resulted in the provision of aid without which El Salvador could have fallen to a small, armed communist group as Nicaragua had fallen in 1979. Abrams contended that the Reagan administration's policy in El Salvador had two parts: the guerrillas had to be prevented from a military victory, and political reform was needed to prove to Salvadorans that grievances against corruption, injustice, and oppression could be redressed within the system. *4 Space for democratic participation. Despite the controversies concerning U.S. engagement in El Salvador, the overall post-conflict situation appeared considerably improved. What startled many seasoned international observers of El Salvador's demobilization and integration process was how quickly and comprehensively the effort took place. Writing 5 years after the peace accords, the UN concluded that the country had been largely demilitarized. The FMLN's armed structure had disappeared, and combatants were integrated into civilian life. The reduced phase respected the profound changes in nature called for by the peace treaty. It continued. But the most notable development has been that the peace process has also allowed for the opening up of space for democratic participation. A climate of tolerance prevails today, unlike any the country has known before. Since the signing of the peace agreements, no national sector has taken refuge in or supported violence as a form of political action. *5. One observer wrote that the greatest change in Salvadoran society since the early 1992 ceasefire was the sea change in political culture. That is, eliminating one's opponent physically now carries a much higher political cost than in the past. The opposition can speak out and organize with less fear for their lives. 2 degrees. A travel writer described a similar positive transformation. Many changes have indeed occurred in 3 years, they were visible at once. In place of the fear that dominated the country before, there was now enthusiasm and hope for the peace process and for a true democracy. Everywhere we went, from Calatenango to Ahuacapan, we found the people excited and positive about the peace process and insistent that it work. No one seemed to fear that the country would slip again into civil war. Rather, the people everywhere hoped gradually to establish a democracy that could be an example to others, especially in the southern hemisphere. 7. The hard-smoking and hard-drinking Roberto D'Aubuisson died from throat cancer in February 1992 at the age of 48. He had made several trips to the United States to receive treatment. Many arch-conservatives in the United States had lauded the once Army officer as a vigilant defender of liberty amid a communist onslaught. Announcing the news of their bitter adversary's death, Radio Farabundo Marti, the clandestine station of the guerrilla front, commented that D'Aubuisson's death seems to be an act of divine justice in this moment of national reconciliation. Registered. The reference was to the newly penned January 1992 peace accord intended to close the country's decade of war. Reconcile their anti-systemic past. The FMLN's conversion to a political party was not without its challenges. For one, in the immediate years following the war it failed to compete effectively against its main political adversary, ARENA, in national elections. Part of this underperformance was due to the party's internal disputes about ideology and political mission. Hardline factions supported maintaining the FMLN as a Marxist-Leninist organization. This clashed with the center-left wing that saw the party as a more social democratic movement. Many FMLN party leaders struggled to reconcile their anti-systemic past and their new position inside the formal political system they once sought to destroy. According to FMLN member Dagoberto Gutierrez, during the war the FMLN was always within a society and outside the system. After the war the FMLN was outside of society and into the system. The FALN party was born after the war, and this was a different thing. It was already an instrument of the state, part of the democratic game, the game that is called democracy as understood in a bourgeois way. The FMLN was no longer a revolutionary party when it came into the system. 3 degree. Despite Gutierrez's sense, though, well into the 21st century the FMLN retained elements of its communist orthodoxy. It had yet to win national power as ARENA presidential candidates triumphed in 1994, 1999, and 2004. 3 While thankful for peace, it seemed that Salvadorans were reluctant to trust the FMLN with national power. The party garnered only a little over 20% of the presidential vote in 1994. And although this rate ticked up slowly, for the first 2 decades after the war the party could not triumph over ARENA's monopoly of national politics. In fact, Former Salvadoran Communist Party chief Shafiq Handel was the FMLN candidate in 2004, but he lost in a landslide to his arena opponent, Antonio Saka. Starting in the late 1980s when it first won the presidency under Cristiani, Arena adopted a highly orthodox neoliberal economic platform, which years later, during the post-war era, established a 495 virtual laboratory for Chicago school-style laissez-faire economic policies, such as trade liberalization and fiscal austerity. In this sense, while the right never defeated the insurgent left on the battlefield, they did defeat them in presidential elections and by extension with economic and social policies in the 2 decades following the war's end. Arena's national electoral dominance came to a close in 2008 when the FMLN finally won the presidency through the victory of former journalist Mauricio Funes, who himself was not a former guerrilla unlike the FMLN's other post-war presidential candidates. 3 Tragically, however, El Salvador's unbelievable transformation from a war-torn, polarized society into a fledgling democracy was marred by the rise of common crime and insecurity, which gave the country the second highest murder rate in the world after South Africa in 2007. In 2009 the country suffered an average of 13 murders each day, a rate close to the 16 per day it had endured during the peak of the Civil War. Due to the surge in apolitical violence and crime, the Salvadoran government's expenditures on security personnel and equipment increased considerably in the post-war era even though the phase had been greatly reduced in size. 33 The country's justice and penal system also lagged behind the impressive guerrilla and security forces integration efforts. At the same time, the new civilian police force proved to be a major improvement over its nefarious predecessors. Painfully, the Civil War's evolution into negotiated revolution kept the country a democracy but could not bring social pacification. 49. Concluding thoughts. We learned a lot in El Salvador. All of us got a baptism by fire in the early 1980s. Unidentified American diplomat. Americans like their wars quick, dirty, and violent. John Wagelstein, U.S. Army Colonel ***. As we conclude our story of a searing episode of Cold War-era U.S. foreign policy in America's geopolitical backyard, it is worth considering the relevance today of the Salvador option that was a remarkable case of nation-building by proxy before nation-building became the overriding aim in 2 protracted American wars, Iraq and Afghanistan. It could well be that the Salvador option's significance will loom larger in the years ahead, simply because the United States endured long, unsatisfying wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Americans thus may be less likely to support major, boots-on-the-ground commitments, even as their nation continues to face threats from unstable societies. So figuring out the truth of this seemingly paradigmatic case of the light footprint approach is all the more important. This study leads us to a set of essential related questions from the reality of the Salvador option, questions that can be applied to other complicated counterinsurgency and nation-building situations. For starters, how does a powerful country balance out the broad geostrategic imperatives with the often shorter-term suffering caused by the policies being implemented? An effective answer requires an accurate sense of the means behind those policies and what they led to, something that is extraordinarily difficult to find in murky conflicts like El Salvador's Civil War. The declassification of tens of thousands of pages of documents and the enviable advantage of hindsight has allowed us to consider the Salvador option with a perspective and depth unavailable to those trying to make sense of this wrenching episode as it was unfolding. U.S. foreign policy is, of course, not solely what is uttered publicly or described in newspaper accounts, and this was true in El Salvador. It also included the day-in day-out churn of diplomatic cables, senior-level officials' talking points for meetings with Salvadoran counterparts, and other documents and conversations that were private in that period. At the same time, though, one finding of this study is that America's actual day-to-day operational policies on the ground in El Salvador generally reflected an attempt to implement the publicly espoused policy of engagement, however flawed that approach might have been. If anywhere, the Salvador option's hidden angle is likely found more in opaque pro-democracy schemes. That is, there does not appear to be, say, a secret set of U.S. policies to intentionally create or back death squads despite Washington's public rhetoric to the contrary. For instance, Jesse Helms described his support for Roberto D'Aubuisson during the elections of 1984, as a classic case of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. 3 Nevertheless, at this time the United States had denied D'Aubuisson a visa, to which a U.S. diplomat quipped, "There is no clearer way of showing how a country feels about him." In this case, at least, the larger engagement policy at play did not reflect the pro-rightist Helms agenda. Another key lesson from the Salvador option is that the particular historical moments in which these American campaigns unfolded is crucial to understanding the motivations that drove not just policymakers but all the relevant actors, official and unofficial, to do what they did in El Salvador. And the American era that helped shape the Salvador option's initial engagement was the still tense, uncertain setting of the Cold War, in which U.S. officials remained committed to confronting communism around the globe while being terrified of suffering another Vietnam. And it is this same tense climate that led so many 498 Americans to care greatly about the Salvador option. The far left was convinced it was an immoral and cynical quagmire, while the far right saw it as another case of needing to back our ally in order to check Moscow and Havana-hatched communist aggression. By late 1989, though, the precipitous end of the global communist movement and the zeitgeist of the seemingly ascendant New World Order shaped the Bush administration's desire to help end the war. One might ask whether one of the 3 U.S. presidential administrations conducted the Salvador option engagement more successfully, either morally or strategically, than the others. Some observers, for example, have contended that the Bush administration's more active support for the peace process reveals that its approach to El Salvador was a drastic departure from the single-minded anti-communism stance of its executive branch predecessors. The problem with these exercises is that they compare apples and oranges. The circumstances that confronted the Carter and Reagan administrations when the Cold War was still raging, and its outcome far from decided, were entirely different from the almost post-Cold War era that characterized the Bush years. Bush's stern message on Central America to Gorbachev at the Malta summit strongly suggests that, had he been president in the late 1970s or earlier in the 1980s, he would have pursued an anti-communist approach largely similar to the ones that Carter and Reagan had followed. Holding the line in Salvador. Our story in these pages does not attempt to definitively resolve the debate over U.S. involvement in El Salvador, which remains, especially among scholars, emotionally charged and polarizing. And given the complicated combination of war, politics, and diplomacy involving multiple factions in El Salvador and several other nations in addition to the United States, some aspects of America's involvement may not be fully understood even when, in an ideal future, all U.S. documents are made available. This equivocal conclusion is not to dodge making broader judgments about the Salvador option, but instead reflects the inescapable reality that we are still far from a full understanding of this searing but mostly neglected episode in America's Cold War diplomatic and military history. 499. Despite many suppositions based on drastically differing scenarios, we have little notion of what would have happened in El Salvador had the United States not engaged in the manner it did starting in the late 1970s. We can certainly speculate that the limited, non-combat advisory role might have prevented a Vietnam-like slippery slope into a bigger U.S. combat mission, yet, on the other hand, a much larger U.S. military presence and even the insertion of combat troops might have meant fewer phase abuses. Some recent accounts misleadingly assume that this question has been answered. For example, a 2013 article in Britain's Guardian newspaper asserted that the arming of one side of the conflict by the US hastened the country's descent into a civil war in which 75,000 people died, and 1 million out of a population of 6 million became refugees. Yet, contrary to the Guardian's apparent certainty, U.S. backing most likely made some things worse and some better, and this is before we ask whether those negative costs contributed to any lasting, positive outcomes. We cannot know what would have happened in El Salvador had the United States declined to hold the line against perceived communist expansion. Again, the imperfect comparison with Guatemala's scorched earth counterinsurgency that involved much less U.S. involvement is a bitter reminder that less U.S. involvement in El Salvador would not have automatically meant less violence and suffering. Not surprisingly, supporters of U.S. policy have contended that the country was destined to become another Cuba or Nicaragua had the United States not intervened. Liberal detractors, by contrast, have looked at the 1979 progressive military coup and concluded that there could have been a moderate leftist revolution had first Carter and then Reagan been more forceful in pressuring the phase to reform. Registered. Another key hypothetical question is this: what would have been the consequences for the United States had the FMLN won the war? It certainly could have been a Sandinista-style socialism, not Leninist tyranny. But it is also true that the FMLN might have pushed aside its ideological comrade, the civilian FDR, and governed in a more Fidel Castro-like dictatorial fashion. Like the diversity of opinions within the three U.S. presidential administrations, the Salvadoran guerrillas were never the monolithic entity they fought to become, a reality that complicates our ability to speak confidently about how their revolution would have turned out. 500. As we have seen, echoing the thrust of all Cold War American presidencies, strategists in all three administrations were adamantly opposed to any policies that would have permitted an FMLN takeover. U.S. officials, although often torn, were ultimately supportive of engagement in El Salvador, and were simply unwilling to take a chance on an FMLN-controlled country. These three presidents certainly could have been mistaken in their assumptions, but each of them embraced engagement as an appropriate means to achieve the typical Cold War goal of seeking victory for pro-US, anti-communist elements in El Salvador's wrenching civil war. Remarkably, in the end, it was rightist and official violence and not Latin America's most formidable Marxist insurgency that most threatened to unravel the Salvador option. His courage cost him his job. Following Robert White's death in January 2015 at the age of 88, the New York Times ran an obituary of the vocal American ambassador to El Salvador. The article described the 1980 church women's murders when White conveyed to the Carter administration's State Department his suspicions that government death squads were complicit in the crime. It also explained that Washington was supporting the military government against leftist revolutionaries, and that after Ronald Reagan took office that January, White was dismissed by Alexander Haig for opposing a military solution in El Salvador. 7. The obituary added that White's suspicions about the deaths were later confirmed by declassified State Department documents accusing the Salvadoran security forces of a cover-up. After hastily leaving the Foreign Service in the early Reagan years, as quoted in his New York Times tribute, White said, "I regard it as an honor to join a small group of officers who have gone out of the service because they refuse to betray their principles." It added that White lamented the fact that, following President Kennedy's assassination in 1963, Washington adopted a single-minded goal to thwart communism, whether in Vietnam or in its half-century embargo of Cuba. The profile quoted scholar William Leo Grande, who described White as a hero. He stood up for his principles, which reflected the values of the American people, a belief in democracy and human rights. His courage cost him 501. His job, but he never wavered, spending the rest of his life advocating for those ideals. 9. This Times obituary described a narrative of the Salvador option that might be called the White Doctrine. During the war and in the quarter-century thereafter, there might not be anyone else whose analysis and quotations more influenced public discussion of the Salvador option and its legacy. Yet the White Doctrine oversimplified the motivations of U.S. officials and the consequences of U.S. policies. All U.S. officials whose views appear in currently available records, including White himself, demonstrated a firm belief that the FMLN's insurgency was more than simply a homegrown threat. Part of this depends, of course, on what we mean by homegrown. The repression, exclusion, and desperate poverty that caused many Salvadorans to take up arms were all homegrown, but we also have listened to former guerrilla commanders readily acknowledge the role of external military and political support, above all from Allied governments in Managua and Havana. This added knowledge makes possible a more nuanced and hence accurate analysis of the Salvador option. What Ambassador White might not have fully appreciated is that his political idol, John Kennedy, was in fact a staunch Cold Warrior firmly committed to preventing another Cuba in the Western Hemisphere. In fact, after a bloodless coup in El Salvador, which reinstated the military-civilian junta in October 1960, Kennedy said, "Governments of the civil-military type of El Salvador are the most effective in containing communist penetration in Latin America." Thus, it is more likely than not that, like Carter, Reagan, and Bush, Kennedy also would have upheld engagement in the effort to hold the line in El Salvador. A number 4 war. As observers, we can sometimes make the mistake of citing or considering only the apparent evidence that reinforces what is in fact an incomplete or biased interpretation of U.S. policies and motives in El Salvador. Often, the sole evidence used to demonstrate the Reagan administration's impact on the war is, say, Secretary of State Haig's jingoism or the precipitous drop in death squad activity over the decade. 502. Another error is to judge U.S. policy by the generally peaceful and constructive outcome, as in the Pentagon's simplistic official history that labels the U.S. military involvement remarkably successful without examining the consequences of this intervention. It might well be that the White versus Haig, Dove versus Hawk historical interpretation is needlessly polarized and ideological, whereas a more nuanced explanation of the failures and successes of U.S. engagement spanning 3 administrations represents the core of the what, why, and how of U.S. policy in El Salvador during the Cold War. Another challenge for our conclusions is that the undeniably violent and often bloody images we have from the war are key parts of the story, but they are not the whole story. The El Mozote massacre, further tainted by the initial denials of the Reagan team, the 1980 murders of the American church women, and the 1989 Jesuit killings have become salient references in our understanding of the Civil War. Raising this issue is certainly not intended to justify these heinous excesses, but to ask whether it makes sense to portray them as the entire story as opposed to part of it. The episode Backyard, 1954-1990 in CNN's widely watched Cold War television documentary series, for example, depicts Reagan's Salvador policies through film clips of the December 1980 church women's killings and violence at the National Cathedral in the aftermath of Archbishop Oscar Romero's assassination. These images are then juxtaposed with Haig's early 1981 testimony, where he talked of the Soviet and Cuban hatched hit list for Central America. It is a very convincing conventional depiction of U.S. involvement, but is also potentially misleading. Make no mistake, the images in the CNN episode are legitimate, but when presented as the entirety of U.S. involvement they can reinforce incomplete narratives. Perhaps a more accurate documentary would explain how the murders of Romero and the U.S. church women occurred in the domestic tumult of 1979 and 1980, dubbed the Tiempos de Locura at the time. The conservative Reagan administration came into office the following year. In this more comprehensive depiction, the documentary would show phase and death squad violence and the Reagan administration's anti-communist rhetoric, but it also would consider evidence like José Napoleon Duarte's attempts at reform or episodes of U.S. pressure to protect human rights and control death squads that would present a more positive picture of the anti-communist side. For if students of 503 contested episodes in the past do not strive continuously to be fair-minded in depicting the goals and actions of the people involved, their writings will obscure these episodes more than they illuminate them. All this being said, these atrocities were critical events in El Salvador's civil war, and while they should not be considered a complete depiction of what transpired in the conflict, they should still be scrutinized. In other words, is it enough to conclude that tragedies like the Jesuit killings were immoral? Or should scholars examine these heinous acts in El Salvador's tragic war through an objective lens, taking into account all of the facts to better understand their occurrence and especially the American role, direct or otherwise? Electoral civil war in El Salvador? The outstanding question of which side won the decade-long war the US-backed government and military or FMLN rebels was given new life in March 2014 during a political crisis that erupted in the aftermath of the close vote in the presidential election between Arena's Norman Quijano and FMLN's Salvador Sanchez Siran. Claiming that 2,000 FMLN poll workers had voted twice, Quijano called Sanchez Siran's victory illegitimate and refused to accept the results without a full recount, voto por voto. After the Electoral Tribunal refused the recount, Quijano then called for the election to be annulled and urged his supporters to be on a war footing. In what was incendiary rhetoric for a nation barely 2 decades out from its horrible civil war, Quijano warned, "Our armed forces are keeping an eye on this fraud. They can't play with the desires of the people, nor can they upend the foundations of our democracy. They can't steal the legitimate triumph from my nation." 3. Responding indirectly, Defense Minister David Munguia publicly declared that the armed forces would abide by the official determination, no matter which candidate won. "We promise to wholeheartedly respect the sovereign decision of El Salvador," expressed in the polling booths. "In no way, at least on behalf of the armed forces, is a coup being plotted or another conspiracy." For 4 days after the vote, the National Electoral Tribunal announced that the former school teacher turned FMLN rebel Sanchez Siran had won by the razor-slim margin of 6,364 votes out of roughly 3 million votes cast and that the outcome was irreversible. 5. Quijano soon conceded the election and his FMLN opponent assumed the presidency. While the impasse did not turn to political violence, Munguia's vocal endorsement of the official electoral process might have been the most significant development since the close vote result was first announced. In 2014, as civilian defense minister, Munguia was part of the same phase that fought the rebels to a bloody stalemate. In the heated 2014 presidential campaign, some on the right and center feared that having the ex-guerrilla Sanchez Siran as president would unsettle the military brass who might have held residual grudges against their erstwhile bitter enemies. Yet Munguia countered these fears: "Don't ignore the level of professionalism that the armed forces have achieved." Degree the accuracy of Munguia's claim aside, it merited asking whether the ascension of the same Sanchez Siran signified a victory or a defeat for the Salvador option. Some would certainly contend that for Sanchez Siran to win the presidency represented the ultimate triumph of the FMLN social revolution, even if it took a few decades longer than first expected. On the other hand, the Salvador option's supporters would counter that because this former guerrillero ascended to power only through the constitutional process as opposed to armed revolution, his election was an axiomatic signal that the U.S. backed side had won. "For me, Romero is a man of God." On the days leading up to the 31st anniversary of Archbishop Oscar Romero's assassination in March 2011, President Barack Obama visited the grave of the leader whose dedication to human rights has immortalized him throughout El Salvador. FMLN civilian President Mauricio Funes recognized the powerful symbolism of this visit in a letter to the White House: "Monsignor is the spiritual guide of this nation, and the visit that you are going to carry out to the tomb of Monsignor implies for us a recognition of a leader, an international leader like President Obama." 7. Despite the positive remarks and open arms that welcomed Obama, some observers in El Salvador and the United States believed that 505. Obama could have done more to condemn past actions and considered it a missed opportunity to acknowledge and denounce the U.S. role in the Civil War. At the same time, in an indication that the slain continued to leave a sour taste in the mouths of some on the right, a member of Arena's party commented that half of Salvadorans do not believe Romero is worthy of sanctification and that Obama should also go to the grave of Major Roberto Dogwison. 8. A former Arena presidential aide, Luis Lopez Portillo, contended that the civilian FMLN had appropriated Romero's legacy. The former rebels, the FMLN, were saying, "This is our saint, this is the left saint. It's a terrible contamination of something religious by politics." He added. Romero is also seen as a guerrillero dressed as a priest, a pastor who took sides with kidnappers, hid outlaws in his chapel, or told the poor that they should take what they could from the rich. "I have a friend whose father was kidnapped in 1978, and when the guerrillas finally got the ransom, freed him, Romero was with the ones that handed him back. My friend says, I can't take it that this man participated with the guerrillas, is becoming a saint. Degree. In the decades following the war, Romero remained the most revered man in El Salvador. Dr. Juan Romagoza, a former guerrilla and founder of a public clinic, commented, for many Salvadorans, Latin Americans, and people throughout the world, he is already a saint. He is Saint Romero of America. Asterisk. In 2005, the Vatican opened the plotting beatification process, the first step toward sainthood. The campaign had strong but not universal support. Some conservative Latin American clerics still said he was murdered not for his Catholic faith but for his political ideology, a distinction Romero did not make. In fact, while he was still alive, some critical bishops began telling the Vatican quietly that Romero was politicizing the Church. During an August 2014 in-flight press conference after a trip to South Korea, Pope Francis told reporters that Romero's beatification process needed to move in haste and that for me, Romero is a man of God. But there has to be the process, and the Lord will have to give his sign. But if he wishes, he will do so. Romero was officially beatified in San Salvador on May 23, 2015. Arturo Vizcarra from the School of the Americas Watch, an organization opposed to U.S. military training of Latin American armed forces, was less than a year old when his parents brought him to the United States from war-torn El Salvador in 1980, the same year that Romero was murdered. Now commenting 35 years later, Vizcarra said, there needs to be further accountability for those that committed these human rights violations, including the killing of Romero and including the U.S., who bear responsibility for atrocities including this one. If you're going to talk about a martyr, there should be discussion of who's responsible for his murder. Asterisk 3's legacy appeared as disputed as ever. Russell Crandall is a professor of American foreign policy at Davidson College. His previous books include America's Dirty Wars, Irregular Warfare from 1776 to the War on Terror, the United States and Latin America after the Cold War, Gunboat Democracy, U.S. Interventions in the Dominican Republic, Grenada, and Panama and Driven by Drugs, U.S. Policy toward Colombia. Interwoven with his academic career, Crandall has held foreign policy appointments within several sectors of the U.S. government, including the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Office of the Secretary of Defense at the Pentagon, and the National Security Council at the White House. He is also a writer at the American Interest magazine, member of the editorial board at America's Quarterly magazine, and contributing editor and book reviewer at the journal Survival, Global Policy and Strategy.